I agree. I'll call you back.
Right, what's going on here? Do you know what it's all about?
Well, it looks as though somebody's been trying to get at me, officer.
Get at you? What do you mean, get at you?
All right, you've heard what the PC's got to say about this. What have you got to say?
What about my head, eh? What about my head? He banged it against the wall.
We've sent for the doctor already.
About time, too. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig.
I understand you tried to run away.
Look, mate, what do I want to do with that for? I ain't done nothing.
If you call threatening someone with this outside the White Swan nothing, you'd better think again, mister.
The Metropolitan Police Service, commonly known as the Met, stands as an iconic institution at the forefront of law enforcement in London, England. Established in 1829 by the then Home Secretary, Sir Robert Peel, the Met has evolved into one of the world's largest and most renowned police forces, safeguarding the diverse and dynamic metropolis. In this in-depth exploration, we will delve into the roots of the Met, the key locations where they operate, their roles and responsibilities, and the challenges they face in maintaining public safety. The Met's genesis traced back to a time when London faced rising crime rates and social unrest. Sir Robert Peel's vision emphasised a community-based preventative approach to policing, laying the foundation for principles of modern law enforcement. The force's iconic symbol, the blue and white checkered pattern, became synonymous with order and protection in the bustling streets of London. The Met operates across a vast array of locations, with its headquarters situated in New Scotland Yard, Victoria Embankment. This iconic building serves as a nerve centre of the force, housing essential departments including the Homicide and Major Crime Command, Counter-Terrorism Command, and the Flying Squad. Additionally, the Met has numerous borough-based police stations strategically positioned throughout Greater London to ensure swift response times and localised community engagement. The Met is entrusted with a myriad of responsibilities encompassing crime prevention, investigation, counter-terrorism, public order maintenance, and community policing. Specialised units such as the Flying Squad tackle armed robberies, whilst the Cybercrime Unit addresses the evolving challenges of the digital age. The force's dedication to diversity and inclusion is evident through initiatives like the Safer Neighbourhood Teams, fostering positive relationships between police officers and the communities that they serve. Policing a dynamic and sprawling metropolis like London comes with its share of challenges. The Met faces ongoing issues related to gang violence, cybercrime, and counter-terrorism efforts. Moreover, the ever-changing landscape of criminal activities demands constant innovation. The force has embraced technology, employing advanced surveillance systems, predictive policing models, and data-driven strategies to stay ahead of the emerging threats.
Morning. Morning. Caught anything yet?
No, nothing yet.
What's the time, Grandad?
Don't try anything, I'll break your bloody neck. You all right? You stay there, I'll get some help.
A citizen's arrest. That morning, John Patterson found himself. What John discovered was to reshape his whole life.
Good morning, Mr. Patterson. Glad you could make it. This is all the literature you will require, an application form and pay scales.
A career in the Metropolitan Police starts with this application form.
Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome.
Applicants who appear on paper to meet the minimum standards of entry are asked to come along to the selection centre for a day. Minimum height for women is 162 centimetres. That's 5 feet 4. Men have to measure 172 centimetres.
Thank you.
That's just under 5 foot 8.
Okay, Miss Lee, can you read from that line all the way down, please?
Y-U-H-U-T-A-V.
Oh, yeah. Terrific. Great. Go and find somebody.
Sound in tooth, eye and limb, and over 18 and a half years of age, These are the people the force is looking for. And police officers must be able to express themselves both orally and in writing, think clearly, and have the ability to absorb the training and do the job.
I'm terribly sorry, old chap, but you've seemed to have failed by 1 or 2 marks to qualify at the police initial recruitment test. You seem to have gone down in English.
Come in, Mr. Patterson. Sit down, please.
The candidates who pass stay on for an interview after lunch.
When did you first decide you wanted to become a policeman?
When I left school, I think, sir. We used to do quite a lot of social work in the community, and I've always wondered about going back to that kind of thing.
Would you see yourself as a law enforcement officer or as a social worker?
I was a police officer. It really is a bit of both, isn't it?
Miss Lee, you've led a fairly sheltered life. You live with your parents. You've had the one job in the bank. Do you think you could cope with the full range of police duties?
Yes, I'm sure I could.
That's it then. They want me to join on the 15th of next month.
Well done, son.
Monday the 15th, the day that John and Mary and about 20 fellow new recruits assemble at the Peel Centre, Hendon, the Metropolitan Police Training School. The recruits live at the Peel Centre while they learn the basics of police work and something about the way society works. Those in uniform have successfully completed their 15 weeks training at Hendon. For the new intake, there's a lot of ground still to cover.
Class.
New recruits are asked to make a formal declaration.
I do solemnly and sincerely declare.
From this moment, these recruits are constables of the Crown in the Metropolitan Police. They are vested with certain discretionary powers. The power of arrest is one of them.
You seem to know your way around here pretty well. Yeah, well, I joined as a cadet, and I've been up there a few times.
As well as the recruit training school, the Peel Centre houses the cadet training school, where young boys and girls between the ages of 16 and 18 receive a blend of further education.
Congratulations on joining the Metropolitan Police.
I left school at the age of 17 and I joined the cadets for 1.5 years.
I was self-employed for 3 years as an agricultural engineer.
I was in the civil service.
I was a cadet for 6 months at Wanstead.
I was a captain in the Royal Military Police.
I left school and came directly to Hendon Metropolitan Training School.
I didn't leave school until I was 19, and I had a number of jobs before joining the police force.
Good evening, all.
What do you think of this one, eh? You reckon it's a little bit too big for me? I'll have to change this.
Before personal radios, an officer would need to go to a police box to make a telephone call, and there would inevitably be very long delays. Now, with your personal radios, you can get assistance immediately.
Tango Sierra from 213, are you receiving over?
That's good.
Since very early times when men lived in settlements together, it has been necessary to have some sort of code of conduct so that people could all live together in peace. Wrongdoers were either dealt with by their victims, or else they were taken or dragged before some judiciary to be dealt with according to the laws at the time. Arresting people is a contradiction of the basic human rights, that of freedom and liberty. In this lesson, we're going to look at the various ways as police officers that we can bring a person before a court to be dealt with according to the law.
We just answer the questions on there.
An assault is the intentional application of force to the person of another without his consent.
The importance of privacy and quiet is fully recognized, since recruits have to do a good deal of private study and book learning. This is, however, reinforced by practical demonstrations.
Deal with it as we've dealt with it in the class.
Why don't you just leave? Just a moment. What's happened, madam?
I've just been attacked by him.
I didn't attack you, you
Sir,
silly
could
little
you just
girl.
stand there, please?
Yes, you
What
did.
happened, madam?
He's just attacked me.
How did he attack you, madam?
He hit me round the face.
And I'll hit you again in a minute.
Sir, could you
Yes, I
just
will.
stand
He
there?
keeps on.
Stop there.
What's happened here?
He's lost control of the situation, Sergeant.
Step round, slide the hand round the back. Good. We're going to use the legs.
Recruits learn self-defense.
Straighten the legs out.
They also do some physical training.
Him over the back. Ready? Throw. Sit him up. Turn him over. Sit him beside him. Get your legs out.
Officer, can you come and sort this bloke out for me, please?
Yes, sir.
I don't need sorting out, mate. It's
won't
you that
pay-
needs sorting
You
out.
won't sir, can you just stay there and listen to what this gentleman has to say?
Well, he won't pay his fare. I brought him up from Charing Cross to here, and now he won't pay me.
Why not, sir?
He says I brought him a long way round.
Which way did you bring him, sir?
Up the Edgware Road, down past Colindale Station, Aerodrome Road, and then into here.
Why did you bring him that way, sir?
Well, because the traffic lights are out at Hendon Central. I told him that.
Yes, sir. So you've listened to what this gentleman has to say. Now, what have you got to say?
Keep the hand on the jaw itself, the little finger away from the throat. Keep it clear of the throat, otherwise they'll panic if you hold them. Right, here we go then. Arms straight. Keep the arms straight. Good. Use the free hand to pull. Come on. Pull, pull, pull.
Miss Patterson, what have you arrested this man for?
I've arrested this gentleman for threatening this private witness with this knife.
Number 14, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Are you John Collins?
I am, sir, yes.
Yes, Mr. Collins, you're summoned that on the 9th of July this year at the Crescent Hendon, Northwest 9, you failed to accord precedence to a pedestrian on a pedestrian crossing. Do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Police work is about enforcing the law. The rules of evidence have to be learned, and it helps to get some experience of the realities of being under cross-examination.
Back 2 paces.
Yes, Your Worship. He stepped back 2 full paces quickly.
I've no further questions, Your Worship.
Right, P.C. Ross. First time in court, not a bad effort. Well done.
Do you fancy your chances as a driver, then?
Yeah, I think I might consider that.
There's no doubt that everybody works extremely hard during basic training. There is nevertheless time for relaxation and for making friendships which will last you a lifetime.
John, what did you think of the question number 13 on the fire brigade?
I'll put C for that one, I think.
No, it's A.
Oh, no.
The course is nearly over. Time for a post-mortem on the final exam and for conjecture on the
I
future.
need the marks.
Sit down, please. It is always a disappointment when at the end of 3 months of hard work we find that somebody has stumbled at the last hurdle. Fortunately, that hasn't happened to this class today. You have all passed. Congratulations to everybody. You may now smile.
Then, the culmination of 15 weeks of hard work in the classroom, in practical demonstrations, and in the gym.
Been had a look at it?
PC Patterson, W District, sir.
Do you know which station you're going to?
No, sir.
Not yet. Where do you live?
Denham, Buck, sir.
Oh, you're right the other side of London.
Yes, sir.
WPC Lee, attached to X District, sir.
And what did you do before you joined us?
I think probably the most sincere thing that I can wish you is that if you are as happy, get as much satisfaction, job satisfaction and contentment from the job which you are now setting out to do as I've done in my 27 years, then you won't for 1 minute regret the fact that you've joined this first-class Metropolitan Police Force of ours. I wish every one of you every good luck for the future. Thank you.
Of 32 The Ridge, Orpington, Kent, do solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that I will well and truly serve our Sovereign Lady the Queen in the office of Constable, without favour or affection, malice or ill will, and that I will, to the best of my power, cause peace to be kept and preserved, and prevent all offences against the persons and properties of Her Majesty's subjects, and that while I continue...
All units Lima Golf, lost or stolen, blue Datsun Cherry, U uniform P Papa M Mike, 575 S Sierra, since 1215, Lancaster Avenue, Lima Golf.
Just about had enough ago. What was you get moaning on about for?
Because I was playing all the skateboard.
Never such a thing. I've got to complain about this. Here,
Just a
shut.
moment, just a moment. Now, what's the problem?
Well, what
Right, girls, that's all the information we have. Hopefully it'll be of some use to you. Okay? Bye-bye. Good luck with the project. Hello, have you found this bloke yet?
Did you have any luck with that van house at the house?
No, none at all, Terry. Been there 3 times this term, mate. Just carry on keeping an eye on us. Yeah, sure, we'll do.
Well, we've caught his court. Harry's at court tomorrow on his weekly, morning like hell.
Can't take a joke. You shouldn't have joined, mate.
All right, Harry?
I told him, because of the condition of the car, he'd better leave it there. So I said, right, officer, call me a taxi. So I did. I said, you're a taxi, sir.
I see that blue Triumph parked outside Jack Sher's pad with a foreign-looking bloke sitting in it. He was there for some time.
Well, I'll tell you what, every little helps. Can you put it in the daily record books? I'm off to the parade room.
OK.
I've taken all the statements in this assault case. I've been to see the victim. He no longer wishes to take any action.
Well, that's a great waste of time, isn't it?
Put your appointments away then. Make yourself comfortable. 341.
Sarge.
You're on Panda 43. I want you to pick up the inspector at Brixton at 4:30 p.m. and bring him back here. 592.
Sarge.
You'll be on 15 patrol. Take your refreshments at 6:15 p.m. I want you to go to St Martin's Estate, where we had a number of complaints of children and youths causing trouble with the residents. 724.
Sarge.
You'll be on 17 patrol. When you go out, call on Mrs Watson at 63 Ivy Mount Road. She has information on the recent vehicle thefts in the area. 226.
Sarge.
You're on Panda 44. I want you to keep a good eye on the area of Salters Hill and the park, in view of the recent handbag snatch. He could be the same man as involved at Streatham Hill on Streatham section. The collator can give you some information on this man.
Yes, it would appear that this bloke's been working Norbury section as well as Streatham, and appears to come on to us last night. Streatham have managed to send us across a photo fit and some information, which I hope you'll take when you leave the parade. Who's that then, Rod?
He's been nicked, so he's in the charge room at the moment. No, not wanted. Previous for violence. Can you take this into the charge room, please?
All right, you've heard what the PC's got to say about this. What have you got to say?
What about my head, eh? What about my head? He banged it against the wall.
We've sent for the doctor already.
About time, too. I'm bleeding like a stuck pig.
I understand you tried to run away.
Look, mate, what do I want to do with that pie? He'd done nothing.
If you call threatening someone with this outside the White Swan nothing, you'd better think again, mister. And also, see, you've got a record for violence.
Not this time. That sod suddenly turned on me.
Look, the officer's already admitted that your head hit the wall when you tried to run away.
That's his side of it, isn't it?
I'm sure you're going to tell me your side of it.
I'm going to do more than that, mate. I'm going to complain, official.
Of course you are. And I'm going to give you a leaflet explaining you how to go about it. As if you didn't already know.
Right, well, here's what happened. First of all, that isn't mine.
Just a moment. We'll do my business first.
What's that?
Your charge sheet. The charge against you, Sean Lawton, is that on Thursday the 6th of April at Westow Hill, South East 19, without lawful authority or reasonable excuse, having with you in a public place an offensive weapon, viz. A knuckle duster. That's contrary to Section 1, subsection 1 of the Prevention of Crime Act 1953.
Oh, man, the knuckle duster wasn't mine. I told you, it was the other geezers. He dropped it. I just picked it up to have a look at it. He started it, not me. I didn't start it. He put me in trouble all night. He charged me with lay on witnesses, you know. Shut up, you big pig!
You see, there are police stations all over London, most of which are open all day and all night, and anyone can go in at any time for help or advice, or just to say hello, if you like. Now, can anyone tell me how many policemen or women there are in London?
22 million.
Ah, there'd be no crime at all if we had that many. I think you've added a few too many noughts.
22,000.
Right, 22,000. And each policeman on duty has to look after about 3,500 people.
And I thought, well, that's funny, because he came last week.
He wasn't the regular window cleaner then, dear?
Oh, no, I didn't recognise him. He hasn't been here before.
Never seen him before?
No. And then he drove away, and I thought, oh, I suppose he's gone for a cup of tea.
Yeah.
But he left the ladder there, and when I came back, it was still there, and that's what I thought was so suspicious.
You're certainly right, dear. There's no window cleaner. They've had a break-in, I'm afraid.
Oh, dear. Poor Mrs. Atkins.
You should be here more often to catch him at it. If any of you see him or anything suspicious, can you ring us?
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Excuse me. Yes?
I didn't want to say anything in front of the others, but there's a chap like the one in the photo that's moved in with Mrs. Jarman.
Number 60?
Yes, she's been in trouble herself before.
Fine, we'll look into it. Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
I'm not chasing you.
Oh, you're just testing us, man. I mean, you always hassle us. You're not hassling them next door. You don't go poking in their front rooms like you're doing here. I mean, what's it about? You know, it's just because we're
Well, I'm a
out.
home beat officer. I introduce myself to everyone on this patch.
Well, go and introduce yourself somewhere else, because we don't need you at all here, you know?
Well, if I get any complaints about noise or behaviour, then I'll be down on you. But if you've got any problems, then I'll come and see you.
No one's been
anyway.
here over that lot out there, are they? You know, they're just demolishing the area.
Well, I'll be up
you
there.
know? Good. Sort of.
What does the pig want this time?
Ah, well, we didn't fit in his plastic box.
Oscar Lima 12, Oscar Lima 12 from Oscar. Dulwich Wood Park, junction with College Road, southeast 19. Serious personal injury accident. Ends origin 1700. Oscar over.
Well, we've got two. There's one over here, I think he's had it, and this one here isn't far from it. Have you got Fernandez? Yeah, I'm sure it's coming. Yeah, right. What you got? John, can you help me with this seatbelt, please? You'll have to unfasten from the back.
If it wasn't for the fact that they'd killed my dog, I wouldn't have called the police in at all.
Well, why not?
Well, isn't it obvious? Nothing appears to have been taken. I just don't want any fuss.
Oh, I see. It's all right if they break in, as long as you don't steal anything or kill your dog. Is that right?
Look, don't you be clever with me, laddie. I just happen to know you're divisional commander.
No doubt you do. The CID officer's right. If you wait there a moment, I'm going to have a word with him.
Very well.
Hello, Dixie. What have you got here? There's a funny one here. I've been had a few words with him. I can't make head nor tail of it.
I quite agree. I probably shouldn't have called them in the first place. Yes, but the dog's dead now, and we're stuck with it.
Well, you know we've both got to be a little bit careful with this man, don't you?
Yes, I know about him.
Well, you take Trevor outside to look at the dog, and I'll go and have a word with our friend.
Right, OK.
Yes, OK, Jack, I agree. I'll call you back.
Right, what's going on here? Do you know what it's all about?
Well, it looks as though somebody's been trying to get at me, officer.
Get at you? What do you mean, get at you?
Yeah, this bloke's into everything. He does a bit of fencing, pornography. Got nothing on him. He does nothing on this ground, huh?
Sounds a tasty villain.
Yes, he is.
Oh, and there was one thing. One of my neighbours did actually see a car drawing away. It was a blue Triumph.
Yes, did he get the number?
Well, I think he got part of it. I think it was a TCF.
You nosy old cow! You haven't got enough to do, have you? You go and look after your cats or something.
Come away from that window, come and sit over here.
No, she falls downstairs, doesn't she?
Enough trouble as it is.
Trouble? I was in no trouble until you come over here.
You've hit her again, haven't you?
Hit it to
Just
me.
sit down there, keep quiet, sort this thing out for good now.
Take it away. I don't want to hear it or see it anymore. Coming into people's houses telling them what to do. Take it away.
Private duty officer,
Drop it
WPC,
down a gutter or something.
and a divisional surgeon, please.
I think it's criminal. Every time you let your cat out, it comes into my garden. Look at the mess it makes. I'm fed up with it.
Go where it likes. I know the law. I've got a book here. I've read about it. And cats are allowed to go anywhere.
Right, OK, so now quieten down both of you, please. Now listen, well, there are two sorts of law. Criminal law, civil law.
What's he saying about my
Cats,
cat?
now, cats, gardens, that's civil law. That's nothing to do with police. Now, if you want to do anything about it, you'll have to go and see a solicitor. Now, just quieten down, please.
All units, Lima Golf, Norwood Road, in the last 5 minutes on foot, direction not known. Attention to 2 West Indian youths, aged approximately 17, no further description at present. Alleged concern theft of 2 transistor radios, Lima Golf, over.
Hey, you two, come over here. Just a minute, hold on, and you. What have you got there?
Why putting us, copper? Why sussing us? Because we're black.
Look, I don't care if you're black, white, or purple. You two answer the description of 2 coloured lads that have just seen stealing some property, and I want to know what you've got in that parcel.
No rats, copper. You ain't even got a search warrant.
Look, son, I don't need a warrant to stop and search anyone. Now, what have you got in there?
Just showing the flaming parcel.
That's fine, lovely. If you bought it, you've got a receipt. There's no need for all that hassle about stopping us and sus, and because we're black. All I wanted to do was check. Now, there's nothing in it. There's no sweat, no hard feelings, is there?
Go round the back.
We're from Gypsy Hill Police Station. We'd like a word with you.
What's that about?
About a handbag snatch.
Go!
Lima Golf from 4-4. Video on the move, please, over. Yes, it's the U uniform, Y Yankee, R Romeo, 511 F Foxtrot. Over.
Message received 4-4, stand by. 4-4 from Lima Golf. This is a lost or stolen from East Dulwich since the 23rd of March.
Motor vehicle 324 refers. Lima Golf out.
Yeah, Lima Golf from 4-4. I'm Bloom Hall Road towards Hawk Road. I'm going to try and give him a pull up in Hawk Road, over. Excuse me, sir, is this your vehicle?
No, it's mate's, isn't it?
And what's your mate's name?
Neil.
Neil what?
Neil Freeman.
Well, sir, this car was reported stolen only yesterday.
Yeah! Come on. Go.
Lima 5 from MP. Remi 1628 to injured child in derelict building, 52 Victoria Crescent. The informant, Mrs. Williams, is waiting at scene. MP, over.
No.
He's up there.
Where is he, love?
He's up there. He fell off the top.
Did he? Okay.
He hasn't moved at all. He's
Okay.
on the top of the building. He hasn't moved since.
Anybody call an ambulance, Pat?
Have you any idea when he'll be in? It's rather urgent we contact him now.
No, my dear, haven't forgotten you at all. I appreciate this is your second call you've made. Yeah, as soon as I have an officer available, I'll send him off down to you.
Can I help you? Yes, I received this from the solicitor and I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I do.
Let me have a look and see what we can do for you.
Yeah, he was last arrested in September. Yep, okay. Keep in touch. Cheers. Found you looking for, Terry?
Well, I don't know who I'm looking for yet, Fred, to be quite honest with you. This is the loser of that dead dog this morning.
Oh, yeah?
He's got plenty of form himself, as you can see. He reckons he was set up by somebody, I don't know who by. One of the neighbours took the party index number of a car outside, TCF with a 6.
TCF? Hang on a minute. One of the lads had something here this morning about that. Yeah, TCF 656 in November. A blue Triumph. It was parked outside Jack Shear's place.
Jack Shear, now that makes sense of the whole thing, doesn't it? If you've got somebody in to do the job for him, because this one's crossed his path, I'll do a check on the computer straight away. Thanks very much.
The doctor's been to examine a prisoner who alleged assault. And a stray dog brought in this morning has had a litter of pups.
Silly bitch.
The orphan's box, £28.30.
Saucy, that's very good.
Plus a couple of buttons and 2 beer can pulls.
Oh, well, you always get those. Better few more satisfied customers than not.
I see that you're 2 weeks behind. Yes, sir, I'm being it tomorrow. See that you do, and should the landlord try to throw you out...
That's the lady's handbag. I ran across the park this morning.
That was this morning. What took you so long to come in?
I had to go and get my pension and go round the shops, and I was on the way home when I come in and tell you about it.
Right, if you'd just like to wait there a moment, sir. I think we've got a witness to that handbag snatch this morning.
Oh, good. Put him in the waiting room, will you, and call the CID.
Okay, fine. Let's go and have a look at the duty statement.
If you'd like to come into the waiting room, sir, I'll get someone to take a statement from you.
Come on, get your hands off. I've done nothing enough to... Get your hands off.
Who have you got on duty this afternoon? 2 beat cars, 4 walking, 1 time off, 2 annual leave, 1 sick, 1 on the robbery squad, 1 on the burglary squad. He in court? What's he at court with?
It's that not guilty drugs job. It's been on and off for weeks now.
You handed him the packet containing the drugs referred to and said, "Cop that lot, Sonny. That will wipe the smile from your face."
No, sir, as I've already...
Allow me to finish, please. Is that not, in fact, the true version of what happened? And before you answer, I feel I must remind you that you are on oath.
Thank you, sir. I know that I am on oath. Your worship, that is not true. When I searched the accused, as I've already stated, I found the drugs in his jacket pocket, which at the time he readily admitted were his.
Ah, yes, officer, but this alleged admission is another matter strongly denied by my client. While on this subject, is it not true that my client has made a formal complaint against you stating that you placed these drugs in his possession and also fabricated verbal admissions? And is it not also true that this matter is being investigated by a senior officer?
Yes, sir.
What's 430 doing on a CID attachment?
It's on that rape case, the one where the woman opened the door to the bogus gas meter man.
Good morning, madam. I'm from Gypsy Hill Police Station.
No, hold on. No.
It's all right, love. Nothing to worry about. Just a routine inquiry.
Hello? The old lady downstairs is sick. She never goes out.
Is anybody calling on her?
No, not as far as I know.
OK, thanks very much. I'll call back later, see what can be done.
I see Johnson's A2A.
Yes, a big demonstration came up at short notice.
That's about his third one in a fortnight now. He'll be thinking we don't like him.
Where's the first aid?
If I never go on another demo, it'll be too soon.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but you're only holding out now for your compensation.
Watch it, I shall be on night duties next week checking overtime.
Oh, God.
Go overtime, that's a joke. Hit rock bottom that ages ago. Tell you what, though, my wife's happy and I'm home a bit more often.
You want to kick your wife happy?
Ellen, CID, what's it downstairs straight away?
God, just give me tea.
Come on, you've really taken the old lady's handbag. How did she get the injuries then?
No way, no way. I grabbed the old woman's handbag.
Look, we've got one witness who saw you actually hit her in the face.
No way. I grabbed the handbag and that was it.
I've done a check on the car, and it apparently belongs to an Antonio Morelli.
Yeah, what do we know about him?
Well, I've done a CRO check. Those are his previous.
Boy, they're a bit heavy.
As you can see, he's wanted for a serious assault at Stoke Newington, and he's also got previous for assault on police.
So we got him linked with a possible burglary and wanted for a GBH. We got some CID staff. Can you assist us at all?
Yeah, sure, I mean, do you want?
Knowing the setup down there, half a dozen?
You'll be lucky. I've only got 5 on altogether. I'll give you 2, maybe 3.
We've got to go down there heavy-handed, you know.
It could be a bit of a roughhouse, so...
Well, there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we were talking about earlier on. But just before you go, a final word from our crime prevention officer.
As I said before, the first principle of police is the prevention of crime. And this includes offering you free advice on the security of your home and asking you to contact us if you see anything or anyone suspicious.
Yeah, that's all very well, but what's the use? You'll only let the thieving buggers off.
Well, I'd like to take up that point, if I may. You've put your finger on something which confuses a lot of people. First of all, we in the police do not make the laws of the land, and we do not punish people who break the laws. Our job is to see that society works peacefully according to law, to prevent crimes if we can, to arrest people who can't live within the law, and to present evidence in front of a court. But laws are made by Parliament and punishments are decided by magistrates and judges, and both of these are completely separate from the police.
You must understand that we have to establish whether he hit you accidentally or deliberately.
Well, what difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference to what we may charge him with.
Well, I don't care what you charge. It's obvious, isn't it? Look, I'm injured. Look, I'm walking along, just minding my own business, and he jumps out from behind us. He tries to grab my bag. I mean, should I just give it to him? It's my bag. If he had kept his hands to himself, I wouldn't be here, would I? I wouldn't have to go through all this. I don't care what you charge him with.
Look, we have to charge him with the right offence, otherwise he may get away with it at court.
Charge him?
You just sit here. I'll go and get you a cup of tea.
Thank you.
All right. Taking a statement from a victim.
What's name?
Now look at the time, my friend. Your time of reporting is between 6 and 9 p.m. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well, I got hold up like on the way here. My car broke down.
These are the conditions of your bail. If you value your freedom, don't let it happen again.
Yeah, I know that, but I can't help it if my car broke down now, can I?
OK, I'll overlook it this time. Off you go.
OK. Cheers, man. Bye.
Look, I won't buy some of your lads tonight.
Yes, sir.
If you have a word with Mr. Duke here, I'll tell you all about it.
Yes, certainly, sir.
Yes, well,
I've got all the details here in front of me.
We're out tomorrow.
Right, what are you on?
I'm in for refreshments, sir.
No, you're not. What I want you to do, get a quick cup of tea, then come straight down, see the CID. I want your help to search some premises, all right?
Yep. Okay.
Rodney, what I want you to do is get Panda 4-3 and 4-4.
Your boy witnessed some you stealing from a motor vehicle.
Shut up! He's seen nothing, he's a witness to nothing, and you can't make him either.
Yeah, but he doesn't necessarily have to attend court. He can make a written statement. Oh, dear.
4-3 and 4-4, Casewick Road, junction with Thornlaw Road. Meet D.S. Jones and assist search of premises. Lima Golf, over.
Leave a goal from 724, been attacked, I'm here.
724, state your location. Graham, call the Chief Inspector. 724, where are you?
Sounds like a lot of growth. Why not this walked into? Who's that on there?
It's Stuart.
With a shout like that, Jeff, I expect you want to go and help the lads out. We'll sit it out here on Chummy, OK?
Yeah.
Have you heard any more, Rod?
No, sir.
Where the hell is he, Tam?
Well, this is the problem, sir. We just can't figure it out.
Lima Golf from 723, over. Look, get him off the air and get everybody else to stay off the air, so as if he's about, at least he can come in.
Yes, sir. Should we get all the lads back to the station, sir?
No, look, tell them to stay exactly where they are. Somebody may be very close to him, wherever he is.
All units from Lima Golf, maintain your positions and radio silence.
You curious bastard!
What's that?
Come on, go, John. No, come on, it's none of our affair. Come on,
something.
no, come on.
I think we've given this long enough now.
Right.
OK, we'll move in. You and Alan round the back and I'll take it round the front with Terry, OK?
OK.
Fair enough, let's go.
Somebody call, for pity's sake.
There's probably no one around.
There's always somebody around. All they've got to do is call us.
Well, it's a waste of time.
No.
It's an absolute waste of time.
Shut up, woman, I can't do nothing.
You don't have to get involved, John. Don't give your name. Just say where we are.
Right, East Place. Get both pandas down straight away. Graham, get on the phone, get an ambulance down. I want these villains.
Get Panda 4-3 to come in from Auckland Hill.
Well, the dog's no problem at all. Christ, what's that? Tell Bill. No. No, it's all right. They're going away.
Well, I'm going while the game's good.
There's nothing to do with us at all.
OK, ready? Stay where you are. OK, take it easy. Calm down.
Take that, you pig.
Lima Golf from Panda 3. There's 3 men running up Auckland Hill.
Please, mate, look, let us
Leave
help.
me alone. Just let us help.
London, 4 a.m. The police have been called to a stabbing, but the victim won't let them touch him.
I've got one in the neck. I've got one under the lower rib cage on my right-hand side. Do not touch me.
Called on it. Suspects the male has been injured.
Take off the cuffs and I'll do you as well.
The Metropolitan Police Service receives over 6,000 emergency calls a day. But in recent years, they've faced a barrage of criticism. Now it seems to be a job few people want.
I don't want your help.
Well, an ambulance is going to come
I
in and
want
it's going
to
to want to
see
treat
you nailed against the wall.
So who is joining? And how is the Met going to produce a new breed of officer to police the capital?
Nobody can get away from the amount of criticism we've had over the last 2 or 3 years,
the inquiry into the death of Stephen Lawrence, allegations of corruption, allegations of sexism, racism, incompetence. We need to address them.
Commander Richard Cullen is in charge of the Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon, North London. It's up to him to try to change the way the Met trains its police officers.
Is this the right place to drop people off? That's right, you could just pull into there for us.
Today, a new intake of recruits is arriving to begin the 4-month training course.
In the last couple of weeks, I've had a few doubts whether I'm actually going to be able to do it, whether I'm actually going to be able to pass. I just sort of doubts in my own ability, really. But now I'm actually here, I feel a hell of a lot more confident, and I'm raring to go now. Wow, it's a lot bigger than I expect.
If 24-year-old Claire Keating makes it through the course, in just 18 weeks' time, she'll be policing the streets of London.
Take care. All right. Don't worry about it, all right?
I'll be fine. Okay.
You're all right. Bye-bye.
Thanks for bringing me.
Day one is when their discipline starts. And I'm a disciplinarian, basically, but also a cuddly teddy bear.
Sergeant Dave Burgum will be one of Claire's instructors.
Welcome, Sam. You're in the A class. Okay.
Good evening. Welcome to Hendon. Sergeant Burgum.
Hello.
How are you? You are?
Sam Wickington.
Can you lose the earrings when you come down? We are a professional service, and first impressions do count.
You're going there and then book a table.
To maintain their current numbers, the Met needs 180 new recruits every 5 weeks.
Your name is a good start.
I'm Claire Keating.
Claire.
Today, only 93 are joining.
It's fine, no traffic.
Looking forward to it?
Yeah, really nervous though.
Oh, yeah?
No, you don't need to be nervous. Nothing for you to worry about.
The Met draws its recruits from all over the country. Until last week, 23-year-old Craig Jones was working at a leisure centre in Manchester.
I'm proud to have got this far. It's a big achievement. My parents are really proud. And now I am here. It's all sinking in, and you can forget home in a way, because this is going to be my new home now for the next 6 months, so it's time to get on with things.
When they turn up, not smart, straight away that puts my back up. We've had one that has come in. I've taken, probably wrongly, a dislike. Because he came in, he was chewing gum, he was unshaven, he was wearing a jean jacket, he had trainers on which were undone. Not the sort of thing that you would expect of a person starting a new job for the Metropolitan Police.
When I've got here, I've already had my first telling off. It's like not being suited up and chewing gum. So it's like I explained that I've just travelled halfway across the country. But you get over these things, don't you? Move on. It's me, I want to stay me. A lot of people have said to me before I came, you're going to change. Next thing you'll have a crew cut and clean shaven. And I said, if you've got to do, you've got to do. But at the end of the day, I want to be plain old me. The way everyone loves me. Hope.
Course!
Commander Richard Cullen has been in charge at Hendon for 2 years.
I was sent here by the Commissioner to sort out training in the Metropolitan Police. For some time it had been seen as failing the organisation. We actually need super cops. Metropolitan Police demands the best. One incompetent, one inept police officer does more damage on the streets of London than anything else. There is no room here for anybody who's a racist, who's sexist, who's homophobic, or who's a bully. If any of those apply to you, best thing for you to do now is go over to your rooms, pack your bags, and walk out through the main gates. To actually say, I don't accept the stereotyping of Metropolitan Police officers, and to join the police service at this moment of time takes a massive amount of faith.
To be a police officer, you've got to really want to be a police officer, and you've got to almost have it in your blood, if you like. I know I can't change people's image on my own, but if I can change just one person's image of the police, then I'll be really happy.
Johnny Bravo loves it. Thanks very much, guys. He's a natural.
Chemistry graduate Mike Walsh is from Lancashire.
But never mind. I think my generation, we don't have the bigotry that generations before had. I don't think we do. I think it's getting less and less.
That's what she just asked me. Yeah, and I'm just saying.
It's very unfortunate that you do get one or two situations that are blown out of proportion by the press. But I believe it's up to somebody like myself to go out there and say, well, actually, you know, not everyone's like that. I'm actually not a bad lad, you know. I don't have beliefs like that. I'm here to work for you, so, you know, take me as I am.
The Home Office say that within 10 years, the Met must be recruiting 30% of its officers from ethnic minorities. In this intake, they've only managed to recruit 7%. Joining has been a big step for Harinder Bobra.
Anybody coming from an Asian background will know every mother and father wants their son either to be a doctor, a lawyer, a solicitor. The last thing they want their son or daughter to be is a police officer. The reason only being because of the vast dangers that are exposed to this job and the racial abuse that they would come across. But I always wanted to join the police. It's an excellent job and it's one of the best jobs, I think, personally to be in. You've got to be strong, you know, and if you can take that sort of, you know, if someone came up to me and said, you know, blah blah blah, whatever about my colour, to me personally, it just won't bother me.
It's an early start for the new recruits. Breakfast is at 6:45, but not all of them have made it to the canteen.
It's been a rough night. Woke up about 2:30, then again at 3:30. Started looking at my statement of common purpose and values. That's what they say you have to know. So, a shower. What time is it now? No, I'll be too late if I have a shower.
Two of Craig's instructors are PCs George Marshall and Steve Saville.
All right, okay.
Yeah, right, sit yourselves down. Craig, can you sit outside, please?
What am I speaking to you? Any ideas? What did I say? All lined up outside the wall yesterday, outside the staff room. What did I say about shaving?
That you have to be clean shaven.
Clean shaven? What is that?
I was under the impression if you were growing something, you were...
No, what I said was, you can't have stubble. You either clean shave or full beard. Okay?
Right.
They need to fit into the organisation and to do the things that we want them to. They need to think differently about things, because you can't stand and look and walk away. You have to be the people, if a bomb's gone off, that's running towards the bomb while everybody else is running away. So they're going to change massively.
You will get this amount of work over the next 18 weeks. You will collect them on a weekly basis, and that is what you've got to learn over the next 18 weeks. You're looking forward to that, aren't you?
Yeah. Even when I've seen it 6 times now, I still find it hard to believe that they actually get through all that. Still, we have to know it. Nightmare.
Thank you.
Okay, what we're going to do now is introductions. We don't know each other, you know us X amount, we're now going to introduce ourselves. You're all going to squirm, perhaps. You're now centre of attention, and as a police officer, you will be the centre of attention.
Morning all, my name's Craig Jones, as Welsh as it sounds, Manchester born and bred. Went to school, I went to college, done really well.
When I was 16, I was arrested by the police for underage driving. I was so frightened of police at the time. I thought they were all evil people. You had to be a certain sort of person to join the police, get out and conquer the world, that sort of attitude. When they arrested me, they took me to the police station. They almost made the experience quite enjoyable for me, which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but that experience really made my mind up for me to join the police.
You've asked too many questions so far. Come on.
How did you cope with things like sort of death and abuse and RTAs and things like that? I mean, I'm just thinking about myself, you know, in 4 months I might be out on the street seeing stuff like that. I mean, how did you cope with it when you first started? You
become very hard to it very quickly. After a few years, you will not be the same people that you are. For instance, Saturday and Friday nights at the moment mean to you weekends off, go out with your mates, have a few beers, and let's enjoy ourselves. Friday and Saturday nights to me now mean alcohol, prisoners in the cell, blood and fighting, and vomit. That's what it means to me, because I've been doing this for so long. This is perhaps what...
I think I've been quite lucky in my upbringing. I've had a good education, I went to a good school, I went around the world for a couple of years, and I think I've learnt a fair bit in that time that I was travelling about myself and about people. And it's a very good way, it's a good career in that I'll be able to give something back of the things that I've learnt and the things that I've experienced.
Yeah, some very strong personalities in there.
Yeah.
It's not a shame through already.
I was particularly impressed with Michael, the guy with the tan who's been to Egypt. So he was quite confident, which is good, but we shall see. Hopefully he will be very confident and will be able to do it, but it's unusual to have someone so confident.
I've got reservations about Michael, I must admit. He's overconfident.
It's all fresh in our mind now, isn't it?
I've seen lots of people fail the course. University graduates are no exception.
Stereotyping is an important issue for the Met, and one of the recruits' first lessons is on this topic. The class has been given 6 different cars to examine, and they have to try and work out the type of person who owns each car.
It's going to be a youngish lad, isn't it?
It's like when they've been abroad.
Yeah, travel.
You got a box of wine. He's in the wine club Sunday time, so he's not reading the Sun or Mirror.
Is it?
Right, we'll go for the Mail.
Yeah, but I tried this.
But it's the thing, he's got a box of wine, he's got a box of car goodies. Stereotypically, a woman wouldn't carry that, would she?
I don't know. Because you don't see many guys carrying umbrellas either, do you?
Well, he's been to the races, hasn't he, you can tell.
You've been a bit egotistic.
We're looking at the goods, aren't we? You've got a good taste in paper and wine.
What age do you reckon?
Yeah, it's an older person.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, 30 plus.
Mother and son tag team unit.
The class draw some interesting conclusions about a silver Metro.
And all kinds of sporting activity.
Tell me about it.
We thought it was a female that, that drove the car in because the seat was so far up, sort of close up to the steering wheel.
Someone young.
Somebody young?
Someone below 25.
Under 25? Clean?
Yeah. And a nodding dog we saw in the on the back parcel shelf.
Dog. Interesting to know, actually, that young couple, under 25, catering, female, youngish, like that, it's mine.
And it's locked in the back.
Yes, it is. When I left my old division at Chingford, where I used to work, they bought me a leaving present, and one of it was a nodding dog. When we're in class early days, we are looking constantly around the class. I think we can tell quite quickly whether or not someone has come to Hendon and has put a mask up, for instance, racism, whether they're homophobic, things like that. If you just did lessons on, say, drink driving or criminal damage, some of the basic stuff we do, you could hide behind a mask. With these other lessons we do, it's very, very difficult to hide behind that mask all the time.
I wanted to come and be the same person. Obviously, you're going to have to change in certain ways, but I didn't think I'd have to change, like, physically in appearance. I thought I always looked quite smart. But rules are rules, so off it's had to go.
Today is a big day. The recruits are going to try on their police uniforms for the first time.
This is what it's all about.
And this one for you. Change room number 1, please, quick as you can.
Right. That's when you look like Mr. Plod like that.
I just can't believe I got it finally. It seems to have taken forever. But I actually feel like a police officer now. It's all quite masculine though, the uniform, I think. It's a bit of a shame, but never mind.
Go on, I'll put this lad on. It sort of bestows a sense of responsibility on you straight away. Just looking at yourself, you know, you're looking at a police officer. I don't know. It's sort of, you put the gear on. I'm no longer just Mike Walsh. It's like you're now a Mike Walsh, a police officer. It's a bit different, really. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get used to it.
Right. I'll tell you all about the Met Vest in one go, and they're going to fit you individually. As soon as you're fitted, get straight into your own clothes. This is the Met Vest. It's anti-stab and it's ballistic, OK? Up to exactly what it says here, OK? If it is loose on you and you get shot or stabbed, it won't work as efficiently. It has to lie next to you. They ignore the fact that you've got boobs. It has to lie next to you. Your stomach is here. If you get shot here, this is the slowest, most painful way to die. All right? You will die because there's not this little piece of metal in you because your entry hole's that big, yeah? The exit hole's this big, and that's what you want to stop. This is why you wear it close to you. It's not, you know, this is for real girls. When there are people out there that want to get you, this is for your own benefit. You must wear this piece of kit.
Is this something we wear every day on just general duty, or would this be if we're going somewhere to a riot or to a
I advise you to get
match?
used to wearing it all of the time. Some police stations, because they've had about 8 murders, you're not allowed to leave the nick unless you've got it on. OK, how you feeling?
Really,
All right, yeah.
Scary. Yeah. It brings it all to life, I think. Brings it all to reality.
But it takes a lot more than a new uniform to impress Sergeant Burgum.
This afternoon, I came into this room and it was in a state of disarray. There was books, pens and everything thrown out all over the place. Now, you've been spoken to by staff about classroom tidiness. Maybe a small point to you, but it isn't to me. I enforce standards and I ensure that those standards are met. So when I walk round, have you shaved today?
No, sir.
Why?
There was no warm water this morning.
Rubbish. I cycled in and I showered in cold water. Tomorrow morning you'll be outside my door right after parade and I will inspect you, OK?
Sergeant.
If I have occasion to come in here and speak about... Where have you been?
Sorry, we didn't realise we had to be back at 1:45.
Right, you're on early turn tomorrow morning, both of you. Right. Can you ensure that that name's taken? Thanks. You haven't got your mums and dads to wipe your noses now. You've got to stand on your own 2 feet and ensure that you get the jobs done. Do I make myself clear? Right. OK, carry on. Have a word, Sergeant.
Unless you be told, so that's what we've been doing. So they'll
Can I have a show dress on my ear, please? It's going to start bleeding in a minute. Come on, look at these. Look, I mean, how could you possibly, after all you've been through, not shave this morning? Like, what were you thinking of? Get away with it. Do you think you're going to sit there all day like that? Why don't you come and get my kettle like Craig did? He's not as green as he looks, cabbage.
Being on early turn means the recruits will have to get up an hour earlier. But that's the least of their problems. Every Friday they'll have to sit a written exam. Tomorrow is their first.
Hi. How are you? I got into trouble today. I've got to do an early turn. I've got to be inspected at 7 o'clock in the morning. The last thing I want is to fail my first exam. So I'm determined not to. It seems to be going okay. I mean, I've done about 70 pages in the last half an hour.
They're going to be tested on an information pack that was sent out to them with their joining papers. Harinder's finding it hard going.
Sunday, I didn't get any sleep. Monday night, I didn't get any sleep. Tuesday night, I maybe got an hour. And then last night, I got a couple of hours. The last time I sat an exam were a good 4.5, 5 years ago. Normally I'm good at sort of like putting information together, but it's just a matter of making it stick up there.
The following morning, before the exam, the 3 recruits on early turn report for inspection by drill instructor Peter Clements.
Shannon! I think what you're doing. Just you wash.
Yes, staff.
What are you here for?
Not shaving, staff. I think discipline is very important, and all the rules, however insignificant they might seem, which, yeah, okay, I probably think some of them are quite pointless, but that doesn't matter. They could tell us to have green hair every day of the week. It wouldn't matter what they were telling us to do. It's the fact that they're telling us to do something, and you've got to be able to follow orders.
Mike's commitment is soon put to the test. Once the exam's finished, the class have their first lesson in drill.
Right! Turn! On the left! Quick! Barge! Right!
It's Peter Clement's job to make sure they're up to scratch for their passing out parade.
When the students pass out from here on Friday week 18, they'll probably never ever march again in their entire life, but they can go away with some great satisfaction of what they have achieved.
And halt! Check! 1, 2! Wait for the word command, okay? No impersonations of Skippy. Okay?
I was trying, and then he said that I wasn't up to scratch, so it would have been useful if he could at least have said what I was doing wrong, because I haven't got a bloody clue now. It's my hair, probably, yeah. Maybe it's a shirt. Anything else?
Well, I don't think I'll be marching around the streets of London, but if I can get the course work done and the content past my keys, to me that's the main thing of walking out here.
Later the same day, the exam results are back.
PC Bobra, 80% pass. PC Davies, 95%.
The pass mark is 70%.
80% pass. PC Keating, 75% pass. PC Walsh, 100%. Well done.
A lot of people would say, oh, that's brilliant, he's got 100%. Yeah, I wouldn't take that away from him. He's got 100%, but you're talking about they've had possibly 2 or 3 months to study this material. Now they're going to get to be in a situation where they'll only have a week to study the material.
You're all right, mate, you're all right.
It's not always the people that get 100% that are going to turn out the best recruits.
Sure. Thanks very much, guys.
Recruits have to learn to conform to the Met standards. But as one of a new breed, these recruits must also be prepared to challenge the behaviour of fellow officers.
I'm going to set up an exercise where I'm going to send one of the class down to do some photocopying. Volunteer, excellent. Could you go down and take 5 copies of that? And while that person is away at the photocopy, I will brief the class. When she comes back, I'm going to give you a scenario, and I'm going to pick on Jackie to give her views to me. Can all of you do it naturally, go against what she says? And at the end of the little discussion we're going to have, I'll then ask her what she thinks. Now, I've run this lesson before, and only one person has ever stuck to their guns. Thank you. Oh, that's all right. Right, Jackie, there was a complaint that went in by someone who works with the cars. They call them garage hands. And they walked past the gents' locker room, which was on the same floor, came in and made a complaint that he could see topless women on the inside of this male PC's locker. Jackie, if the complaint was made, what do you think should be done about it?
Probably ask not to put it on anymore, or to remove the pictures that are already on there.
So that would offend you if you saw it?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? OK. Mike?
Nobody's forcing you to look at it as his own property, so if you don't like it, then look the other way. It's not a problem. And after making the complaint, I think it's ridiculous, to be honest. If the guy wants to have a few dirty pictures, then let him have some pictures, you know.
Sounds a bit petty to try and get someone to take it off. They obviously put it there because they wanted it now.
Do you think that's all right?
Yeah.
I think you kind of expect it of guys' lockers, so I can't see what the problem is.
It's a male locker room, so why the hell are they looking in there in the first place?
OK, so we think it's petty. Yeah. This person actually moan about it, yeah? Jackie, what do you reckon?
I think that if it causes offence to even just... Actually, personally, I don't think it really offends me. That's probably wrong what I said to start it.
Would you still stick to your guns, or would you change it slightly, or...?
Yeah, probably I'd say it's OK, yeah.
It's OK. Thank you. Excellent. Right. What actually happened there, Jackie, is I told everybody to disagree with you. Did you start to feel that?
Yeah.
But if it was something more serious, how would you feel? What happens the day you're out with your colleague and you stop a police officer off duty who's been drink driving, and the colleague you're with, he or she, decides that, no, we want to let this person go. Really good officer, been in 25 years. You're now at the side of the road arguing with your colleague. So what are you going to do?
It's not going to be easy at all, because it's going to be a police officer. Peer pressure again. They're saying, no, we're not going to do it. It's going to be immensely difficult, but you've got to.
In my opinion, that police officer isn't a good police officer if they're drinking and driving. Doesn't matter what else they've done. You've done 1,000.
The job, the service itself, will back them up 100% if they have a complaint. The difficulty will be alienating themselves and making them not very popular. You must adhere to. And the long and the short of it is, if you do not challenge inappropriate behaviour, when you encounter it, your job could ultimately be on the line.
They do feel different, don't you? It's the end of their second week, and this morning, for the first time, the class are allowed to parade in uniform.
Oh yeah, feel good today, 100%. Let's give it some.
Each of these recruits, when they go on the streets of London, is going to have a massive individual responsibility. We're not training people to work in a supermarket. We're training people who are going to have to make life decisions. They're going to have far more power than the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the Army, the Air Force and the Navy in peacetime. They have a responsibility which no other person in society has. And that is a heavy weight on any young person's shoulder.
They say the first 2 weeks are the easiest, and when it gets onto the third week, the work gets harder. I think they're breaking us in gently at the moment. So I'm so pleased that I'm here now. I'm so pleased that I finally did it.
Turn the engine off, take the keys.
What do you want?
Can you take the keys out of the ignition?
No,
please?
I can't.
At the Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon, North London, a new intake of recruits are 2 weeks into their 18-week course. Today they're getting a taste of some of the problems they'll face on the street.
The vehicle has 2 male occupants. They've been acting suspiciously in a local car park. It's your job to stop the vehicle and speak to the driver and his passenger.
We have age.
No.
Chemistry graduate Mike Walsh is teamed up with one of the youngest members of his class, 19-year-old David Morrie.
OK, let's walk up to the top road here. That's all.
Gentlemen, I've had information, had a report that you've been acting suspiciously in this car.
This is bollocks.
Would you mind stepping out of the car?
Why?
Because I'd like to speak to you.
What do you mean, about what? Nothing to do with the fact that I was nicked last week, I suppose. Is it? What's something funny?
No, sir.
Well, why are you laughing then? Are you a clown?
No, sir. Would you mind stepping out of the car, please?
Fed up with it.
Both the passenger and driver of the car are police instructors. With the recruit's performance recorded for later feedback, Sergeant Burgum is about to give David and Mike a lesson they're unlikely to forget.
I ain't got to give you your details. Have I? What have I done? Why do you want my details?
Can I take your name, please?
No.
You're refusing to give me your details, sir.
Yeah, I am. What's your name then?
PC Morrie.
Good. You're both a couple of clowns, you two.
Can you just tell me whose car it is? Is that your car?
Put your finger over at me. Do you what? Don't you bloody stick your finger up at me. No, don't do it.
Sorry about this.
Bollocks, bollocks.
That's all right.
I'm going. I'm going.
Is this your car?
No,
I'm talking to you. Oi, Noddy, I'm talking to you.
Right, is this your car, sir?
Hey?
Is this your car?
The recruits should be making sure they can see what both suspects are doing all the time.
Can I just have your name, please, sir?
Hey?
Can I have your name, please?
My name?
Yes,
You want
please.
my name? You go... No, I'm not going to give you my name. Why have I got to give you my name?
Because I just need to verify it's your car, sir.
Oh, have you? Have you?
Can I just take your name? Could you give me his name, please, sir?
You can't. I'm going. I've had enough. I've had enough.
Okay, can you just come back
Because
into
you
favour,
there are a
please?
couple of clowns. You're both dead.
Right, let's just end the road there. Step on the footpath, please. Look here.
Guys,
Find that.
there's nothing personal, I can assure you. But you are going to get an aggressive, not that was over the top. But you are going to get that, and you're going to have to handle that. I do apologise, but it's a valid lesson learnt here, isn't there?
Yeah.
You won't let that happen again. You've got to be in command. And George said that, but don't take it personally. You're probably seething underneath now. You learn from it.
Crikey. Didn't have a clue what we were doing. Didn't know what law we could use, we didn't know what our rights were, we didn't know what our powers of arrest were. Weren't watching, I got stabbed, he got slashed and I got stabbed. Credit cards thrown on the floor, none of us saw.
Didn't know what force.
Didn't know whether they could take his keys or not, didn't know how to, just didn't have a bloody clue what to do.
And I've taken a real dislike to you too.
One by one, each member of the class pays the price for dropping their guard.
See that?
Nothing suspicious. No one's suspicious.
Sorry, you're dead.
As my colleague has explained to you.
Harinder Babra has 3 years' experience as a part-time volunteer police officer in Yorkshire.
I'm sorry, no.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, mate.
Touch me again, I'll have you up for assault.
He already knows some of the basics.
You what?
Yeah, well, I can see it, sir. It's just a routine check.
I shouldn't have all this crap.
But even Harinder doesn't survive.
So, arrestable offence. You bet.
7 bloody times!
In all of those, some of you did better than others, but in all of those you were concentrating on the aggressive person. You cannot afford to drop your guard, because if you do, you may be seriously injured or dead. That makes your partners widows or widowers.
For Jackie Breeze and Claire Keating, the lesson has had quite an impact.
I was sitting here and I took a few minutes out just to actually look out the window and just look at all those houses outside and thinking, you know, God, what am I going into? What am I going
I think
into?
before you come here, that people say, you know, you'll have to come up against this, and you think, I can handle it, no problem. But when you get here, it's a lot more scary.
Yeah.
Into defensive stance,
Scary!
Okay, the arms are going to be slightly bent. Okay.
While they're at Hendon, the recruits are given lessons on how to protect themselves.
Take hold of them. So those of you that were just standing there saying you're under arrest, yeah, when you're depriving someone of their liberty, we do actually physically take hold. Yeah, you're under arrest, and you're not obliged to say anything. Blah 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 blah. That is the ordinary police hold. And remember, it is pain and rewards, okay? Pain compliance means that we reward good behaviour, okay? So don't let his fingers go to
Like the majority of instructors at Hendon, Tracy Axton is a serving police officer.
What must the force be?
Reasonable and necessary.
Reasonable and necessary. Happy with that? Back in your lines, please. Some people come here and they've never had any physical contact with someone at all, and they've never dealt with any sort of confrontation before either. So it is important that they deal with that for the first time here. Left arm out, do not resist. Stand still. It's not as severe as how it used to be when they used to have to put on a pair of boxing gloves and hit someone and get hit for the first time in their life here. It's not as bad as that, but certainly for a lot of people it is a huge change for them.
Can I try on you, actually?
What's that doing up there then?
Right, can they resist me? Before I came here, I was really worried about the officer's safety. It sounds really stupid, but I was actually worried about getting hurt, which is really sad because we're going out on the streets, but it's actually the best lesson I've had since I've been here, and I really, really enjoyed it. And I'm surprised how easy it is if you get the right bits.
Up until 6 weeks ago, Craig Jones was working at a leisure centre in Manchester.
People who look at police officers, all I thought was, yeah, you'll do a bit of self-defence and you'll take them down the neck and buckle them in, whatever you do.
I am not coming in and striking.
But a lot of the info they were giving you was really good, because sometimes you just think you'd know what to do if someone attacked you. But the way they put it into perspective and they make you think, there is actual rules to keeping yourself safe.
Why are you kicking them? Stop. To stop them, yeah? To stop forward momentum. You stop them coming any closer to you, you don't have to run to them to kick them. Is that defensive? It's not just a case of showing them how to use force on someone. It's a case of making them think for themselves as to, you know, when they can use it and why they would use it. It's still very difficult for them, I think, until they experience it for themselves, when they actually have to make that decision to strike someone with a baton, for example. But hopefully it's something that we put across to them, that, you know, they are very accountable for whatever they do and that they must justify whatever they do.
The recruits have a lot to learn, and the pace is relentless. By Friday, most are keen to get away for the weekend.
It's going to be the first time in 2 weeks now that I'm going to get to go home. So, really looking forward to that. Can't wait, basically.
Alright, ciao people, have a good weekend.
Get up at 6, breakfast 6:45, you're in the class for 8, you finish around 4 o'clock, you have your tea, and then it's back to the books. And all you've got really is your room. You've got a television room, but it's not the place to be on your own, is it, when you're feeling a bit down? So, yeah, can't wait, get home, nice bit of cooking, back to my bedroom.
Drink orange water.
Have a drink of orange?
No, thank you.
You're all right. It's great to be back in Manchester, to hear all the Manc lads. It's brilliant. No more southern accents. See the family, see my mates. No more stress. No more stress for 48 hours. No more shaving for 48 hours.
But to keep up with the work, the recruits have to study at the weekend. Craig's stepmother does what she can to help.
I think it's probably the best thing he's ever done. I think it'll give him a good sense of direction, a sense of purpose. This weekend he seems a little more settled, a little more confident in himself. I think it was probably just a little bit of homesickness to start with. But I'm sure he will be fine.
At Hendon, Mike Walsh is spending the weekend on his own.
You're away all day, are you? Oh, right. I thought I'd sort of planned watching the rugby with you, but if you're away all day, I'll just have to... I've sort of been having a couple of thoughts about whether or not I'm going to be as suited to the job as I thought I was. I think I question too much, and I don't think I can form as readily as perhaps they would like.
If it's 51, you look, you'll see there's nothing on there.
It must be equipped with an interior rear view mirror and at least one exterior rear view mirror. I'm just worried. I just have my suspicions that my instructors look at me and think he could be a spanner in the works. And if that is the impression that I give at this early stage, then how is it going to affect my career 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line?
It's the start of a new week, and Craig, back from Manchester, is in for a surprise. Sergeant O'Leary has got some news for the class.
OK, Craig has been selected as your class captain by the staff. And Alison has been selected as your deputy class captain. They have been chosen because I think, and the rest of the members of staff think, that they will be a representative of the whole class.
Class captain, big shock. How can you say no, really? I haven't had this much good luck in ages, so I suppose the times are changing. I might actually finish Hendon.
Although they are leaders of the group in terms of team leaders, and every single member of the team has an important role to play, they do have some authority, and if they tell you to do something, regardless of whether you agree with it at that particular moment, they make the decision and you do what they tell you to do. If afterwards...
To me, it was the fact that because I didn't get it, it made me think, what is it that I've not got which has made them decide that they're not going to give me that position.
But you all have an individual responsibility.
So I just thought, sod it, I'll go and see Sergeant O'Leary. I didn't really want to talk about my problems, but I just thought, if I don't, I'm going to end up, I'm going to end up leaving.
Mike comes from an environment where he's very used to speaking, very used to putting his opinions forward.
I have too much to do, honestly. I'm not prepared to give up my evenings for drill.
20 minutes?
No, I'm not, because I've got important stuff to do, and drill isn't important as far as I'm concerned.
I think Mike was trying to do the right thing in bringing forward his opinions, but there was something about him in the way that he delivered them which came across as quite challenging, quite arrogant, and I feel a responsibility to help him to change that.
She did give me a bit of a pep talk and said it's not a major problem, but it is something that it would help you if you could come across in certain situations in a slightly different way. It would benefit you, and it perhaps would make other people feel more at ease. That for me is invaluable, so it would be surely in my own interest to listen to what she said.
Meanwhile, Jackie and Claire face a different hurdle. Tomorrow they'll have to take the police fitness test.
But actually, we're really worried about it. We're just so terrified that we don't want to build our hopes up. We don't want to fail and then burst into tears in front of the whole class.
We're going to cry anyway, aren't we?
I think we're going to cry if we do pass, aren't we? Just sheer relief.
There's no distinguishing endurance levels between men and females. We have to do it as quick as the blokes. But they seem to find it really easy. They all think, they're not even worried.
No.
A class, the warm-up then for the bleep test, the endurance test. As you know, it's from the blue line.
The fitness test is run by Paul Buckle.
2 blue cones, and then we'll go live with the bleep test itself. 3, 2, 1.
Every recruit has to pass this test. If they fail, it could mean the end of their career.
The fitness test has been designed to replicate the occupational side of policing. The endurance test measures an officer's stamina, aerobic capacity, and that's important because they could be involved in foot chases, they might have to climb stairs, or just walk in the beat.
The recruits have to cross the hall 57 times, racing against an ever faster bleep. As they near the end, things are not going well for Jackie Breeze.
And steady! And slow down! And walk back to the blue line! Where's number 3? Number 3 was fine. Number 3 was okay. Number 3! Yeah, she passed, yeah. Number 3! You did. The tape, you did.
Jackie had just reached the minimum requirement before she'd stopped. But there are still 2 more tests to go.
Okay. Stand by. Go! Straight sprint to the right and around the blue. And the speed and agility test is to prove that an officer can actually get to an incident quickly in a short space of time, and also to be able to negotiate obstacles. For example, pedestrian, parked car, telephone box, or quick change of direction. Okay, unfortunately, that was too slow. You scored 27.84.
This time, Jackie has failed. To pass, the recruits must be able to finish in under 27.39 seconds.
27.34. You did it.
There's just one more part of the test to get through.
Good. Good.
Claire has to perform 20 press-ups, twice as many as some of the men. The test is designed to show that each recruit, regardless of their size, has the strength to push away an average person weighing 75 kilos.
No, I'm going to have to stop you there. I'm going to have to stop you there, number 1. I have to stop you there. Unfortunately, you were 4 short, 16.
By the end of the fitness test, 4 of the 5 women in the class have failed.
now got a police warning. If we get 2 of those, our services can be dispensed of. We can get sacked, basically, which is ridiculous. Yeah, because Jackie fell by less than half a second. I fell by a couple of press-ups, but because of that, we could now be thrown out of the service.
Commander Richard Cullen, who's in charge of training for the Metropolitan Police, is convinced the fitness test is both fair and necessary.
What do you think of this morning?
What police officers have to accept, that's male and female, is that violence doesn't discriminate. So a woman officer is as likely to be assaulted as her male colleague. And they actually need to be able to cope with that. They need to be able to understand why they need to be physically fit and physically strong. And that's what the physical tests are designed for.
Claire and Jackie will have to retake the test in 6 weeks.
Again, when you're new to this game, you'll get the whole system right, how to point out the offence, how you stop the vehicle, spoke to the driver.
Within a couple of days, Harinder Bobra has got a far bigger problem with his fitness.
Come in, boys. Oh, sorry, Sergeant.
I'll start on last. So what have you done?
Playing football in the gym yesterday. Got about an hour into the game, and as I went to sort of run for the ball, Sam ran in front of me, and as I tried to go past him, I tripped over his back legs.
You haven't seen our doctor, I'll take it.
Yeah, I've been to see the nurse this morning.
Right.
I want to be back in class tomorrow, no matter what. I mean, I've already sort of like lost a day today.
Well, I'll be down to the doctor. Hopefully it won't be too long. The only problem that we do face if it goes beyond the week. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow when you go to the doctors, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Cheers, bye.
Oh, God.
If Harinder misses too much of the course, he'll have to start again.
What are you going to be doing then, Craig?
Covering you.
Out on the training roads, the rest of the class are putting newly learned traffic theory into practice. Claire has been told to question a man sleeping in his car.
Yes, officer.
Sorry to bother you. Can we just have a chat?
Yeah,
You
sure.
just come on the paper.
Does this mean I'm going to go to court?
No, not at all. It just means you've got...
The staff are concerned about the way Claire is dealing with the practical work at Hendon.
Sorry, I need to take a minute.
Okay.
I can't remember what to say.
People would eat her alive on the street if she giggled and was smiling and very, very soft and gentle with people. There comes a point where, say for instance, stop and search, where you've got to assert some sort of power. You've got to be able to do it and be seen to be doing it as well. And if she can't do that, then she will not make it as a police officer. From our point of view, you've got to start coming round.
Steve Saville has decided it's a problem that needs to be addressed.
Go over the point that if you were called to a pub fight or something like that, how would you respond? You don't have the luxury of saying, I don't want to do this because of whatever reason. Okay.
I think it's just because it's in front of people I now know.
I could foresee a problem with that on the street, because all your colleagues you're going to work with, would you be afraid to do anything because you know them? Would you, if you were out on the street?
I don't know.
You don't know. So this is going to be a problem for us, is it? Or are we going to work on this?
Yeah, we're going to work on it. Yeah.
Once I know you...
I absolutely hate role plays. At the end of last week, I actually wanted to resign because of the role plays. I find them really hard. Not the actual thing. I've got the knowledge. Well, I believe I've got the knowledge. I just can't. I find it really difficult because I find it like play acting.
As Claire and the rest of the class are about to find out, there are good reasons why they must be well prepared.
All of these weapons have at some point been confiscated from people on the street, and they've now been brought up here to use just to highlight them and show them the sort of weapons that they will come across without a shadow of a doubt. I should imagine within their first week on the streets they will come across weapons such as this. Why would anyone want to carry that around the streets of London with them? I'm going to pass them around.
To be able to arrest someone carrying one of these, recruits must be clear about the definitions of offensive weapons.
Causing physical injury, that's not made for causing physical injury. That's made for cutting grass and bamboo and stuff.
So that's intended for causing physical injury?
Yeah. So it's an offensive weapon, but you've got to decide if it's made, adapted or intended.
There's an awful lot of stuff out there that's now coming out onto the market where, unless you actually examine these things, you'll never know that they are in fact offensive weapons and knives. What some manufacturers have done, oh very nice, thank you very much, is they've produced 2 pens. It looks like 2 pens side by side, and it is in fact a butterfly knife. Yes.
I've never seen anything like any of those weapons, really. It's frightening that people go about with these kind of things. You just can't understand the mentality behind them, really.
At the end of the day, we could actually feel the brunt of them. And some of the weapons that I've handled today, wouldn't fancy it, would you, boys?
You know, you stop someone on the street, you know, some 16-year-old, you think, you know, half my size, you know, no problems there. Just stand there, turn your back on him, and what's he got in his pocket?
Because of his leg injury, Harinder returned home to spend a couple of days with his family in Leeds.
Food? Oh, no.
I bet you miss that.
Yeah, I do miss home-cooked food. It's not as good as home.
I'm proud of him. He made his mind up. He's going to do that job. He's going to be a policeman. So we are happy what he wants to be. First, I didn't want him to join the police. I was scared. On TV, I watch Bill. Every week I see how policemen get hurt. And a lot of people, they don't like coloured policemen.
I think they were just a bit worried about that, but, you know, like I say, I've never found it difficult to get on with anybody from any race. You know, end of the day, I'm there for a reason. I'm there to do my job, and if I'm doing my job right and I'm performing to my best ability, then I don't think anybody like that would worry me at all.
At the moment, Harinder's biggest worry is that his injured leg might mean he'll have to join a later course.
There.
Right. Okay. Right. You've got to put it into perspective. If you don't let that injury heal properly, you're not only looking at recoursing, you're looking at the job. Okay. So although it's everybody's nightmare getting recoursed, and it's not even to say that it's going to happen, okay, you know, but let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Okay. We'll just do the short term.
Harinder's signed off for another day.
I'm absolutely gutted. In a way, I'm relieved that I got my fitness test out of the way, but this is something that's going to set me back. Nightmare, mate, nightmare.
Where can you search somebody?
On the street. The rest of the class are learning about what powers they have to stop and search people on the street.
You're not going to say, right, just for the hell of it, I'm looking for a weapon, you're coming in the station.
In recent years, the Met has faced a great deal of criticism from some of London's ethnic minorities over the use of these powers.
Station to do this. What it means is we must use our skill of either persuasion. When you've run out of persuasion, at some point you've got to put hands on. How much force can you use? Reasonable. Only as much force to achieve your objective.
It's absolutely vital that they get stop and search right, especially in the current climate with the Macpherson report, the Lawrence inquiry, etc., etc., and the feeling at the moment how contentious stop and search is. One of the most vital things is getting your reasonable grounds correct. We do not have the power to just go out and carte blanche and randomly search who we like. We must have some objective basis that they are going to be carrying something.
Could I ask you just to turn around, please?
You can ask me.
Yeah, would you turn around, please, sir? Right, okay. Would you mind putting that knife down on the side there for us, please, sir?
Oh, it's a little knife, please.
In fairness, it's a knife, and I'd like to ask you a few questions. You've got a knife in your hand. I'd like you to put it on the wall for me. Thanks very much. Okay, we're from Kingsgate Police Station. I want to just give you a search now. I'm going to search you now.
You want to give me a search?
I'm going to search you now for any...
Stop and search has become the political ping-pong ball, because we've gravitated from we must get rid of this power to the Prime Minister saying this is actually a powerful tool in the police armoury for preventing and detecting crime. Now, what we're seeing out on the streets of London at the moment is officers who are scared to use that power. My hope is that officers from here will actually know how to use the power effectively.
Afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I'm also glad. Can you just tell me what you do with that baseball bat, please?
As far as I can see, all the problem that there's been in the press at the moment and recently is to do with people feeling that they've been stopped unlawfully and that they've been stopped because they are from a minority group, whether it be black, Asian or whatever. It is unnerving in a way. It is something that I will be thinking about when I go into something like that. Although you know that what you're doing is right and you've got the powers to back you up, there is always going to be the potential for conflict. But there's nothing that we can do about that. What's our choice? Either we back away from it and say, OK, we're not going to do stop and searches anymore because people are going to play the race card on us or whatever. We shouldn't feel like that. If we know that what we're doing is right, we know we have reasonable grounds, there really is no problem.
Whose mobile phone's that?
For Claire, things are not so clear-cut.
I mean, I would do it if it was necessary, obviously, but I actually feel as if we've got a hell of a lot of power, and it can, you know, we could be taking away someone's liberty, and at the moment I don't feel comfortable doing that.
It's difficult. I wouldn't like to turn around and say, have I changed? Because I'd be frightened what they'd say. But I think I'm changing for the better.
Down on the floor, down! Arm outside, palm
At the
up,
Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon, North London, Craig Jones is discovering what it takes to become a police officer.
Don't keep the pain on and keep lifting them up off the floor. All right, just relax it. Remember, you've got to justify this. So all we do is come in the arms down long, pass your other hand over. He is compliant, so we do a little hand change on the cuff, take hold of the fingers, other cuff goes on. Check for tightness and double lock. OK.
5 weeks into the 18-week course, instructor Tracy Axon is teaching Craig and the rest of his class how to deal with a person resisting arrest.
Handcuffing is a complex skill. It's not as easy as just hitting somebody with a baton. It does require a little bit of dexterity and a little bit of coordination. So when they're under stress, they can tie themselves up in knots, literally.
Good, relax the pressure now. Remember what I said, relax the pressure.
It gives you a sense of how to handle situations, but hopefully you won't ever have to use them. You're going to someday, but I want to diffuse situations, not create them.
Down! Hey, look away from me. You're going to stop resisting? Yeah. Put your other arm round behind it. No.
Mike Walsh is a 24-year-old chemistry graduate.
No, it's not that hard at all, actually. It's fine. It sort of lets, you know, the powers that you've got gives you a little bit more sort of power to take people down. It does hurt, though. You can feel it when they're pulling on you. I'll tell you what, if you cuff somebody and you did that, I don't think they'd argue with you.
No. They're like putting your hands. You only have to do a little thing and they're down on the floor. I think it's brilliant.
But Claire Keating isn't finding every part of the course quite so easy. Claire has wanted to be a police officer since she was 16. But since arriving at Hendon, she's been having problems with some of her practical work. Course instructor Steve Saville is worried about her approach.
Get out of the car, please.
I will do anything for you.
Come on then.
Claire's having a problem with her assertiveness. She is perhaps too mild-mannered, which is superb qualities when you're dealing with something like, for instance, a sudden death, which you will have to. But when it comes to dealing with other incidences, then you have to be at a position where you are in control, because there is a danger where the suspect can take over and you're basically ineffectual.
We've got a job to do,
I don't like you. That's fine, sir. I don't like you one bit. I like you. I think you're gorgeous. Eh?
At the moment, it is just playing. It's just not real. When I'm out in the streets, it's going to be real danger, real problems, real drugs, real knives. And for my own safety, other people's safety, I'm going to have to be more aggressive. I don't think they really would have killed us.
No. I'm not going to slam her against the wall then.
Today, the instructors have decided to put Claire's ability to take control to the test.
What I might do is actually, instead of being confrontational, I will be confrontational because I've done the hello darling bit.
Right.
So I'll be a bit aggressive.
From my point of view, I want to see, is she capable? If we realised that she couldn't do it, she could not make the criteria, there is a distinct possibility that her services would be dispensed with and she'd go.
I've had a report from a member of the public that you've got a knife on you and I'm going to search you.
Don't talk fucking stupid, darling.
Well, I'm not here to argue with you, I'm here to tell you that
I'm really
you're
pissed off. Look, I've had a bad day today. I can do without all this.
Can you stand up? Are you listening? Can you just stand up?
No, just say please.
I'm not here to argue with you.
Oh, all right, well, I don't give a toss.
We can either do it here or down the station.
I'm looking at Claire to be a little bit more positive and take control of the situation, but still remaining calm, confident and polite.
Right, can you give me what you've got in your hand?
I need pens, for Christ's sake.
Stay there.
I ain't going anywhere, am I? It's a pen. It's a pen. Just
All
leave my
right,
pen
stay
alone.
there.
My grandmother gave me that pen.
Out the side, please, sir. Hands up, out the side, up in the air.
Oh,
Funny looking pen.
I didn't know. It is, isn't it? Do you know, I didn't... He just gave me that bloke over there.
Stay there.
Stand still, please, sir.
Don't you think this is a little bit over the top?
I had to be aggressive. I didn't feel comfortable doing it. I didn't feel as if it was me doing it. I felt as if it was a police officer doing it and not myself.
OK, that is excellent. Who was in charge of that?
Me, I think.
Most definitely. Before, for whatever reason, I don't know why you've suddenly turned, whether you did something over the weekend or what it is, you are a different Claire to the one I saw Friday. Completely different. You were. I think you were much more confident than you have been for a long time.
I think I'm slowly changing as the fact that when I put my uniform on, I am a police officer. When I take my uniform off, I'm myself. I'm starting to change roles when I put the uniform on. It's quite scary, actually. It's quite scary that the fact that I joined the police as one person, I could be leaving as another.
While they're at Hendon, the recruits are expected to keep fit. But it's backfired for one of the class.
You feeling all right, mate, anyway?
Harinder Bobra's injured his leg playing football. Some of his class have come to see how he is.
If I can, even if I have to struggle, I'm going to go sit that exam tomorrow, because last thing I want to do is start falling behind with my work.
When are you supposed to be out putting weight on it?
Don't know, I've got to go back to hospital on Monday morning.
But the trip to hospital with Sergeant Burgum reveals Harinder has torn a ligament. It means he'll have to leave the class and join a later course.
What we're going to do now is we'll go back, we'll do the paperwork, and we'll see what you're going to go back to. Well, we're only going to be 3 or 4 weeks behind them. The pain will come when they're passing out, and you'll still be there. Yeah, I've never liked that game of football, see? I've always said it's dangerous. That's why, isn't it? There are bigger setbacks than this in your job, I can tell you that.
To be honest, I never thought that they'd support me or help me the way that, you know, to see some of them though, you know, they were ironing my shirts and...
Well, that's what it's all about, though, isn't it? That's the whole ethos of the iron service. You look after each other.
It's got to be one of the worst days of my life, being outclassed. It's a big blow because, you know, I've put a lot into it and I've started to get used to the habit of, you know, the routine, getting up, going to lessons, doing lessons, being in certain places, certain times. But hopefully, give it 2 weeks. I think that's 2 weeks before the next intake is, so I should make it back. Should make it back for the next intake.
Harinder's injury proved more serious than was thought. It was 10 months before he was able to restart his training. For the rest of the class, term continues. In recent years, the Met has attracted a lot of criticism for its policing of multicultural communities. Since the Macpherson report on the death of Stephen Lawrence, 1 week of the training course is now devoted to teaching the recruits how to police London's diverse population.
Hello, so first come over with me, please. I'm PC Breeze from Kingsgate Police Station. Been given a message over my
This
radio.
diversity week was implemented by the man in charge at Hendon, Commander Richard Cullen.
Near the youth club.
Diversity Week attempts to actually focus the officers' attention on what they need to do to police our diverse communities.
I've had an allegation that there's a possibility there's been some drug dealing.
It is about understanding the communities that we actually serve.
Because I've been given this.
It's about dealing with the issues of prejudice, dealing with stereotyping.
I need to do is search you to see if you've got any drugs on you at the moment.
Dump the word fairly. It's actually about treating people appropriate to their needs.
I'm just going to take a hold of this hand, OK?
Okay,
Hold on. Why are you holding me? Am I under arrest or something?
No, you're not under arrest.
You said you're going to search me. If you're going to search me...
One of the volunteers helping the Met with this part of the training is Wesley Walters Stevenson.
Going into your pocket, if you could tell me what items are in there.
Well, you can go through the pockets and take out anything you want.
Okay.
The purpose of me coming here was give an emphasis to the officers of what the black community have gone through.
You're just going to have a look in your pockets and your trousers, sir.
Go for it. Because even though they may not be racist, they may not even harbour any racist views, but they've gone into an establishment that have a legacy of it. It's a legacy of discrimination.
Excuse me, sir. Can I just ask you a few questions? My name's PC Hutton from Kingsgate Police Station. This is PC Hagger from Kingsgate Police Station as well. I've had a call come through on my radio that you've been in the area for quite a while and you've been exchanging some packages with a few people. Can you tell me what you're doing in the area?
I just come, well, I actually visit a friend, not too far from it.
Can you tell me what you was doing around by the youth club?
What youth club?
Ricky Utting's performance is being monitored by instructor George Marshall.
You only wanted to ask a couple of questions. I've told you where I've been. What do you want?
Right, OK. As I say, I've had an allegation come through and they said...
I'm looking for Ricky to fully explain the reasons why he is speaking to this person.
That gives me reasonable grounds to
The
search.
reason for the stop, any information he has about the stop.
Search me on what grounds?
But also to take into account the individual's needs. What is this individual's expectations of the police? This is why we involve the lay contributors to give their experiences and how they perceive the police.
So I'm a drug dealer now?
That gives me reasonable grounds to search you.
What allegations? Who did it come from?
That you've been dealing, sir.
Yeah, I've been dealing, so you're calling me a drug dealer, are you?
I'm not calling
Well,
you
I'm
a drug
telling you.
dealer,
Yes,
sir.
you just did. You just
Sir.
told me I've been dealing in white
I'm not
packages.
gonna-
You know something? You can take a run and jump because you ain't searching me.
If you can just listen to me,
No, I
okay?
don't need to listen to you.
I'm giving
Who
you
are
the
you?
grounds now.
No, you ain't told me nothing. You ain't told me nothing. Yeah, you can take a run and jump. You can go and suck out. I'll tell you one thing now, yeah? Listen, just because I walk in a predominantly white area, yeah, and I'm a black guy, you think you can just walk over and treat me like shit? Don't talk to me like I'm shit.
I'm going to search you.
No, don't talk. What we're talking about is understanding the black community. What grounds have you given me? What you say? They have to understand their perceptions. What have they been through? What have they heard? No, don't put your hands on me. When a black person gets stopped, how do you interact? How do you make that first initial contact with someone without being aggressive? Well, you know something? I think you're a stranger to the truth. No, don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. Don't. No. Right.
What's the road there? That's it. Whoa, whoa. Right. Let's end it there. End it there. Okay, thank you. Right. Okay. Thank you, Wesley. Okay. Back to the classroom. We'll come up and have a discussion about it shortly.
You're all right.
I think you were spot on. I just think you discussed
Maybe
it
went on a
too
bit
much.
too long.
Yeah, you just got on with it.
Definitely.
At the end of the day, he got arsey with you straight away. Yeah. Irrespective of what colour it is. I mean, he was the one who brought the colour thing into it. He got arsey with you, and you should just have gone in and done the search. Yeah. But I thought it was excellent. Got a bit of a run there, Ricky.
Because like you guys, you don't think that there's a problem because that's you guys, but the people who've gone before you have helped create the problem. It's like you may not have seen it, but from my point of view, I was just walking, and sorry to say, I picked up aggression because it was the body language and the stance. It had me on the back foot straight away.
Paul? Yeah, when I was asked to look at the body language, and you could see almost from the beginning, Ricky was quite offensive. No, not offensive, but he was on the attack, which I thought might have built up a barrier right from the outset. I mean, just the stern look on his face from the beginning could have created a problem.
James?
I don't think I agree with Paul about Ricky. I thought Ricky went in at a really good level. He's really calm all the time. I think they did really well.
Can you expand on that? What sort of body language were you picking up?
Well, Ricky's face was serious for one. So then it was like,
Yes.
But you've got a lovely smile. Look at it. Look. See?
Michael?
I think with regards to the race issue, I think Ricky and Alex were excellent. There was no hint of prejudice whatsoever. They were just treating Wesley as I've seen us all treat anybody else in any other role play. Wesley, he was the one who was straight away saying it's because I'm black. You know, he was the one who was bringing the point across, whereas these two really couldn't have cared less what colour he was. And I think that could perhaps be a problem that we have out on the streets, where it's nothing to do with whether we have a prejudice. It's almost the fact that people with that attitude, you know, make the problem for themselves.
Right now, what Michael just said, it could be construed that some black people will create problems for themselves. But then, what instances or interaction have they had with the police beforehand? Yeah. From my point of view, I've had some nightmares with the Met. I've been in instances where, you know, I've had officers actually sit down on me and kick the living daylights out of me. Even when I'm walking the street, I'm more in fear for what might happen because I'm expecting the unexpected. It's like, am I going to be the next one? And am I going to be the next death in custody? Am I going to be the next mysterious death on the street? I don't think so.
Check in
You know, Rick and Alex are responding to a call.
Yeah, but James, think about the big picture, right?
No, hang on. The big picture is, it doesn't matter what colour that person is. They are a threat.
It does.
Yeah, OK, but no, what I'm saying, on the wider picture, if I was stopping you on the street and I'd had a call saying you were dealing in drugs, I think I'd be pretty afraid of you.
No, hold on. You're still failing to take on board the fact that when you get stopped and searched here, and you have someone whose body language is aggressive, you might not see it, but if you do it in a mirror, and you actually see your stance, your body language. Oh, just the face. No, hold on.
It's up to us to calm the situation down and tell you why we've done it. But if you're going to be hostile, we've got a difficult. We're put in a difficult position.
What you've got to remember is that you're not going to get anything back from a community if you're not willing to understand perceptions. It's not going to be easy for people to take all this in.
At the end of the day, the reason he's here is to make our job easier for us, so that we can learn about his community and the way that we're going to be perceived. When I walked away from it, I thought you two had handled it spot on. Yeah. And I'm prepared to say that. But now hearing what Wesley's got to say, at the end of the day, it's all about perception, and he perceived it, and he says that other members of the black community will perceive it as being aggressive. Now, we can't argue with that, and therefore we have got a problem. If that's how we're going to be perceived, then we have to do something to try and come across in a less aggressive way.
I'd like you to tell me what to do, because to me...
Well, he's just told you.
No,
he's telling you.
You didn't tell me, really. I mean, OK, if I was a villain...
What I'm telling you,
It's difficult. It's difficult for the students to grasp the concepts behind it. It's not about rules or regulations. It's about the way they actually treat people, treat the individual, treat the communities that these individuals live in, and actually understanding what their needs are.
I never expected that we'd be taught that we would actively have to treat people differently, not as equals, and to me that was a shock. As a kid, I didn't see people as colours, I just saw them as mates, and it was completely irrelevant to me what colour they were. And yet now I'm coming down to London, and all of a sudden I'm being told, well, actually that attitude is quite naive, really. Big learning curve for me, definitely.
Which we believe to be drugs. We're not saying that to you.
Thank you, people. Good morning. Sit down. Weekend?
Good.
All right and ready for another battle this week? I hope you've all read your white notes for this week, deception, making off. You all know it, dear? You all know it? Good. So we'll start the morning with, you'll be writing out the definition of deception with regards to property. Also services, so you want... Deception with property is section...
Section...
Don't know it. Property? Section?
15.
Section?
15.1.
Well, you just looked at your book, didn't you? So you don't know it. Obtaining services by deception.
15.3.
No.
1-1.
1-1. Of what year?
78.
Well done. There's one person knew that. You've got to get your grips around these definitions, people, because this week is a hard week. Your parents and your loved ones are here this morning, and I don't want them coming into my class and seeing that you don't know the subject.
For one day of the course, Hendon opens its doors to the recruits' family and friends, so they can see for themselves what goes on at the school. It's a chance for Sergeant Burgham to show how the recruits are taught.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call a role play, where we set up a situation and try to make it as real life as possible. Are you taking the proverbial out of me? On my back? No, it's not. That's all right then. I get concerned when you're behind me. Especially with hair like that.
Stop it.
OK, there you go.
Good afternoon. Did you call the police?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
PC1 from Kingsgate Police Station.
Oh, yeah. The thing is, see that bloke over there?
Yeah.
Right, well, he's coming in, he's had his hair cut, and I'm doing a special offer, 50p if you're a pensioner. So he's bought in this pension book. So I've been cutting his hair, and as I've been cutting it, I've realised that it's a fake pension book. What are you doing, mate? I want him done.
Right, OK. Right, OK, so now have you got anything to say about that?
I've just been hard up at the moment. You know, police pension doesn't cover much.
OK, would you like to stand up? I'm arresting you for deception. You do not have to say anything.
Sorry?
I'm arresting you for deception. You do not have to say anything.
I'm not deaf.
But it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand that caution?
Eh? Yes.
OK, right, sit yourself back down.
Right, index exercise.
OK.
Before I start, can I just say that the impression that you're giving now that role plays are jovial and very jokey. They are quite serious, and it's a serious business. It's not fair on the police officer. It's not fair on the people that are watching it. All right, there's a serious side to this. I like a joke as much as anybody else does. You wouldn't be doing a normal role play. So keep it serious, OK? Because you completely lost it there. Right. Any observations from any of the students? Any observations from the parents? Are you impressed?
Well, we've had a laugh while it's been going on. You rightly said it shouldn't have been. When the parents are not here, how heavy does it get, these role plays? How far do you go with them?
I always tell them that every stop and every incident that they go to potentially is a death threat for them. If they become flippant and they go outside and they get very blasé and they go to a call. I had a colleague of mine went to a call, domestic dispute. And everyone thinks, well, domestic dispute, what's a domestic? It's a row between husband and wife. He opened the door and got blown away. Turned out he was a soldier with a rifle. It's right to say that when you're going to any call, you don't know what you're going into.
After the lesson, there's a chance to look round. Claire shows her father the mock court where recruits practice giving evidence.
There are a lot of things fall down when they get to court.
I want to be judge.
Judge, jury and executioner. Yeah, it's mind-boggling. There's so much more to it than I actually imagined. I imagine it to be like an ordinary college. The only thing I'm worried about is that as a female, you know, she hasn't got the strength to cope. But then I think probably a lot of the people that she'll be dealing with will, at the back of their mind, be a bit less likely to punch a female than they would a man. But I'm very proud. She's always wanted to do this, and she's done it. Off of her own back as well, I might add. Yeah, come on, you're a copper. Pull yourself together.
Although Claire and the rest of the recruits are 2/3 of the way through the course, there are still some major hurdles ahead. Today, Claire has to retake the fitness test she failed in week 3.
Academically, I'm doing really well. It's just the fitness that's the problem with me. If I fail, then I'll have to consider whether I'll be continuing with this career, which would be devastating because it's what I've always wanted to do. But if I'm not up to the fitness standard, then maybe I shouldn't really be here.
Claire's not the only one whose career hangs in the balance. Since he began the course, Mike's attitude has repeatedly brought him to the attention of Sergeant O'Leary.
There has been some friction within his class.
Me and Mike have talked a lot about the way that he is perceived by individuals. He sometimes comes across as quite challenging. People who have met Mike have come to me to say, I wasn't very happy with the way that he spoke to me. And that is really important in terms of being a police officer. It's not just important with regards to adapting to your police environment within a police station or on your team. It's important in dealing with members of the public. If Mike's going to speak to a member of the public, and that member of the public is going to think, oh, I didn't like the way he spoke to me then.
That contradicts the white notes, Sergeant.
He seemed a bit challenging or a bit pompous.
I'm not saying property, I'm saying service by deception.
There was no intention when he went in.
What impression does that leave of the service?
Right, answer I've got is making off without payment.
No, but the intention was there when he got the bloke to go into the back of the shop.
Yeah, but it was after the property's been obtained.
No, it's not property, it's service. The service is the cleaning of the suit.
Yes, but it's already been committed. The suit has been cleaned, he's got the suit, now he's asking him to go back. So the offence has been committed. So it's making off.
It's been decided that Mike should attend a review board where his future at the school will be discussed.
Hi, Mike. I'll just be with you in a sec, okay?
3, 2, 1.
Meanwhile, over in the gym, Claire is starting her fitness test.
Good. PC Keating.
There are 5 parts to the fitness test. Last time, Claire passed all of them, except the press-ups.
Right, come on in, Claire. Let's have it now. Must be strong here. Come on. I think you've got to do 25, and then we'll have it.
Mike's endurance is also being tested. His case conference has been going for nearly 2 hours. But for Claire, it's all over.
I've passed. Relieved. Thank you. Really, really relieved. I couldn't believe it, and I started getting tearful just before the press-ups because I didn't think I could do it, and everyone had to turn their face the other way. And I got a pep talk to say that I can do it. And I did 21, I had to do 20. But so I'm really pleased. That's it now.
Thank you. Sit down, people. Just smiling faces today. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Claire. She did exceptionally well. A couple of serious issues, though. Sergeant O'Leary wants to address you.
I just want to speak about the absent member of the class, Mike. I don't know what rumours you've heard about what's happened. You all...
Left, right, left, right, left. A contingent! Base! Right! Better effort this time. Look to your front.
At the Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon, North London, the latest batch of recruits are halfway through their 4-month training course.
Razor tins everywhere. Come on, look up.
Every week, they practice marching in preparation for their passing out parade when they finish the course.
You won't be there on the days and continue the way you're going on. Left, right, left, right, left, right.
But once the recruits leave Hendon, they'll never march again.
Left, up.
Drill practice. I think it's a load of rubbish, to be honest.
Recruit Mike Walsh is a chemistry graduate from Lancashire.
Yeah, I know you love it, James. James absolutely loves it. He's going to be in tears on passing out day.
Is he right?
I'd just like to get my plaque to say bog off and then leave.
It's not
go and have a few
exciting, is it?
beers. No, but I just think the amount of time, the number of hours per week we spend on drill practice, you don't need this when we spend hours on it. It's good for you. Get out in the fresh air. I know what I think's important, and it's not drill. We know what you think's important.
Once they do become police officers, the recruits will be legally allowed to use 2 weapons, a baton and a CS spray.
Clear on what you're doing? Okay. As soon as you start to feel the mild effects, walk over onto the field.
Part of the lesson on using the spray includes finding out what it's like being on the receiving end.
Walk towards me, facing towards the wind. Do not rub your eyes.
It's like beef and mustard.
Stinging, like mustard in your eyes.
Has anyone experienced any real problems?
Becoming a police officer has been a dream for Claire Keating since she was 16.
My nose is really stinging. Feels like someone's punched it, but apart from
12 weeks ago, Craig Jones was working in a leisure centre in Manchester.
It's a good idea though, because like, since we used it and we got a backlash from it, you're going to be in trouble. I don't think I'll use it.
Treat it as if it is a firearm, because it is. If you mess about with it, you will be disciplined.
If you had a scenario though where you had someone who you thought, right, I'm going to have to use CS on me, you think they're going to be violent, would you then let them get that close that you then use your baton? CS sounds like it could be more sort of injurious, but then again, if it's gone after 15 minutes... No, I don't think it is. I would much prefer to use my CS on someone than a baton. I would say a baton, because it's gone after 15 minutes, whereas with a baton you can break limbs and you can...
It's your call, isn't it? I can't tell you what you would do in an individual circumstance. It's only you that knows that. And really, until it actually happens, you probably won't know how.
Although Mike is academically one of the best performers in the class, his outspoken approach and constant questioning have been causing problems.
Mike, it's been good working with you. Hope we still see each other.
After several warnings about his attitude, the staff have decided he should move to a different class.
Be a bit quiet now. I can get more. I can say more now.
Because apparently they don't want me like having much contact with you lot anymore. Because I've been that much of a bad influence on.
You got to move room?
It's crap. If I'm honest, didn't want to move, but I've got to do it, so I'm just going to bite the bullet and get on with it, really. Yeah, maybe some people have got the wrong idea of me, but that's probably my fault. Perhaps, you know, just dealing with things in the way that I thought I could do coming from university, but I think in this environment you have to deal with things in a different way. We'll see. I'm just going to keep my head down anyway. Make it a lot easier for myself. Just disappear into the background. Yeah, right. Morning. Morning.
Mike's move is a disappointment for his old classmate, Mark Edwards.
I do believe they made a mistake by moving him. I think he's very misunderstood as a person, because Michael does come across sometimes as being a bit arrogant and all this, but he's not really. I think he's a very nice person, a good bloke. He was funny, so I do miss his personality. I mean, he made me laugh, basically. And in this place, you need people like that.
The training at Hendon has come under scrutiny in recent years because of the barrage of criticism the Met has faced. They've been particularly condemned for their handling of racial crimes.
So a few swear words thrown in, you tell your black bitch or black bastard to move his car from...
Today, instructor Tracy O'Leary is briefing a team that is going to act out a racial incident which the recruits have to deal with.
As the suspect. So you've gone round there to confront the person and it's spilled out onto the street and you're having this nose-to-nose confrontation. So we want some kind of conversation from the suspect, a very raised voice but no sort of threat of violence, okay?
He is an ignorant black bastard.
In this scenario, the man is supposed to be angry because he thinks the woman's West Indian husband has taken his parking place.
I paid for that parking space.
The police can arrest someone if they can prove that their racial abuse is causing distress.
I just don't like to think that people I'm living next to have such opinions of me and my family. It's not on.
And this is what Mark has got to establish.
What were your feelings? I'm trying to ascertain exactly what feelings you were actually feeling at the time. Did you feel threatened by this gentleman at all?
You know, pissed off.
Sure.
Just upset about the whole thing. I mean, you know...
Fair enough. I mean, you've taken offence, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
OK.
So get us all then. I can't get in my parking space.
I appreciate that, sir. She's already...
No,
she's already
don't appreciate it. Ignorant fucking West Indians do my head in.
You're using verbal abuse here, sir. You've caused this lady distress, OK?
No,
no, listen.
I've been casting my opinion.
Fine.
That's what I think.
Listen,
I think he's ignorant. They're all ignorant.
Sir. Fair enough. I'm actually placing you under arrest.
Before?
This is what I'm saying to you, please. I'm placing you under arrest for the Section 4A of the Public Act, Public Order Act, OK?
Is it really?
You
have a habit of saying that, though, don't you, after a role play, that it was a disaster?
I was all the time was going through my head intent on his part.
Yeah.
I was trying to get from Alison, was she distressed, harassed, which obviously she was.
The point is I'm working through that your thought processes are right in terms of the application of the legislation, which they obviously are. Good eye contact, lovely tone, nice steady tone, not aggressive, not sort of trying to provoke anything, just okay, yeah, I'm being fair, I hear you, but that doesn't satisfy me, and this is what's going to happen. Lovely, really, really good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought that was
But being good at practical work is not enough. Every week, the recruits have to sit a written exam on what they've learnt so far. If they fail more than 4, it can mean the end of their career. With just 3 weeks to go until they finish, 16 of the original 90 recruits have already left the course. Despite the fact Mark's a graduate and has 10 years' experience as a volunteer police officer, he's failed nearly half of the exams. He's already survived 2 review boards about the failures and has been given extra help.
The pressure has been so intense. I mean, you've got to really, really want to pass here. You've got to really, really want to get out there. And I do. And I know that now. The last few days I've been asking a lot of questions to myself. Do I really want to be a police officer? Do I really want to help the people of London? Do I want to get out there where it's dangerous for the people, to help the people? That's all I want to do. And yeah, the answer is yes.
Everyone here?
The results of the latest exams are back. Mark has to get 70% to pass.
Okay, if you listen there. Jackie, 90%. Well done. James, 75. Leslie, 85. Mark, 60. Alex, 85. Ricky, 90. Well done. And David, 100%. Well done. Okay, right, you just get on with what you're doing, and we'll speak to you soon.
Mark has got 2 options. He can either resign straight away or try and convince another review board to let him continue. For one of Mark's instructors, Steve Saville, the answer is obvious.
It looks as though he's going to leave us. I have advised him to resign, save himself all the heartache of building his hopes up. And he informs me that he's contemplating resigning this afternoon.
He recommended I resign because I think he was thinking about me more than anything else. I actually do genuinely believe that the staff are pretty upset. I mean, I think they're as upset as me, to a certain point of view. And, Christ.
Where do we draw the line? 9 failures is bordering on totally unacceptable. It shows a lack of knowledge and could possibly be a danger to himself and others if you're out on the street and you don't know what you're doing. It's one thing being able to control people, being able to speak to them, being able to do the easy stuff, but you really do have to have the depth of knowledge that we set here at Hendon. And unfortunately, if you can't cut the mustard, as it were, you leave. Unfortunately, it's a sad fact.
Mark has a few days to decide what he's going to do. In just 3 weeks, the recruits are due to leave Hendon and start work on the streets. With little time left, the exercises become more complicated and realistic.
This is Kingsgate Cinema. Okay. You sort of fell over on the stairs.
Today, the lecture theatre is doubling up as a darkened cinema for Tracy O'Leary's latest exercise.
They will get called to a central station alarm. They will meet someone purporting to be you.
Recruit Leslie Dutton is playing the manager who has been assaulted by an intruder.
I want you to sort of moan, because when they find you, if they find you, you're going to be sort of slipping in and out of consciousness, and you'll just have some really groggy details coming out, like 2 blokes, you know, that sort of stuff, really sort of bitty information coming out.
Tracy wants to see how well the recruits think under pressure and if they work as a team. They're called to what appears to be a straightforward burglary, but Tracy has planned a few hidden surprises.
And it's really then looking at how they deal with that. So it's sort of a fight or flight thing. Right. Okay, is that all right, Leslie? Yeah? Great. So it's going to be quite dark. I'll let you get comfortable and then I'm going to turn the lights off. It's to consolidate a lot of things that they've covered over recent weeks to put them all together. The scenario is geared towards their decision making on whether they're going to go into the premises, and really the biggest element's officer safety. And they will fall into the trap of they will think, well, I have to go in, or because I've got an injured person then I have to do it and I have to do it now, without any really forethought of what they're walking into or how they can sort of limit the officer safety risks. And for me that's probably the most important learning exercise.
Claire and Craig are the first officers to arrive. They meet a man claiming to be the assistant manager. They have to quickly decide whether or not to let him go.
I really need to go and use the phone. I'm just going to wake people up. We're going to get a complaint, so we're going to get... just going to be trouble.
Yeah, okay, I can't see why not then.
Yeah, okay then. Right, I'll do that.
911, you've got a sit rep. Got a what? Situation report, please. Oh.
One location.
Yeah. Just got to say one. Yeah, we're still on location. We're about to enter the premises. We were met by the manager. We're now about to enter. Okay.
Yes, received.
Oh, anybody up there?
What's wrong with you, Leslie? Tell me what's wrong with you. Your head can be moved, can't
Can we
Leslie?
have an ambulance to the cinema, please? Got possible head injury. Yeah,
What Claire and Craig should have done as well is call for some help and some torches. But that's not their only mistake.
You've not got an assistant manager. I'll be one of the suspects.
Pick up around the back.
Leslie, come on, talk to me.
Yeah. Craig. Yeah. I'm clear down here, mate. Okay. Can I have someone up? Yeah, can I have someone up here with me? Right. Yeah. Shout, Michael.
People respond differently to this exercise, and it's a good exercise because it's more real, where they're having to make real decisions. When the person feels threatened, they do one of two things. They either run away from it or they confront it and they fight it. And different people react in different ways. Yeah? And Sam, you were first through the door.
Oh, what were you faced with?
A nightmare.
What was your initial reaction when you saw that? Was there adrenaline?
It was that split second, and then you start thinking your tactical options.
Well, you were thinking tactical?
Well, yeah, I got to a point I actually pulled my CS and sprayed and did that.
Good idea up there?
No, enclosed area.
Well, the problem was,
there was another option that you had. Fine to say, yeah, OK, your initial reaction, Sam, was sort of 2 steps back, but I'd have liked to have seen you keep going. I'd have liked you back out those doors. Containment should have been at the forefront of your mind.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous situation. 3-foot baseball bat's heavier and longer than your asp. It's going to take your head off and redecorate the wall. So just back off, you know.
I guarantee all 5 of you in there would be seriously injured. And as soon as one of you makes a decision not to back off and contain, you immediately compromise everybody else. Because, Sam, you get hit with a baseball bat, you go down on the floor, you then have all the other officers having to make a decision about going in to save your life. Yeah, which is a situation that, in retrospect, you'll probably wish you'd never put them in.
They've still got a lot to learn. But time's already up for Mark Edwards, and he's made his decision.
No, I'm not going to resign. I phoned me mum. If I went home and said to them, I've resigned and there was a possibility of me fighting it, they go mad. Because they're identical to me. I mean, if you knew my mum and my sister, you'd understand where I've come from. Do you follow me? Because we've been through the same things in life. We've all been through shit, basically, and we've always come out the other end. And for any one of us to give up is just not the Edwards way of doing things. We're like that in Gloucestershire, we don't give up.
But to stay, Mark's once again got to convince Chief Inspector Toland, who's in charge of recruit training at Hendon, that he's worth keeping. Mark's got the support of his police federation rep, but it's not going to be easy with the Met's new, tougher training policy.
We're switching back on. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We've given a pledge that no one will leave here unless they reach the required standard. When I first arrived, there was an ethos here at the time that we'll send people out, give them a chance to show whether they can do it practically. Well, some people failed, and they failed terribly.
The last case conference we did, what Mark's overall...
I mean, to me, that was a ludicrous situation. So, for me, it's about making a difficult decision. I have to consider the individual needs. But I think the bottom line is the needs of the police service.
When he gets a question which asks him just quite simply to tell the difference between this or that, he has problems. We have to face that. We have to ask ourselves the question, do you have the sufficient knowledge to leave here at this particular time? I can't be confident in saying that. I cannot support that he leaves here next week without being sure that he has that knowledge.
I want to be confident of going out there as well, in myself, and it's important for me to have that confidence to do the job. I have tried my best, so...
I don't think anyone's questioning that you haven't given it 150% effort. It's just a question of, have we reached a stage where you can leave here?
But I'm so committed.
Before his last review board, Mark had told Chief Inspector Toland that he had some serious family problems at home.
It's just so frustrating for me.
You raised the welfare issue.
Yeah.
There were welfare issues at that time which I felt were affecting your performance. I'm very angry about the fact that that hasn't been followed up. However, I have to think about things like civil litigation. We are in the times now where if you make mistakes and your heart rules your head out, you could get complaints, take the wrong action, arrest when you shouldn't have arrested, and you can get yourself and your colleagues into a lot of difficulty. I agreed with something you said earlier, which was...
An hour later, it's all over. Mark is allowed to stay, but he has to retake the last 5 weeks of the course, and he must pass all the exams.
Things are still very, very difficult for him, and by no means is he out of the woods, but at least he's been given the opportunity to try to prove himself, really. So, yeah, I mean, as best a result as we could have hoped for, but things are still going to be very difficult.
Do you think he'll make it?
I don't know.
It's just sunk in. I'm not going to leave the class. I'm leaving the class, and I'm not going to pass out. But then again, I've still got a job. The dream is still alive to go out there. That's important. So, yeah, exhausting.
In a few days, the rest of the class will be leaving Hendon. Before they go, they're introduced to some of the horrors they will have to deal with out on the streets.
Is there anybody here that doesn't want to see the photographs? Claire, do you want to?
I'm not sure.
What, do you want to have a go and then leave if you don't want to, or?
Yeah.
Yeah? Jackie, do you want to see?
Dealing with everything from victims of sexual abuse to violent death will inevitably be a part of their job.
OK, the next photograph that's going to be coming round is sort of in the very advanced stages of decomposition, not to the point of where you're going to see maggots and stuff, so you shouldn't feel too bad about that, although you might, you do on one of the pictures if you look close. It's not pleasant, it's not a pleasant subject. There are going to be some very, very horrific sights that they're going to see and experiences they're going to have, and they have to be able to cope with that. You know, it's not something they can pick and choose, it's part of the job, and something they have to come to terms with.
I'm not sure about the angle of his leg here.
Well, that's spun round. The impact took his head. There's bits of head on the front.
I would imagine so.
Shit. That is vicious.
How cool is this? Oh, his legs are off as well. And you can't even see the eyes.
Yeah, you can...
It's just black and blue.
yeah, I mean, that looks like he's either fallen or been hit by something on the face. It's not as bad as it looks, is it? Not as bad as you think it's going to be.
No.
Surely someone would notice.
Is that real? Still got the socks and everything. That's mad.
So that's an 18-monther, is it?
Yeah, got to have been there for a considerable time, yes.
Bloody hell. It's just like seeing it in the films. Just like somebody's made it and it's there. But you don't think of it as being a body. You can't, because otherwise it just completely screw you up.
I don't know how it'll affect me. Never experienced it, so I'm sure there'll be a first.
I think that was just cool.
We'll see if we can get a frame for you, Dave.
Like with any sort of sensitive subject, one of the coping mechanisms of the police service is humour. You know, that's not a reflection of their attitude towards the event, it's just their way of coping with the situation. And sometimes the circumstances are quite amusing. An awful lot of people die on the toilet from their efforts on the toilet. And an awful lot of men die doing something that perhaps women don't do quite so often. And sort of Claire, are you okay?
Yeah, it wasn't actually that bad. I thought it was going to be.
Sam's raising the issue of smell, which we have to sort of discuss.
Before they leave at a protest march laid on by the Met Public Order Branch, the recruits have one last chance to practice all the skills they are supposed to have learnt.
That's it. Keep vigilant, keep watching the crowd, watch your colleagues.
They not only have to spot offences occurring in the crowd, but also to decide if they have the right grounds for an arrest.
So then it gets filled up. Be cautious, keep your dress in. Contain the march, your clothes and keep...
This is serious stuff. I mean, someone's going to get seriously hurt or killed here. Do you feel at any stage your backs were exposed to being knifed? Did you challenge him too early? Tell me, you tell me.
No, I don't think so.
Keep your dress in, don't let any gaps build up. Always keep your eye on the crowd, listening and learning, yes? Watch out for anything might be going on.
All we've got is them saying that a package has been exchanged between two people. And they can't honestly say that they believe that that is drugs unless they are fully aware that they know exactly what it is. And they didn't gather with enough partners, if you like, but we haven't actually got the person that's in possession of it. And really, that's not sufficient for us to have a good arrest and a good conviction.
Anything you do say may be given evidence.
Right, Alec, what have you arrested him for?
Drunken above public place.
What else do you need for Section 25? For the power of arrest for drunk?
Clear that you're going to do damage to yourself or others.
Or others. You are going to come to some harm if I let you go. Have you done a lawful arrest?
I'll go for that, don't worry. No.
You haven't?
Yeah, it's a bit tough because you got to arrest if it's serious, but you don't want to arrest too quickly because then you lose bodies from the cordon. So it's a bit of a tough decision, but I want to get an arrest.
Everybody!
Oh, it's fantastic. It's good to be policing a demonstration like this, just knowing what to do, and when it all kicks off, it brings all your knowledge back that you've learned. It's brilliant.
This is information they've learnt in Hendon, which is quite easy. It's being thrown at them at 90 miles an hour. And I can just see that they are struggling. Mike Walsh, he was the only one who'd done a lawful arrest. And I think a lot of them got it wrong. They were making very basic mistakes like arresting drunks and not arresting them properly. All going out the window because of a little bit of adrenaline. And this is treated semi-serious, but it's also a bit of a laugh for them because you can see everybody smiling. God knows what will happen when they actually go out on the street and it's for real. They've got a lot to learn and pretty damn quick as well.
In a week's time, as new probationers, their training will continue out on the streets. But with the course at Hendon finished, they now get the warrant cards, which give them the full powers of Metropolitan Police officers.
Every little thing you do, it makes you learn something about yourself, about who you are. Yeah, you learn so much and you change so much, and it's all changed for the better. I've not been cloned or made into a robot. It's just plain and simply, I've realised what I can do, and the police service has brought that out of me.
Well done, everybody. This course, for some, is more difficult than others, but you've all worked hard to get through it, so congratulations. Keep yourselves very safe out there, and I wish everyone the very best of luck. And this is the last time that you're going to be together as a group, so just remember that. After this, straight up to Simpson Hall, parade this afternoon, and party tonight. Okay, and look forward to seeing you all later for a beer.
Cheers, boys. Cheers, officers. One for all.
They say that people come to Hendon to learn, and every person learns a different thing. The way I am now, it's probably a bit quieter, a bit more reserved.
It's gaping wide.
At the moment, it's perhaps slightly unnatural, but when I go onto division, hopefully I'll get the balance right and things will work well. If not, I'll be looking for another job in a few months, I think.
In close order, inwards, dress!
Good morning, sir. Green intake 9 of 99. With the pleasure of your inspection. Thank you very much.
The Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon, North London. After 4 months' hard work, the latest batch of recruits are practising for their passing out ceremony this afternoon. But after the end of course party last night, recruit Mike Walsh is in trouble.
We count the red eyes this morning, do we? Count the red eyes, yeah.
It's 10:15, and the entire intake apart from me is on parade. Probably had a couple of shandies too many. And sort of slept through my alarm. Oh dear.
What if you're on division, and what would you expect to happen to you?
Serious trouble.
Yeah, the discipline, wouldn't you? The likelihood of some form you'd be disciplined. How much did you have to drink last night?
I've been lying if I said I'd have a reasonable amount.
It's been a hard 18 weeks, isn't it? You don't want to let yourself down. You have let yourself down, and I think that's enough. Be on time this afternoon, be smart, and we'll hear no more of it, OK?
OK.
Thanks for your honesty. OK,
Sergeant.
A few hours later, the recruits' families and friends converge on Hendon to watch the ceremony.
Hi.
Hello. I better not crease you.
Come here, Mother and Father. This is one of my instructors, Staff Marshal.
Hello there. Well, he's made it eventually.
Yes. Despite being a character.
Sorry?
Despite being a character.
Yeah, he's definitely been a character, yeah. He's kept us all amused.
I'm really looking forward to putting all the training into practice, and I'm looking forward to working with real people, not just to go and arrest people, but I want to get to know them and get them to know me and build up a rapport with them. There's a different challenge every day. It's exciting. You never know what you're going to be going into. There's a danger element there. Well, I'm chomping at the bit now, you know. I want to go.
Yeah, and you're going to...
Today, the recruits are being inspected by the Met's Commissioner, Sir John Stevens.
The police station got some very, very good IT stuff down there. You find it quite exciting there, I think.
Mike is going to be working at the same police station as 25-year-old Claire Keating.
I just want to get out on the streets and find out what it's really all about.
Good luck, anyway.
It's okay learning all the theory, but it's not real life. I don't think there's any other job in the world that's going to give you the challenge, the variety. There's going to be bad times as well, but I just really want to get out there now. Definitely.
Southwark, it's all on Southwark. The streets of Southwark.
After a week's leave, the recruits report to their new police stations. It'll be another year and a half before the probationers, as they are now called, finally finish their training.
Hi, I'm just starting my street duties today.
For the next 10 weeks, they'll be shown the ropes out on the street by a police instructor.
Room, I guess.
Mike Walsh is going to be policing Southwark in South London.
Is that the changing room?
Today, Claire is starting too.
I'm very nervous. I hope to
I don't know, I've got mixed feelings. I'm really nervous and I'm really excited as well.
I wasn't nervous before, like last week, but it started to kick in yesterday because it was yesterday I was thinking, oh no, it's tomorrow, and so yeah, I'm getting a bit nervous now.
Knowing that we've got someone with us is reassuring for the next 10 weeks, so if anything goes drastically wrong, they can sort of cut in and stop us. Hopefully before we do something illegal.
It's a bit sort of daunting as well because you know that you're doing it for real now, and yeah, you're going to make mistakes, but the difference is the mistakes you make really count for something now, so.
4 months ago, Craig Jones was working at a leisure centre in Manchester, but today he too is starting at his new station at Forest Gate in East London.
So Craig, wait for Forest Gate. Sorry, you don't know Sean, do you? That's all, it's Craig. Oh, Craig. Yeah. Do you want to have a cup of tea? Actually, we've got any tea in here?
Day by day, isn't it? Pressure's built up a bit. You've been thinking, I mean, 1 day to go, or 2 days to go, 1 day to go. Now we're finally here. So, it's been a nerve-wracking few days. But see what today brings.
14 cells at Forest Gate and 2 detention rooms. The detention rooms are for the juveniles. But as you can see, this is what they get. We've never been in the cell before. Get full ensuite facilities and a luxurious quality mattress, and it's also fully told with its own air conditioning.
If you are a posted jailer, certain categories of prisons have to be checked more regularly than others. For example, drunks, yeah? Some drunks are 15-minute checks and stuff like that. And your responsibility as jailer will be to come down and make sure they're okay.
Providing them with meals, taking if they need to see the doctor, take them to see the doctor.
And what's the big boat that we got?
That is called HMS... I've forgotten. Belfast.
Over in Southwark, instructor Tony Glock is making sure Mike will be able to find his way about.
I must be the only person in Britain who doesn't know what that is.
As you go past the corner, don't look straight ahead, look down.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, instructor John Walters shows Claire around.
Oh, quite nosy doing things.
It's paid to be nosy, it's the best job in the world.
Wing Dragon Court.
That's a new one on me.
That's it.
There we are, sir. Well done. That's good observation there.
Time of arrival was 1:15, so make that 2:15.
Come here then. Come here. Here we are again.
What's that, 7?
I think so.
If you don't think about what you're going to say,
You get fluffed.
you get fluffed and you get...
Ditzy. And you say the wrong thing.
You say the wrong thing.
Right, back to the Nick, I think. Right, which way's Guy's Hospital?
Is it down there?
Yeah, Elephant and Castle.
It's strange because all these people are coming up to you and, oh, can I have your photograph, can I have your photograph? And you just forget. I still don't sort of think of myself as a police officer, really. It's strange. I'm not used to being in uniform at all on the streets. It's different to being at Hendon because you're just still sort of, you're in a little closed society. Then you go out onto the streets and it's like normal people are seeing you. It's a bit weird.
I'm still really nervous. I'm not sure what I'm saying on the radio because now we're not really playing on the radio, you know, like we were before. So it's all for real now, meeting real people. Everyone so far, touch has been really nice.
It was quite a good day, really. Nice, easy day, wasn't it?
Entered ourselves into quite a few people's cameras, haven't we?
You remember what time we arrived at the station?
They've gone through today where people have been happy to see them, photographs, etc. I think the next step is to find someone that doesn't want you there and just to deal with that.
Kent Road,
yeah.
the junction of the Elephant and Castle main roundabout.
Yeah.
They certainly need confrontation, but actually to say, right, you were being reported for a specific offence and get them to face up to people who aren't really that interested in either being stopped by the police or being reported by the police.
Once you can deal with that, then I think you can deal with a lot of things, can't you?
Halfway there, yeah.
Like most young, single officers in the Met, Mike is renting a room in a police section house.
The word palatial springs to mind. It's lovely, isn't it? Very posh, salubrious. Oh, it smelt of vomit. Because there's still bits of it splashed around the sink. But they do allow you to have visitors here, which is different to Hendon. So if you have a guest you want to bring back, you're allowed to. That's the one redeeming feature of the section house.
Whether you see and you fancy it, just shout out. Calls come out. Anything that appears unusual.
Is this where the Metro was before?
On his first day out with instructor Sean Morell, Craig finally gets a taste of dealing with the public.
So
what road's this now?
we're seeing Green Street.
Green Street.
Trying to find out when the RPA happened.
Oh, we'll stop this, let's go. We'll stop it. Signal for it to stop.
Sorry? Stop this one.
No seatbelt, it's his speed. Approaching the zebra crossing with his speed. Oh, mate. Just turn your engine off, drum on the pavement.
It's your car, yeah.
I've got everything on me anyway.
Got your insurance, MOT?
Not on me yet.
Home.
There's another CAD for the 6th of March in relation to being stolen.
The vehicle check.
Right.
Kilo Foxtrot from 362. Can I have a vehicle check on... What road are we on? Road. Green Street, over.
Yep, I'll do it on Channel 2 for you.
Stop.
Over in Southwark, Claire's practising by stopping cars driving in bus lanes.
So I have to stop running after them.
10 o'clock.
Hello, sir. Do you realise why I've stopped you?
Well, I got stuck in that lane, I couldn't get out. 50 yards down there, it's not a bus lane, and then you come to a little section of bus lane. I mean, it's ridiculous, really. And I couldn't get out, it's bumper to bumper traffic.
Okay, well, I saw you from the junction down the road.
You couldn't have seen me from down the road. You saw me from when that weren't a bus lane at them lights, and then it goes into a bus lane, then it comes out of a bus lane.
Fortunately, for your seatbelt endorsement there, it's only a fine, isn't it, Lloyd? Queen Street. Green Street.
Green Street, that's it. Get there again.
Before you know it, you stood there not knowing what to do.
I know you're aware that, because I can see the cogs turning in your head when you're talking to these people.
Yeah.
And the cogs are turning and you're thinking, what do I say next? And, you know, you feel sort of awkward when there's like a pregnant pause. But don't worry, because, I mean, at the end of the day...
That's what I'm picking up off you. Every stop we do, there's a new line that I'm picking up.
Excellent.
I'll just pay the fine, because I'm not going to be bothered to go through all these stupid procedures and take months.
There you go, it's your copy.
Is that it,
All
yeah?
right, yeah, that's it. I didn't tell him to have a nice day.
I think you would have upset him when you said that. I think he would have thought you were being sarcastic there. Was his tax just correct?
Yes, it was.
So what month was on it?
I don't know.
All right, one thing, don't run after the car. You will look very stupid if he does drive off and you're running after him. Stop.
Yeah.
Or you're running along the...
I'm saying, young man.
Or you run along the road and go, back. Then I will laugh.
You'd be really cruel. Giving somebody a ticket now and they're going to get fined, that's not really something I'm ever going to like doing. My reasons for joining the police were to make a difference to people's lives, help people, and that seems to go against everything. I know they've maybe done something dangerous, but to give somebody a ticket, that's going to take a bit of getting used to.
We've done 3 or 4 stops now, and from the beginning of the day I was really nervous, and now I'm bringing with confidence. I want to get my next one in, get some paperwork done. So it's good. It's just a matter of keep asking questions, ask. Because when they come in your face, because I've not got the experience, you think, whoa. And I realise that you've got to overcome that. That's the hardest part, realising it. It's good.
After a few days, the new probationers are sent out in police cars.
10 blacks fighting. 10 plus fighting. 10 plus fighting.
Tonight, it's Mike's turn.
What was that?
8 ones, put it out.
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry. Every day I'm learning something. I pick something up from my tutors or something that I've gone into. I've learned a little bit more about myself or the way that I would deal with something. And it's like, right, I want to go out and I want to do it again. I want to get better. And it's, you know, all the time I'm wanting to go out and do more and more and more. And it's good. Yeah, no regrets whatsoever. It's definitely the right choice.
Crossing?
Yeah. You parked. Yes, you were. You were parked on the controlled area of a zebra crossing on the zigzag lines. Right, well, it's an offence to park. Okay, well, I am going to give you a ticket, okay. Can I have your name, please?
He's confident. Nearly too confident. Nearly too confident. His procedural knowledge is good. His knowledge on law is good. But its practical application isn't quite there yet.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
No, I don't. I'm not an illiterate.
I'm not saying that you are.
His communication skills could be a little better, simply because he's not used to dealing with people in a confrontational way. That is better than a lot, but the demands are greater from when I was in a probationer to now, so they just have to learn quicker.
It's good, actually. Dealing with all sorts of different calls, really. No arrest. What's going on? How can I not get an arrest on Friday night? What's everyone doing? They must just be there, sat in the pub thinking, what time does Mike knock off? Oh, it's 10, isn't it? He's doing 2 till 10. Till, let's get absolutely bladdered in the pub. Do nothing, be really good. And as soon as 10 o'clock comes, we'll all go out and get mullered and have a fight. How about that? I think that's what they're all doing.
Can you listen to what I've got to say? Are you listening to what I'm saying? Yeah. Right, I'm arresting you for being drunk and disorderly. Okay, you do not have to say anything.
Out on foot patrol, Claire has been called to deal with a drunk.
Something you later rely on court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. What? Hang on. One. I need to suffer on.
It's Claire's first arrest.
He seemed okay to start with, but he was very drunk. He started swearing. My adrenaline's really going. I don't need drugs, do you? Just join the police.
Over in East London, Craig has also arrested a drunk with the help of his instructor, Chris Mitchell.
Fucking damn bottle of weed. You fucking didn't have to my leg. I was up the man's dick. I was up his fucking ass. Calm down. Calm down.
You're going to come speak to me?
I was fucking over the top, big man. Over the top of you, man. You
listen to the sergeant. We'll sort it out in 1 minute.
You don't ever see the street.
Claire has finally got her drunk back to Southwark Station, and Mike lends a hand.
Come on, mate, come on.
What?
Oh. Yeah, number 6. Come on, mate, keep your legs up.
Right,
man on the head, out you come. Door closed, door closed.
Beautiful.
See how it works? Excellent.
Well done, everyone.
Oh, smelly.
Cool, can I wash my...
Yeah, please.
God, it's stacked.
Bill, I won't be over here this minute.
Craig's prisoner was caught stealing sherry from a supermarket.
You've had a bit to drink today, yeah?
No, it's fucking 3 pence. What's the gloves on for? You know when you stick your fingers up my ass or then...
Oh, well, that's really think we want to stick our fingers up your arse. Don't be so stupid.
Fucking woman touching my ass, innit?
Yes. No, he's not.
When did you get there and fucking feed me in the cell?
Hey, there's no
Feed me in the cell.
Come on, take your watch off.
Just take your watch off.
I swear my mother's
Come on, just take your watch off.
Don't you fucking talk to me like that.
You said you didn't want to be in here very long. It's going to take you 3 hours.
I'm not long fucking here. I'm here, innit?
Oh, that woke him up.
In Southwark, the charges against Claire's prisoner have mounted.
No, just we're in charge. Tell him.
Okay.
Helped by instructor Len Harvey, Claire has to tell the prisoner exactly what offences he's committed.
Yeah. Okay, originally you was arrested for drunk and disorderly. Yeah, but because your conduct continued, you were then arrested for disorderly behaviour under Section 5, Public Order Act.
Keep going.
Yeah, and because you also kicked my sergeant, you was also arrested for assault. Do you understand? Right, that's it.
Yep.
Okay. There's no way I would have been able to control him. It's just too strong for me. I think he would have thrown me around like a rag doll, wouldn't he?
He was a powerful man, and she didn't back off at all. We're just talking about the handcuffing, where we're taught certain ways of putting handcuffs on, but the reality is you can't do that. You put them on any way you can.
Just get him on, don't you?
Because if we hadn't handcuffed him, he'd have probably hit us as well, I reckon.
Get a good part of that shit over, then you get caught, can't
6 hours after being arrested, Craig's prisoner is released on bail.
You put all this back in your pockets. You got your all-important tobacco.
Just
stuffed your carry. Whatever that is.
Thank you. Sorry to cause you any trouble, gentlemen. Excuse again.
Going home.
3 hours ago, you were itching to get out of here, weren't you? Come on, take care. That's probably Craig's first little bit of conflict, but it's just verbal abuse, so rather than the physical side of it. But no, we did well. And as you can see, he's come out now. We've dealt with him as fairly as we possibly could. He obviously responds to being treated fairly like he has done. And when you release them, even though he's been charged with offence, he goes away thanking you for sort of charging him, basically. So if you can treat people like that and you can treat them fairly and they go away at the end of the day like that, then it sort of proves we've done a good job, or we've certainly done our part of it.
You just got to take it. I mean, it's nothing personal at the end of the day. He's had a few drinks. And even if it is personal, I mean, he's not your friend, so just get on with it, do the job. Just keep thinking ahead all the time, one step ahead of him.
Remind me next time I deal with a drunk to put my rubber gloves on.
But I'm still itching now. I don't know why I'm itching. Just psychological. Don't say you've been bitten.
You've got little white things there.
Oh no, don't, that's gross. No.
There's not many, they're just moving around.
No, that's disgusting. Is he lying? I haven't got white things running around.
There's only a couple, they're not that big.
Not many.
They look really drunk as well.
Yeah, they probably are.
At some point in their careers, most police officers will have to cope with death. To help the probationers deal with this, during their first 10 weeks, each one is taken to their local mortuary to see a post-mortem.
Because I don't really know what to expect. I've had, my imagination's been running wild. All sorts of things have been popping into my head. I've got my mints to take away the taste of death, apparently, and I've got a little bottle of perfume and a hanky to take away the smell.
I don't like to be too far away from the
The probationers from Fulham are making their trip too. At 19, Jackie Breeze was one of the youngest recruits at Hendon.
It really isn't, it's not the same as looking at someone who's alive, because they're not. But the smell is definitely not nice.
I'm not looking forward to going at all, but I suppose it's something that you've got to get used to. I've never seen a dead body at all before.
It's just this thing that I have about seeing a dead body. I've never seen a dead body before, and it's a bit worrying, really. I don't know quite how I'm gonna feel about it.
This is a routine post-mortem that we do on non-suspicious bodies. I've already opened his head, so you won't be seeing that, but I'll be able to take his brain out and...
The point of this is so that we can find out what causes man's death. By definition, these are sudden, unexplained deaths usually, so that's why we don't know an awful lot sometimes before.
It's all through the ribs, so I can gain access to the chest organs. You have to see the neck organs, obviously, to see if somebody's been strangled. Their lungs are very stuck, which shows that there has been some infection there. We take the organs out in 3 sections here. We take the chest organs, the abdominal organs, obviously the bowel as well comes out.
So what sort of things are you looking for?
We really just look for anything abnormal, like stuck wounds and bleeding where there shouldn't be, and bruising to the neck and things like that. That's the brain. That's the brain stem, part of the brain.
It's like yours, Martin, but bigger.
It wasn't as bad as I thought. It did look like a waxwork, really, the first body when I saw it. I'd like never to have to see him post-mortem again, though.
It's all right now, I'm fine. Now that I've dealt with it here and I know what it's like, when I actually have to deal with it on the streets, I'm going to be a lot more prepared for it, and I'm not going to have those initial feelings that I had when I walked in. You know, I've already dealt with those and got rid of it. So now I'll just be able to focus on the job in hand and hopefully be a lot more professional.
Can you get yourself in a position to see if there is anybody outside?
Back on duty, Claire and instructor Keith Moody receive a call about a man threatening someone outside a local job centre.
For some reason, someone said that he might have a gun. And the control room don't want me to go up to him, obviously, for safety reasons. Just hang back here.
Apparently, after a female member of staff had had an argument with a passerby, he threatened to kill her.
Is 403. Can you make your way to the location now?
Yeah, we'll do, Sarge.
Yeah, where's that, Sally?
Just want to come with me. Just come round to the side. Just keep your hands where I can see them for a moment. Okay. Just come round to the side. I'll tell you why we stopped you. Basically, we've had a problem. Someone's called us. Yeah.
Having found the suspect, they quickly establish he's not armed.
Excellent, ma'am. I'm trying to. Right. We just got a call here. Yeah. That possibly you may have caused a bit of a disturbance in there earlier. No? None at all. Nothing to do with that.
He said, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna bring my gun and kill you.
And then
she went
you know
inside.
the one about you.
He was pushing the buzzer.
That's not fun.
We've had this information, so if we leave you here, that this is going to continue.
I'm going about my business.
Okay, so I'm now arresting you to prevent further breach of the peace. Okay, you don't
So when
have
am
to
I
say
coming out
anything,
your station?
but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something you later rely on in court.
I'm going to court.
Anything you do say may be given in evidence. Do you understand?
Am I going to court?
You're going down the police station.
No, let me finish me. And then the one about the geezer. The one about the geezer that wasn't that strong enough, didn't have his lunch. Listen, don't think so, oh yeah, you talk to me any blood clot, you know, stuff.
We had information that he had a gun on him at one point, which was quite scary. But I seemed to walk faster to the venue rather than step back because I was worried about members of the public being hurt, more so than my own safety, which is something I need to step back on. So I definitely need to do that. Just got a death wish, I think, sometimes.
No, I mean that.
You'll be
I
taken
mean
to
that.
a cell and searched there because I don't have to put up with your behaviour in custody. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
I mean that.
After further investigation, no charges were brought and the man was released later the same day.
Even after the violent arrest, it still feels good to come here every day and to go out. It doesn't matter what arrest you do, every single crime has got a victim. So you're always helping people, it doesn't matter what you do.
Mike is still looking for his first arrest.
Saturday night.
This is taking the piss.
Don't worry, Mike, we'll get something. I've got a feeling in my water.
He spotted a boy drawing on a street sign.
Show me your hands. Show me what you wrote.
I wrote that. Criminal damage.
We're asking you for criminal damage. You don't have to say anything that may harm your defence if you don't mention when questioned something which you later rely on in court. If you do say no and give them evidence.
Go away.
Go away. I know he's your friend, but go away. Have you got anything in your pockets? Hey, can you get out of the way? Get out of the way. No, it's all right. I'll take it out.
Some police are bad.
You got my money as well.
Yeah, I've got your money. Yeah.
That's all bad. It's all bad. That's police people in this podcast.
Yet received, show us a sign.
South East London. The police have been called to deal with a shoplifter who's become violent.
Bastards!
I know. I know, this looks comical, doesn't it?
25-year-old Claire Keating has just finished an 18-week course at the Metropolitan Police Training School in Hendon.
Yeah, we're the only ones with that van.
As a new probationer, Claire's still learning the ropes.
Sorry, am I getting excited? Someone already nicked them then, they just need a van.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right.
Oh. Yeah, unit requiring the van for Hayes Galleria. We're parked up in Battlebridge Lane.
Claire's been beaten to the call by Mike Walsh, another new probationer.
He's got a big, faster car. We did ask to go first, and they just happened to be round the corner.
It was just there,
Yeah.
practically outside.
Yeah.
We're coming away from Rotherhite, weren't we?
Yeah, so unfortunately we're a bit late, but I'll have words later.
Yeah. All signing with
Mike is making the second arrest of his new police career under the watchful eye of a police instructor.
I've got the statements of what details of the other two actually did say more. Right.
For the first 10 weeks after leaving Hendon, new probationers are supervised. Claire and Mike's supervising instructor is Sergeant John Darcy.
Just done notes of scene. That's all right. Glad you can read it. The security guards had detained him, and there were razors all over the floor that they said that he'd stolen. Got the evidence, so I arrested him there and then, and did a search and found some drugs on him. So further arrested him for possession of drugs. So that's quite a nice one, really. And apparently, when the guy who stopped him took him back in and he started doing all that, putting on before, he's going, "Oh, where have all those come from?" Like they just magically appeared up his top. So, gonna go back now and do the biz.
Back at the station, there's a problem. An empty medicine bottle is found on the floor of the van.
Was a load of stuff in there.
Yeah, he swallowed it then.
He
swallowed whatever was in there, sir.
What was it? What was it?
It was yours because that van was empty.
What was it?
Now, I have been informed by these officers that you've swallowed something. Can you tell me what you swallowed? Was it controlled drugs? I've got to be concerned about your health.
What's the matter with it?
You don't know what it is. Why did you swallow it then?
I just want to kill myself.
Sorry?
I want to kill myself.
Right. Take him into the surgeon's room and let the ambulance crew deal with him. And get the rest of his details to me, please.
Stephen, well, you need to put our minds at rest and let us know what's in this bottle. You're going to have to come down the hospital. Police are obviously going.
Hospital.
Well, I don't think you're going to have any choice. I don't think you're going to have any choice. But if you don't...
As he refused to say what he'd swallowed, he had to be taken to hospital.
Because the bottom line is we can't take the chance. I'm afraid the police will make you go.
It's all gone a bit pear-shaped, really. It went from what was an okay arrest, quite simple, to something quite serious, really, all in the matter of a couple of minutes. This is my first serious thing. So I suppose my first RTA is going to be hard, my first sudden death is going to be hard. Each first, whatever you do, is going to be difficult.
Mike found the medicine bottle in the suspect's belongings, and he obviously gave it back. I mean, it's a mistake. It's a mistake on Michael's behalf, and it's most certainly a mistake on my behalf. As Michael knows now, he's thought about it, and he accepts that yes, he should have kept it. But and that's in hindsight. So, and we're all better people in hindsight.
It turned out the man had taken an overdose of methadone. After recovering in hospital, he was brought back to the station a few hours later and then released on bail.
It's very sad with somebody saying that they want to die and they want to kill themselves, and it's it's upsetting. It's not nice, but it's all part of the job, isn't it? I suppose.
For 10 weeks, the probationers have been trailing a police instructor. Now that has come to an end. From tomorrow, for the first time, they'll be working on their own as part of a real team of officers.
We've got to hold our own basically now, and it's quite frightening I'm sure that I can do it, I'm sure that I'm capable of doing it, and I'm not frightened to ask people for help. But this is going to be the real test. I think the next 18 months is going to be a real test of character.
In Stratford, East London, Craig Jones is going to meet his new team. He left Hendon at the same time as Claire.
It's a new station, new faces, new sergeant. I'm a proper PC now, even though there's 2 years probation left. And you're still learning, you're still the new boy. But putting the uniform on for that first time in a new station, it's time to show what I can do.
The first thing Craig has to do is to meet his new sergeant.
We better go and have a chat about your future, if you have one.
Cheers.
Well, the hair will have to go for a start.
I'm going to
keep your hat on full time, one of the two.
Right, just 2 crimes I'll bring to your attention. Both happened round about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Whilst Craig sits in on his first team briefing to find out his duties for the day, over in Southwark, Claire is already out on her first patrol with her new partner.
date. And it calls him racial names, over.
Oh,
Do you know where that is?
It's a 10-year-old being assaulted by friends with racial comments. Because it's a racial incident, well, we have to throw off the Met's resources at it. Get the duty officer down.
110.
Do any of you lot live here? No? Oh yeah, can you call us?
Since the death of Stephen Lawrence and the McPherson report, an inspector has to be notified about every racial incident.
I think what we'll do is we'll obviously take as many details as we can. I think we're going to be able to resolve this here and now, aren't we?
Possibly not. Mum, I think, will tend... If we go and have a chat with these people, I think she'll be happy with that. Oh yeah, this is Inspector Tate. Right.
It's been kicked twice in the back.
You've been kicked twice in the back, have you?
What she's worried about is that they're going to retaliate.
Right, now I can understand that's fair enough.
Dealing with racial crimes is very important to me personally. I really felt for the little boy that had stones thrown at him, a pole thrown at him because he's black. He's 9 years old. There's been a whole gang of white kids surrounded him, calling him black bastard, and I don't know. I just really felt for the boy and his mum as well, because she's frightened to let her boy out.
Claire went with the inspector to talk to the young boys involved in the incident.
When we went to see the suspects that were involved, I had to stay calm, I had to try and control what I was actually thinking. I felt like going up to the lads and saying, you know, like, how dare you, blah, blah, you know, and just give them a good clip round the ear roll, but obviously we're not allowed to.
Meanwhile, in the East End, Craig is getting his first experience of dealing with youngsters.
Basically, we found these in their bags. Right. You know, because they left the hangers behind.
Yeah. I mean, if you want them prosecuted, then they can be arrested and taken to Forest Gate Police Station.
I think it's pointless.
You've been in trouble with any sort. So why are you doing it now?
I'm just going to bury a bag. I'm had enough money for it.
So why didn't you leave it?
Come on, please. Don't let our parents know.
Have you got any ID on you, girls? Just so I can check what you've told me. You got a bus pass or anything?
Please.
Well, we're going to tell her.
We have to tell you. This gentleman is being very, very kind. You knew what you were doing. And we have to tell your parents. This is my first dealing with, you could say, children, 13 and 14. It's sad to see. I have a younger sister of that age, and it'd upset me if she was doing that. And I mean, for what they're stealing, it's not worth it, especially getting that criminal record. And I don't think they understand at that age.
Today it's Mike's first time on duty without a police instructor. His team are working nights.
Is it like a little side and not full side? No, there's a side for probationers, and that's by itself.
The other side of the window. It's out of the yard.
I hate that feeling of being a fish out of water, where you don't know what you're doing, when you don't feel confident dealing with something.
I should have a perfect pocketbook from now on.
Because there's so many things that you have to think about and take on board. And it's not just like a snap decision, well, if I get it wrong, it doesn't matter. You know, 9 times out of 10, you've got to get it right. So it's quite a responsibility.
It's John, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Got a lot of names to learn now, haven't I?
John, we've found a vehicle.
One of Mike's first calls is to look for a suspect who's been seen breaking into a car.
Male IC1 wearing a black or dark green jacket. Oh, I think you said shaved head as well.
Yeah, shaved head.
The suspect has been described as a young white male.
No, it's not him.
What is it? No, there it is. It's a black lad, isn't it?
All right, mate. Whereabouts have you come from?
Sorry?
Whereabouts have you come from?
London Bridge, right. So tell you the reason why we stopped you, mate. It's basically there's a car being broken into run back by a fire station. The description given was actually a white bloke with a green jacket on. And we thought you were white because you're quite pale skinned. You know, for a black lad, you're quite pale skinned. We thought it was white in this light. It's an easy mistake to make. Okay. So, I mean, you haven't got anything on it you shouldn't have you?
Nope, not at all.
But you would you mind if I just have a quick look in your pockets, make sure you're not... Do you want me to take it out, or...? You got cuts?
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you get the cuts?
Pint glass.
Pint glass?
How did you manage to cut yourself on a pint glass?
It exploded in my hand.
Well, you just told me that you did that in the pub.
I never said that I did it. Yeah, you did. I never said I did it in the pub.
You said a glass exploded in your hand.
A pint glass.
A pint glass. Where else do you get a pint glass from then?
The pub.
Right.
I never got that pint glass from my pub. From the pub. Have you been involved in that vehicle? With that vehicle at all? Not at all. You're absolutely sure of that?
Possibly could recognise him. He said he was about sort of mid-20s, possibly a white shirt as well.
Can you open your jacket? Yeah. I told you I don't want him getting wet. Do you want me to?
No. That's all right.
No. What we're going to find out if they'll be able to identify the person who'd done this again. I mean, we don't want to end up arresting somebody on suspicion or something if there's someone who can identify them and say that is or isn't them.
To try and identify the suspect, the witness is driven past in a police car.
You want to come here, mate? Yeah, thank you. It's not you. All right. I thought it wouldn't be. Thanks for your cooperation.
Well, that's all right. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Cheers.
You've got to be careful when you're searching people that you've got the right grounds to do it. Then you have to explain it to them. The fact that he's sort of a very light-skinned black lad, it put a little bit of doubt in my mind as to whether it would be him. But when he had the cut hand...
But at the end of the day, if the witness doesn't ID him, then there's nothing you can do. If there hadn't been a witness, he'd have been arrested on suspicion, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
The recruits have settled into their new roles. After 3 months, Craig is used to dealing with fights.
Just received a call off officers to a Balaam Street, large public order fighting basically.
Craig and his partner, Noel Deedy, are just a few minutes away.
I don't know what it is, it's Whitwell Road.
It turns out that the fight is at a wedding reception.
I don't know what it's about yet, but at the end of the day, 2 people have been seriously assaulted, if not more.
You're scaring the hell out of me. Seriously? Sorry?
Outside, the fighting continues.
Handcuffs! Go away! Out of it! Oh, relax, get down.
Fuck you, wankers! You fucking wankers! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Move your arm round! Spin it round,
I'll give you my arm.
Right, spin your arm round! Spin your arm round!
Spin your arm round! I'll give you my arm!
Hey, calm down,
you're not pulling me, I'll give you my arm!
Calm down then!
Fuck you!
A lot of people think, oh, police, they're here to cause trouble.
Fuck you!
Relax your arm then!
We're there because trouble's already started. A lot of people at this incident, and there must have been a good 20 people actually hands-on, grabbing, fighting, punching, and there ended up being 20, 30 police officers there. Now, as it cools down, people start blaming the police. I don't understand why.
You're going to get necked down.
No, I went to ask.
Because you're drunk, yeah, and you're going to get necked.
No, I'm sober. Why did it take 5 of them to hold him down?
My wrists are killing me.
Excuse me?
I know you are, mate. Leave yourself forward.
Look, can I say something? Quality night in Canning Town.
Craig's partner, Noel, is well aware of the impression they're creating.
5 PCs to restrain one bloke. It looks excessive, but if somebody wants to struggle with us, we can't fight them, as in like the proper term fight. We can't kick and punch and anything we need to do. We're trying to restrain them without them getting hurt and us getting hurt. So if it takes 5 for nobody to get hurt, then obviously it might not look the best in the world, but it's the safest way of doing it, and people don't understand that.
Lean forward. My right one is really
going in the van?
You're alright. It's them other 2 have roughed me up as far as I'm concerned. And I will take their numbers and I don't give a fuck.
You'll get the numbers once we
look,
you
if
in.
you take me station, I will take your numbers because I've done nothing. I ain't got a criminal
I told
record.
you, you've been arrested on
I'm an
suspicion
actor
of
and a singer.
GBH. Where's Craig? Paul? Oh, you seen Craig?
They've started a big old fight over my stereo system. This is God's own truth. I lost my temper. Yeah, because they were saying, lock me out, and they said I couldn't have my stereo. It was lost my temper. A geezer's belted her with a chair. She split her eye open all over the fucking top. And he's walking around in there. This is what's making me... I'm sorry to lose my temper, but it's upsetting. He's walking around in there and he split her fucking eye open.
Keep walking.
Keep walking. My sister. What about my wrist?
After further investigations, no charges were brought against any of the wedding guests.
Fucking salad. Wait.
For myself, the aggressive and abusiveness, it just comes with the job. It's a shame this has to happen. It's someone's wedding day.
The Met deals with nearly 7,000 incidents of domestic violence every month. In Southwark, Mike Walsh is answering a call from a woman whose boyfriend has been causing a disturbance.
There are no numbers here, Bob.
Should be my number. Colin 537.
You live here?
My woman lives there. Alright, I'll see you later, yeah? You phone her, yeah? Alright, bye, man.
What's happened to the window?
No,
hello.
Light, man.
You call police?
Like the wind.
Yeah. Can I come in?
Can I have my phone, please?
Yeah, I have to speak to Mum, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. What happened to your arm?
Do you want to tell me what's
Did
happened?
it fall out onto your arm?
Yeah, it was like the
Take it, you've locked him out of it.
Yeah. You've got blood all over your arm.
Well, he's caused a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
Now, we can't arrest him. He's caused criminal damage. We can arrest him.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm concerned if we
They're
go,
arresting me now.
so therefore I'm going to arrest you on suspicion of causing criminal damage and to prevent a breach of the peace.
I'm not
Or anything you do say, maybe give him evidence.
But they're going to keep me in... You know what? You know what? At the end of the day, this is my daughter you got to talk to.
Alright. Let's walk down the stairs. Yeah, okay, mate.
You just let down a little
You can do it on the hurry up, please.
I'm going to walk downstairs because you know you're hurting me, yeah? You're hurting me, do you understand? I know I'm black and you're white, yeah? But can you let that... These are hurting me, yeah?
Well,
that's what I'm making...
When I went to the call, I had no idea what colour he was. Didn't know if he was black, white, green or blue. He's arrested because of what he'd done. But he is saying that he's been arrested because he is black. No more, no less. It doesn't make me do my job any differently, but it's very worrying because if he now makes an allegation, for example, that I've been racist, that I've used unnecessary unnecessary force against him, as in I put the handcuffs on, I put them on too tight. If all that is linked into him saying that you've done that because I'm a black man, then I will get a racially aggravated complaint against me, which will be investigated by CIB3. From a personal, perhaps selfish point of view, it's very, very frustrating and it's very upsetting. However, if you look at the big picture and you look at the professional side of it, then it has to be done because of the criticism that the Met and the police service as a whole has had post-McPherson, etc., we have to seem to be accountable beyond any limit.
Come on, alright, in a minute we'll get them off, okay? Just I want a fag, okay?
No charges were brought and the man was released later the same day. The one thing most probationers dread is having to deal with their first death. Claire has just received a call about a woman found dead in a flat.
I am quite nervous about it until I get there. If the body, sounds gross, but if the body's quite fresh, then it's not so bad. But if the body is an old body, it's like going into the unknown, and I feel really nervous about it. Oh, is that them? Oh no, it's not smelly.
The body was discovered by the council.
Is it? Smell is really bad. It's hard to describe. Like you've got hundreds of bags of rubbish gone off.
Yeah, come in here, Claire.
Okay. Look. Is it really bad?
Sierra 207. We're just leaving my chair now, being at 5 on the front then.
It's an old one, isn't it?
Thanks very much.
No, it's just a couple of days, it's just the heating's going on.
Okay. I could cope with it if it wasn't for the smell. The smell was hideous. There's flies in the window. It's grim. She's obviously a very proud lady. Her flat's very sort of clean and tidy. Just glad that she seems to have died. It appears she's died naturally in her sleep, which makes me feel a hell of a lot better.
Claire's job is to collect as much information as she can about the dead woman for the coroner's court.
The only thing is blanket's been put on top by LAS. I surprised myself when I went into that sudden death. I wanted to turn back. I didn't want to go ahead, and I had to talk myself. I'm saying, no, don't be such a wimp, don't be such a wimp. You've got to go in there. And sort of 20 minutes later, I'm lifting the body up and searching it and leaning over it to get medication. And I was surprised how you just get on with it, really. You've got a job to do, and I don't know, you don't think about it too much. I think you go mad if you thought about it too much.
Yeah, we've had a further call on the Albion Street call. We've now got a male being glassed, or you can come in via Neptune Street from the lower road. The first turning on the left-hand side.
It's nearly a year since the probationers decided to join the Metropolitan Police. All of them are aware of how much they've changed.
Would I recognise myself 10 months ago as I do now? Definitely not. I mean, the job's brought a lot of qualities out in me. Hopefully nothing negative. I don't think it's brought anything negative out. Obviously it will have, but I mean, 10 months ago I wouldn't have envisaged or thought that I could do half the things that I'm doing at the moment.
I'll get a print of this car. Is this his car?
It's his car, he's been it. It's made me realise that there's people out there who do suffer.
It's alright, the car's a bit of a...
Yeah, I think I've got a lot more time for people.
No, he was parked there at a red light, he's been it and he's come straight across.
And as you go from job to job, incident to incident, it's amazing what you've learned and what you know.
According to the informant.
I am on the steepest learning curve I've ever been in my life, more so than at university. Nobody can really prepare you for that.
No, this is what he done last week. He was in court for this today.
Right.
He's meant to give me my money today. He left me with no money, no food, no gas, no nothing, all over the weekend.
Shall we go and sit inside, Claire? I joined the job as a civilian. I'd never seen some of the things that I see every day in my job before, and the first time you see some of these things, it's tough.
I don't know what to do you know what I mean?
Has he hurt you anywhere else at all?
He tried to throw me under a bus.
Right.
He's a psycho, he's off his head, he needs to get mental hospital help.
But, for want of sounding callous, you do become hardened to certain things.
I had to bother this snappy off Kay this morning.
Right, Claire, you've got to listen to me, right? As I say, with regards to the money, I can't help you there. There's nothing we can do. That's something that you're either going to have to go to the CSA. The only thing that I can actually do to help you this afternoon is with regards to the assault that he's committed on you. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. If you get emotionally involved in the things that you deal with, as I have done, undoubtedly in some of the cases I've dealt with, then I don't believe you can function as effectively as if you are, more dispassionate and probably more professional. And that's probably happened to me without me realising it.
In a fight, the Old Kent Road's about 5 males and females fighting. I've had a few people pull me aside and say, don't be too nice to that person because they've got previous for this, previous for that, they've done this, done that, blah, blah, blah. Don't be nice to them. But I'm not there to sort of judge them, really. I'm there to just do my job. My dad's 2 on the scene at Tesco's. People might think I'm soft, but at the end of the day, I don't think, as yet, anyone's taken advantage of me. Shit, they're fighting. Oi!
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get down! Get down! Get down! Now!
When
4 men try and jump in,
I'm trying to wait a minute, we need to speak to you.
Get your hands out.
We need to speak to you. Where are the people that hit you?
Stand still.
Alright. Get back!
Get on, Yannick, down there. Police is pushing.
Get back! You stay there! You stay there!
up! Fucking stand there and talk to me, you fucking stupid!
Calm down.
Yeah, I know, yeah, sorry.
Who stabbed you?
Thanks, mate. This job has changed my confidence a lot. I'm not scared of situations anymore, and I don't really trust people now, which was one of my biggest fears when I was at Hendon.
The programme you're about to see is a history of the British Police Service. It traces the early origins of policing through to the formalisation of our current system in the early 19th century by Sir Robert Peel. Much of the film you will see has not been shown before. It's lain in police archives and records and not been seen by the general public. You will see police officers dealing with tremendous social deprivation of Victorian times. You will see them dealing with severe public disorder and some major crimes. What you will see throughout the film is police officers policing by consent, serving the community from whom they are drawn, and above all, I think at the end of this film, leaving you with a clear understanding of why your British Police Service still commands its reputation as the finest in the world.
Over 1,000 years ago, Anglo-Saxon kings ruled over Britain and expected the people to keep good order, which they called keeping the peace. Citizens were responsible for seeing that the law was not broken, and if it was, to catch the offenders themselves, or they risked receiving a fine. In time, it became the duty of every free citizen to take his turn as a local parish constable, serving for a year. The position was unpaid, and he was expected to combine his ordinary work as best he could. He had no uniform, but carried an official staff of office. The duties were not popular and often unpleasant, with the constable having little chance to do his normal job properly. Over the years, the population increased and communities grew larger, so that policing, even at a local level, required constant attention. Consequently, well-to-do citizens with trades or businesses began to pay others to take over their policing duties. In 1663, the City of London began to employ paid watchmen to guard the streets at night. These men came to be nicknamed Charlies, possibly after the sovereign of the time, Charles II. The type of equipment they carried included a rattle, a lantern, and a staff, which provided their only form of self-defense. The tiny sums paid to them attracted men who were old and weak. Nevertheless, they were probably the most effective night police anywhere in the country until the end of the 18th century. In 1748, Henry Fielding became Chief Magistrate for Westminster, with his office in Bow Street, near Covent Garden. He realized that London needed a more permanent and efficient force than local constables, and recruited 6 householders to serve as constables for more than the usual term of 1 year. They still had no uniform, but they were paid a salary for working full-time and became known as the Bow Street Runners. Henry and his blind half-brother John, who later took over his work, began a lifetime campaign to police London properly. As the Industrial Revolution transformed England from a rural to an industrial country, thousands of people left the countryside to look for work. And towns like Birmingham and Manchester grew at a staggering rate. Enormous numbers could not find employment and lived in the most appalling slums, with no protection by a welfare system. It was an atmosphere that bred crime. One of the greatest areas for theft in London was the River Thames, with merchant ships laden with expensive cargoes constantly loading and unloading at warehouses in the docks. Riverside workers and organised gangs were responsible for colossal losses. A sea captain named John Harriot and a London magistrate, Patrick Colquhoun, devised a scheme for policing the river and persuaded merchants to pay for a marine police force, which started operating in 1798. The 60 or so salaried officers were armed with cutlasses for self-defence and operated from rowing boats. They soon became a respected law-keeping force and grew to be the largest regular professional police force of the time, joining the Metropolitan Police in 1839. The success of the River Police encouraged the growth of the Bow Street Police, and the Bow Street Horse Patrols were revived in 1805. In a typically British way, both Parliament and people distrusted the idea of a uniform professional police force and resisted any such move because of the threat to individual freedom. But attitudes were soon compelled to change. A great period of social unrest enveloped the country and culminated in a number of severe riots. In 1819, a troop of yeomanry charged a peaceful mass meeting of 60,000 weavers in St. Peter's Field in Manchester, killing 11 and wounding over 500. When rioting occurred, the local authorities called in the army, who were not trained to cope with riots and crowd control. The Peterloo Massacre, as it came to be known, helped accelerate the process of change towards the introduction of a professional police force. Sir Robert Peel, a skillful politician, became Home Secretary in 1822 and carefully made police reforms without arousing the public fear of intimidation. He believed in crime prevention rather than relying on punishment as a deterrent. In 1829, legislation was passed by Parliament to establish the Metropolitan Police in London, a single force for an area roughly within a circle of 7 miles from the centre of London. Colonel Charles Roane and Richard Mayne became Joint Commissioners with their headquarters in 4 Whitehall Place, known as Scotland Yard. The police constables wore deliberately civilian-style top hats and blue swallow-tail coats, and carried wooden truncheons and a rattle which they used to raise the alarm and call for help. Called the New Police, they also gained the nicknames of Peelers and Bobbies, after Peel. Recruits to the new force had to be under 35 years of age, be in good health and strong, and be at least 5 feet 7 inches tall, as Peel wanted his force to be a really good body of men. The Bobby was to be calm, quiet and determined, as well as bold when he had to be, but above all he had to learn to keep his temper, however much he was provoked. Every recruit joined at the rank of constable, and promotion would only be given to those who earned it. From the beginning, the police force was a great success, but it took time for the public to accept the idea, and many brutal attacks were made against policemen. Reform was not limited to London, however. Other towns, such as Manchester and Cardiff, were actively forming their own police forces. One of the pioneer cities for the introduction of professional police was Glasgow, which has a claim to being the oldest police force in Britain, having paid policemen as early as 1800. In Ireland, Dublin and Belfast had formed town police forces by 1787. And in the same year, the baronial police began operating a body of untrained, part-time police over most of rural Ireland. The Constabulary Act of 1822 established a centrally controlled professional police force, which developed into the Constabulary of Ireland and then into the Royal Irish Constabulary in 1867, becoming the model for a number of colonial police forces throughout the world. When the government changed the way towns and boroughs were governed in the 1830s, they made it compulsory for every local authority to provide a professional police force. Some set up forces on the London model, but many rural areas were reluctant to meet the expense. Inspectors were appointed to visit every force and assess the standards to see if they would qualify for a government grant to help meet the cost. The lifestyle of the Victorian policeman was particularly harsh and the pay was poor, about the same as a farm labourer, although it was better in some city forces. A constable would work to a system of shifts, which would mean 6 or 7 hours on days, evenings or nights. Until 1868, he worked 7 days a week with no rests, which meant that many men became too ill to work. He walked his beat, patrolling the streets or lanes and meeting up with his beat sergeant at pre-arranged points, which was a kind of clocking-in system. The rural policeman was assigned to a village and a special house was provided for lodging. They tended to integrate better within the community and became trusted and popular. However, the low pay tended to attract unskilled and uneducated people, and the public image of the average police constable was of a worthy but rather thick Mr. Plod. A major problem of the time was drunkenness amongst the public and the police themselves. Many of the original peelers were dismissed within 10 years for being drunk on duty. As well as arresting drunks, the constable had to cope with all manner of public duties, including fighting fires, breaking up fights, petty felony, as well as serious crime. The new police tended to be essentially thief catchers, not detectives, and they were often hindered by their uniform, which had to be worn even when off duty, and contained some diverse regional variations.
Essex are obviously proud of their traditions. This uniform has to do with a senior officer of the late Victorian period. The hat's a kepi, which was a French type hat, but a working hat for the police, whereas ceremonial occasions they'd have worn helmets. You'll notice on the collar that I'm wearing, there are crowns. All ranks wore crowns. This had nothing to do with the modern practice of a superintendent using a crown. A constable would have had the same crowns as this inspector, and this is an inspector's uniform.
Glasgow Police appointed an officer to perform plainclothes duties early in the 19th century, and by 1887 the Glasgow Detective Department was considered to be the best in the country. In 1842, Commissioners Rowan and Main started a detective department at Scotland Yard, initially with 2 inspectors and 6 sergeants. Revelations of abundant corruption led to a shake-up of the force in 1878, and the detective branch was renamed the Criminal Investigation Department, or CID, as it's commonly known. By the end of the century, it had a strength of about 800 men. To assist the detective, Sir Edward Henry, Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, set up the Fingerprint Section at New Scotland Yard, which became home of the National Collection, soon exceeding some 70,000 prints. By 1904, newspapers had reported of this potent new weapon in the fight against crime, a tool which is still vital today. Although there were some spectacular successes for the CID, the branch was bitterly criticised for its failure to catch the notorious killer, Jack the Ripper. One major hindrance in catching criminals was that many forces suffered from a lack of transport. Police, as a rule, walked, upwards of 20 miles a day in some cases. Probably the first police vehicles were horse-drawn prison vans, which were known as Black Marias, after Maria Lee, a giant Boston negress whose size and strength was such that whenever there was trouble, constables sent for her to march people off to the cells. In 1903, the Metropolitan Police acquired 2 7.5 horsepower Wolseley touring cars for use by the Commissioner and other officers. Gradually, cars were introduced into some constabularies, and in 1909, policemen were allowed to use bicycles to enable them to get about. This was the beginning of a new age of police mobility. Communication was a new area of innovation. 1910 saw the first use of wireless radio to trap a criminal, Dr. Crippen, who murdered his wife. Telephones also became more commonly used, and police phone boxes were built so that officers could quickly get in touch with their station. By the 1920s, some police cars were equipped with radio, and in 1926, the Metropolitan Police CID were using two-way wireless systems for communication between stations. During the first decade of the 20th century, it became obvious to luminaries such as Sir Edward Henry, by then Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, that policemen would need training for the increasingly complex nature of their work. Even from the last century, police forces had been expected to train their own recruits, though there is no evidence that much training was ever given. The Royal Irish Constabulary was a pioneer in this field, with special education and training classes starting as early as 1899. By 1907, Peel House Training School was opened in London to train recruits in all the areas of police work. Another social problem that affected policing at the time was the women's suffrage movement, which was becoming increasingly militant. After chaining themselves to railings to get attention, they turned to smashing windows, setting fire to pillar boxes, and even bomb attacks. A particular violent episode in the history of British policing was the famous Sydney Street siege of 1911. Armed detectives arrived at number 100 Sydney Street in the East End looking for 3 anarchists who had already killed 3 policemen. A gun battle began which involved over 1,000 armed troops and police. The Home Secretary, Winston Churchill, had called for reinforcements, which included Scots Guards from the Tower of London, who arrived with a Maxim gun and a contingent of Royal Horse Artillery who came with 2 13-pounders. The anarchists appeared unharmed until just after noon, when some smoke appeared from the chimney of the house they were firing from. The fire brigade was called, but Mr. Churchill refused to allow them to intervene. The house burnt down, and afterwards 2 charred bodies were recovered. But one of the men, Peter the Painter, was believed to have somehow escaped. The problems the police faced changed abruptly with the advent of the First World War in 1914. As the war progressed, all police forces suffered a loss of experienced men who joined the armed forces. The void was filled by special constables, unpaid volunteers who performed many of the dangerous tasks that ordinary policemen took for granted. The Special Constabulary was an arm of the police which originally was only called upon in times of dire emergency. Under the command of Sir Edward Ward, a large force of specials was gathered to help on the home front during 1914. Tasks included guarding vital installations, stopping anti-German riots, directing traffic, and even manning anti-aircraft defences against Zeppelin raids. The specials performed their duties superbly, and after the war, a special bar was struck to be worn on the Special Constabulary Long Service Medal, bearing the words, "The Great War, 1914-18. It was also a time when women came forward in their millions to fill the gaps in the factories and other industries and to do their bit for the war effort. Women volunteered to take the place of policemen in some of the bigger cities, and by 1916 there were a small number of full-time police women. The suffragettes applied to become special constables, and under the leadership of Margaret Damer Dawson, the Women's Police Volunteers was formed. Their intention was to show just how useful women could be. If they proved their worth during wartime, the authorities would not be able to refuse them equality afterwards. Another body, known as the National Union of Women Workers, organized patrols to watch women's interests at military camps, railway stations, and anywhere else where licentious soldiers were likely to gather. It was not until 1919 that the Metropolitan Police Women Patrol was finally established as a branch at New Scotland Yard.
I think the main difficulty was the fact that most of them had no power of arrest, and so if they wanted to arrest anyone they had to go and find a policeman, which made things rather difficult. And also they had no truncheon to defend themselves with, so that the idea was that they'd probably be taken off them and be struck with them themselves. They had no representation from the Police Federation, who refused to recognise them, not until after the Second World War for England and Wales. And they had to resign on marriage.
In 1923, women in London were sworn in as constables and given the power of arrest. Outside London, some provincial forces also took women into the force at an early stage, such as Birkenhead and Glamorgan. The effect of the First World War did nothing to stop the dissatisfaction the police had over the issue of wages. During the course of the First World War, the cost of living doubled, but police pay stayed as low as ever. Trade unionism was on the increase generally, but the force was not allowed a trade union. So consequently, a strike was called on the 30th of August, 1918, although the war was still taking place. Traffic chaos was avoided thanks to bus and taxi drivers who did point duty during the rush hour, and prisoners were even taken to court in taxis instead of black Mariahs. The demand for a union was denied. However, they did receive promises of better pay, pensions, and children's allowances. A second strike took place in July 1919, which led to serious crimes being committed in Liverpool, where one man was killed when troops opened fire to control looting. The outcome of the striking was that a union was not allowed, but a police federation was permitted, and pay was increased by about 30%. With it, the status and public image of the police grew. The various striking incidents highlighted the usefulness of horses in crowd control, and in the 1920s, a mounted training school was opened in Imber Court in East Moseley, Surrey. This was on the initiative of Lieutenant Colonel Lorry, who had joined the senior ranks at New Scotland Yard after military service in the cavalry. Horses had been effective with the Bow Street Horse Patrols and against the Chartist rioters, and several forces had initiated mounted branches. In 1900, the Chief Constable of Manchester had sought permission to establish a mounted unit, and Manchester also developed a role for a mounted special constable at a time of great shortage of regular officers. As well as helping to quell rioting, the police horse was used to supervise traffic and as a symbol of authority. In 1923, an event captivated the public imagination and proved the effectiveness of mounted officers. The FA Cup final between Bolton Wanderers and West Ham attracted 200,000 fans to Wembley, and the ground soon became dangerously overcrowded. Crowds climbed turnstiles and boundary walls, spilling onto the pitch and making play impossible. Organisers were afraid of a riot and were about to cancel the match when PC George Scory, on his white horse, together with other mounted police, averted a disaster by dispersing the invaders off the pitch and back to the stands and the surrounding areas. Bolton won the cup 2-0. With the police strike still a recent memory for many, the police were faced with the overwhelming task of policing the general strike in 1926. The strike began on May the 3rd after the Trade Union Congress decided to back the miners in their strike against pay cuts and longer working hours. A state of emergency was declared when the TUC called a strike of the nation's vital services. In London alone, some 60,000 special constables were enrolled to help. They were mainly volunteers who came from the middle classes, students, ex-officers and retired managers who saw the strike as a threat. There was not the expected violence, but in some areas the police were obliged to make baton charges and make arrests. There were instances of small numbers of police patrolling in all kinds of private vehicles, and police sitting beside bus drivers, themselves volunteers, protecting them from violent attacks by strikers. In 1930, police technology was becoming increasingly sophisticated in the bid to stop crime. The information room at New Scotland Yard, which was opened in 1934 thanks to Commissioner Lord Trenchard, was now fully operational. Similar information rooms were set up by many other large forces throughout the country, and they became clearinghouses for important information on specific areas. Regional transmitters were also constructed all over the country so that wireless cars could patrol in direct communication with their station. In 1937, the 999 emergency system was introduced in London, which cut police response time to incidents dramatically. This new technology was that police time was not wasted, and their response time to get to incidents was much quicker, thus solving and stopping more crime. The use of motor vehicles became indispensable to police work, not only for traffic duties, but also for general mobility, and to catch the odd criminal who could make a quick getaway in his own transport. Police vehicles began to be fitted with fire bells, which the police called gongs, to warn the public of their presence when answering an emergency call.
The efficiency of motor patrols will not be judged by the number of convictions. We will be judged by the effectiveness of the manner in which we carry out our duties. You will now hear the police signal, which will be used only rarely and in an emergency.
Automated traffic signals, pedestrian crossings, a highway code and overtaking lines on roads were all introduced. The majority of police drivers were not qualified to advise about driving techniques or able to uphold the traffic regulations. In addition, the accident rate for police vehicles was particularly high. It was evident that police drivers needed to have excellent driving skills, and in 1934, Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Lord Trenchard, opened the Hendon Driving School. The Earl of Cottenham and Sir Malcolm Campbell, two of the most famous racing drivers of the time, were appointed as civilian advisors. Their knowledge was passed on to police drivers for many years. By 1933, there are almost 3 million unemployed, 1 in 4 of the working population, One politician who developed his own solution to the severe economic crisis was Sir Oswald Mosley, whose use of violence during meetings and marches was deliberately provocative.
Mussolini has shown to the world a dynamic genius which has revitalized a nation. Hitler and the German movement now have the opportunity to emulate that achievement.
He blamed the subsequent disorder on Jews and communists, or red agitators from the ghetto. The thuggery, which became a familiar element in Mosley's British Union of Fascists demonstrations, resulted in greater police control over demonstrations and the cabinet rushing through a public order bill, which gave the police power to ban political demonstrations likely to cause disorder. The Hendon Police College was founded by Lord Trenchard in 1934 to deal with all aspects of police training, from those joining the force to those made by the most professional of fraudsters, and how to use the most up-to-date fingerprint techniques for identification of criminals. Ballistics was also by now an everyday part of the anti-crime routine, with the discovery that a fire at Hendon, Trenchard also instituted a police forensic science laboratory. In the same year, Captain Athelstan Popkis, Chief Constable of Nottingham City Police, established a larger and in many ways a better equipped laboratory for his force in Nottingham. With the advent of the Second World War in 1939, those police who did not immediately enlist for service were being trained in air raid precautions, civil evacuation from attacks on cities, anti-gas drills, and specialized first aid. By midsummer 1940, and in spite of a state of war, all kinds of crimes became common, and new ones came into existence, such as the huge black market in ration goods. The police worked alongside the fire and ambulance services in helping the injured from the enemy raids and catching looters who took advantage of the situation to profit from others' misery. The specials once again played a very important role, not only patrolling and guarding vulnerable targets, but assisting rescue operations and aiding anti-looting patrols.
Tempo over the war quickens, and more than ever the people come to the police station to clear up their worries and personal problems.
Oh, officer, I've just heard that my husband is a prisoner of war. Could you tell me how I could...
Numerous other awards. The first George Cross was awarded to a special constable serving in Coventry. Police performed great acts of gallantry and self-sacrifice during the war years, with 293 George medals being awarded to men and women within both provincial regions and the Metropolitan Force.
Kent, a training school for London's police dogs, is opened by Sir John Nott Bower, Commissioner Metropolitan Police, at West Wickham. Then a congratulatory pat for a star pupil, Rex 3, who recently arrested an armed man. A demonstration followed when puppies who'll grow up to help to prevent crime were put through their paces. Since the war, dogs have been making up for the shortage of manpower, and you must agree they make fair cops.
At the end of the war in 1945, many of Britain's vital services, which included the police force, found themselves lacking in manpower. It was for this reason that a year later, the Metropolitan Police set up the first properly organized dog section. Their usefulness in a wide variety of policing duties had been known for many years, and in 1954, the Met opened the first police dog training school. The male Alsatian soon proved itself as being the most suitable dog for policing needs, with its all-round abilities of skill, speed, and agility. Only 1 in 20 puppies show the temperament and physical requirements for the initial 13-week training course, which they begin when they are 1 year old.
Stay. You. Up. Stay. Good boy.
Let me remind you...
Becoming a dog handler is an equally difficult job, requiring hard work and a 24-hour commitment.
You have proved yourself.
The dogs are trained to be potentially dangerous, and it is essential that the handlers can stop them with their voice and keep up with the 8 stone of dog straining on their arms while running through woods and climbing over fences. The ideal dog handler, in the eyes of many forces, is a mature officer with several years' service, married, with a family and a home which is spacious and secure enough to prevent problems with the neighbours. Bringing a dog up in a family atmosphere is all part of the training, teaching the social skills necessary for dealing with people in the streets. During the police dog's usual 8-year period of service, he will often stay with the same handler, and the bond built up between the two can become very great indeed. Another important area of policing that benefited from advances made during the Second World War was the development of river policing, and in 1948 the Thames River Police celebrated their 150th anniversary. Their own regions, such as the Oyster Fleet Police in Essex in the early part of the century. River police divisions have amalgamated and merged resources over the years, so that now there are approximately 10 marine police forces throughout the country. The power for today's police boats is provided by 2 large diesel engines capable of propelling the launch along at 20 knots, that's 25 miles per hour. The boats are equipped with the latest technology in the areas of communication, radar and navigational aids, and provide a watch 24 hours a day. As in the early days, one important duty is to combat the pilfering of cargoes from ships and wharves. They check and maintain a register of all mariners, keep an up-to-date lost and stolen marine index, and gather intelligence on boats and their owners. The Marine Police today are in close working contact with Customs and Excise, the Coast Guard and other police marine sections.
Haydock Park, Lord Derby arrived for the Lancashire Police centenary celebrations, and on the famous racecourse the Bobby of 100 years ago came back to life again. You'd be running wearing a hat like that today. A grand parade through the ages, 1839 to 1939, ended the interesting ceremony.
In the late 40s, police uniforms started to be modernized. Tunics with dog collar became V-necked, and the modern collar and tie was introduced. This changeover took some forces to the late 50s to complete, and numerous alterations for both male and female officers have occurred since. The policeman's number, which had been on the collar of the high-neck jacket, was moved to the epaulette. One recent change in uniform has been that officers no longer have to wear a coat or tunic when out on patrol. They may wear shirt sleeves. In order for the police to distinguish themselves from other services, the Scottish police, as early as 1932, came up with the idea of the black and white checkered hat band. This worked surprisingly well, and with the amalgamations in the late 60s and early 70s, was adopted by the police in England and Wales. The City of London Police has kept its own treasured identity, with a red and white diced band. The women police constable's uniform has changed considerably over the years. In 1968, a new uniform designed by Norman Hartnell was widely worn, though some forces, like the Cheshire Constabulary, did not provide their policewomen with uniforms until the 70s. And hard hats were not worn by policewomen until the mid-80s. Local taste remained a key to helmet design well into the 60s. Since then, constabularies have adapted either the Centurion Ridge or the standard helmet, although there were some innovations tried out in helmet design that didn't quite take off.
Let us have a look at the situation after the explosion of a high-yield nuclear weapon. The direction of fallout has become apparent.
Civil defence was still an issue in the 60s, despite the end of the Second World War 2 decades earlier. The acceleration of the arms race through the 50s was a direct response to the new hazard of nuclear conflict. The resulting Cold War between East and West led to the Home Office setting up a number of specialist organisations trained for dealing with the aftermath of a nuclear attack. One national scheme that developed was the organisation of a police mobile column formed around a core unit of specialist vehicles. Exercises were developed in which officers living under military conditions learned how to rebuild vital transport and communication links, organise the movement of large groups of people whilst all the time staying self-sufficient. In 1970, women police constables were finally fully integrated into the police service. Before then, women police were still organised in a separate section called the Policewomen's Department. Their mainly social work duties included picking up missing girls and being sent out to deal with female offenders, so that if a woman was found shoplifting, a policewoman would deal with the arrest. Women police did night patrol work in club areas to prevent young girls getting into trouble. Sometimes they were loaned to the CID, or uniform branch. The specialist aspect of the policewoman's work was not so rigid when she was out patrolling the streets, and like her male counterpart, she would have then to deal with anything that came along. The CID was taking on some women prior to integration, training them alongside the men in some detective duties. Women have also shown great bravery. They have performed decoy work to capture violent criminals, and amongst many George medals that have been awarded to the police over the years, Constable Margaret Cleland was a recipient in 1968. She stood on a high rooftop for over an hour talking to a man who threatened to jump off with his child in his arms. When integration arrived in 1970, the Policewomen's Department was abolished and the term Woman Police Constable, WPC, introduced. WPCs would now be trained in the same way as men and do the same sort of jobs. Policewomen nowadays are responsible for a wide range of police work. Although it is still difficult to get into the more macho departments, women can be seen on the front line at violent demonstrations. And some are trained to use firearms and work with armed response units. The risks involved in police work have proved fatal for both men and women. In 1984, WPC Yvonne Fletcher was shot dead while on duty outside the Libyan People's Bureau in London. Her abandoned hat was left on the pavement as a poignant reminder of the dangers involved in policing and the courage of those who assume such an occupation.
Pay-as-you-go parking has come to London's West End, and the Parliamentary Under-Secretary to the Ministry of Transport, Mr. Nugent, set the new parking meter scheme in operation. In goes his sixpence, and he's free to stay for 1 hour.
By the beginning of the 1960s, police forces were having to devote an increasing amount of time to the problems caused by the growth in traffic. There had been a general increase in traffic after the Second World War, which encouraged most forces to set up their own special traffic department. From the late 40s, a popular motorcycle for police patrol work was the Velocette, which quickly became known as the Noddy bike and served the police until the late 1960s. The fast growth of Britain's motorway networks in the 50s and 60s led to the requirement of more powerful vehicles, formed into units that often breached several neighbouring constabularies. To keep up with the faster-moving traffic, police constantly had to update their transportation. Ford Zephyr estate cars were converted to carry a full range of equipment used at the scene of an accident, and this trend of constantly updating patrol cars has become an ongoing concern. Police mobility, together with breakthroughs in communication, started to revolutionize the nature of policing in the 50s and 60s. The introduction of personal radio communication meant that for the first time the policeman on the street was in constant contact with the station and could be available to respond to an emergency at any given moment.
Constable Gray, Unit 6A for duty, Sergeant.
Sergeant Thompson receiving.
Reporting on duty, Sydney Road. Anything for me?
Mr. Stead of 37 Lime Avenue collect his dog from the station.
Wilco. I shall be down at the primary school about 11 o'clock, see if they've seen anything of that man with a telescope.
The pre-arranged beat pattern that the constable always followed could be abandoned and replaced by a discretionary beat. The new personal radios, known as bat phones, and the new police panda cars completely changed the face of policing. In the late 60s, the new system known as unit beat policing was introduced and involved the formation of small, well-equipped units policing small sections within a station's area. A constable would patrol with his bat phone in conjunction with a police car equipped with two-way radio. They allowed an officer to travel. Were reintroduced in an effort to forge better relationships with the public. During the 90s, the Met went one step better and experimented with the reintroduction of bobbies on bicycles. This development was as much a result of London's growing traffic problems as it was a response to the need for increased community relationships. Crime was becoming more sophisticated in the 60s. The Great Train Robbery of 1963 was the biggest haul ever taken in Britain at the time. A Royal Mail van was stopped by a faked red track signal at a secluded spot in Buckinghamshire, and in merely 20 minutes the gang took 120 mail bags holding £2.5 million in banknotes, which were on their way to being destroyed. They left few clues for the police, who found one brown glove used to block out a green light and 4 large torch batteries which lit up the red stop signal. Not far away, the now notorious Leatherslade farm had been hired, in which the gang counted and divided the sacks of money. The flying squad was brought in to assist officers from London and Buckinghamshire, and a sophisticated police operation led to the eventual capture of many gang members. In 1966, the nation was shocked by the violent shooting of 3 policemen in Shepherd's Bush. Christopher Head and David Womble were shot whilst approaching suspected underworld gang members they had been following. PC Geoffrey Fox was shot as he sat at the steering wheel of his police car in front of a group of young children who had been playing in the streets.
And then another man got out of the car and started running on the road, and he shot him through the head.
He shot the man who was already down through the head. What happened then?
And then he smashed the window, I think, and then he shot the man in the car.
He had no time to radio to base, but before he died, he managed to scribble the registration number of the gang's car in his notebook. Days later, and amongst considerable media attention, the funerals took place, attended by officers from constabularies all over the country. Such was the shock and concern the killings provoked within the police service. Air support units are an increasingly important part of the modern-day police service, yet the use of helicopters for patrol work have been established since the 60s. In 1963, Oxford City Police started to develop an unusual system of policing with the introduction of a very special member of the force. Danko, the flying police dog, was specially trained to apprehend criminals who had avoided the conventional methods of police chase. Without even having to land, Danko would be released from his specially constructed kennel and manage to surprise many an unsuspecting criminal. Regional police were experimenting with helicopter patrols over motorways as early as 1964. They made up a vital part of the new traffic division, introduced to manage the growing network of motorways in this country. For forces such as Devon and Cornwall, where there are large and often inhospitable areas to cover, helicopters are now an essential part of police equipment. Modern police helicopters can respond to incidents very quickly, such as surveying ongoing public order situations, and are equipped for such work with a system known as heli-tele, which can broadcast high-quality pictures. Today's helicopters can travel at great speed and are very useful in the pursuit of stolen vehicles. This area of crime has seen a massive increase in numbers over the past few years, with over 600,000 stolen cars in 1992 and only one-third of these recovered. Another problem which the police face with this new epidemic is the increased amount of teenagers and young offenders stealing cars. Joyriding, as it is more popularly known, has led the police to develop a new range of tactics to confront this extremely dangerous trend. Traffic departments have developed special training to respond to emergency police work, which involves pursuit driving. Selected drivers, chosen for their skill, are trained to drive the more powerful cars in the higher speed ranges in situations where it is necessary to exceed national speed limits. Of paramount importance is avoiding accidents and not putting the public at risk. The motorway sections of police forces are highly trained to deal with the free flow of traffic, the reporting of serious incidents, the examination of vehicles for defects, and the supervision of drivers. This is a section of the police service where constabulary boundaries may have to be crossed, and each force cooperates freely with the other in the interests of motorway safety.
He's crashed at junction 23.
In 1969, British troops were deployed in Northern Ireland after a week of furious sectarian fighting. Police used armoured water cannons and tear gas to disperse the crowds, but rioting continued, causing several deaths and hundreds of injuries. The situation has improved enormously since the beginning of the Troubles, when it was decided that the Royal Ulster Constabulary itself was an important cause of tension. As a result of this, it was disarmed, leaving the army to take over its riot control duties. This recommendation was accepted and largely implemented, but in 1971, when the current IRA campaign led to terrorist attacks on policemen, authority was given for the carrying of weapons for personal protection. The establishment of the RUC has since increased on several occasions because of the continuing terrorist campaign, and there are now 8,500 regular police officers supported by about 5,000 reserve officers. The difficulty and danger of the RUC's task of serving the community in the face of continuing terrorist violence is reflected in the hundreds of officers who have received awards for gallantry. Between 1969 and 1992, 286 members have been killed and 7,000 injured as a result of the security situation in Northern Ireland. The 70s saw some of the worst terrorist activity by the IRA on mainland Britain this century, and this put the police under tremendous pressure to get results. Along with explosions at tourist attractions like the Tower of London, where one woman was killed and several schoolchildren horrendously maimed, the mid-70s is infamous for the IRA bombings of pubs in Guildford and Birmingham, which were full of young people, 22 of whom lost their lives, and almost 200 were seriously injured. The Balcombe Street siege in 1975 was the result of an intensive anti-terrorist operation in central London. 4 IRA gunmen were cornered in a first-floor flat in Balcombe Street, where they were holding a couple hostage. The police immediately set up intensive surveillance activity as the Special Patrol Group, along with officers from D11 Firearms, consolidated their positions around the flat. To discourage any plans of an escape, dogs were kept within hearing distance of the terrorists and incited to bark. TV monitors were used to observe all key areas, and the balcony was watched day and night by C7 Special Equipment Unit. In a ground floor kitchen, members of C3 Photographic also kept a constant observation. Silent drills which could penetrate walls at 1 inch per hour were used to insert sound and video probes from the adjacent flat in an attempt to improve surveillance of the activity in the hostages' lounge. All items lowered into the flat were carefully positioned to force the terrorists to handle them as much as possible in an attempt to obtain fingerprints for identification. After 6 days of skillful negotiations, the terrorists surrendered and bloodshed was avoided. Since the 70s, IRA terrorism has continued to test police resources. On one day in 1982, terrorists made 2 fatal attacks on the British Army in London. About 100 people were enjoying a lunchtime concert in Regent's Park when a time bomb planted under the floor of the bandstand exploded, killing 6 members of the Royal Green Jackets military band and injuring many others. 2 hours earlier, a car bomb parked in Hyde Park sent hundreds of nails across the road as a detachment of the Household Cavalry passed by on horseback. 2 soldiers were killed and many wounded by the murderous hail, and 7 horses were so badly hurt that they had to be destroyed. The police continued to pick up the pieces. In April 1993, the City of London was blown apart by a huge IRA bomb for the 2nd time that year. IRA terrorists drove a tipper truck loaded with explosives into the heart of the capital and then successfully detonated them, causing damage estimated at £500 million. After the second outrage, the City of London police force stepped up anti-terrorist activity by setting up permanent vehicle checkpoints inside the square mile. Lack of instantly available information had always hindered the policeman's work, not just in capturing terrorists, but in all areas of policing. In 1974, the first police national computer, known as PNC, was opened in Hendon in North London and provided the larger forces with instant access to criminal records. Its first facility was a record of stolen vehicles and owners from all over the country. It had previously taken weeks to check whether or not a suspect car had been stolen, and a visit was required to the local county hall to find urgently required documents. This information could be supplied instantly, and it was soon updated to provide lists of wanted and missing persons, and a vast fingerprint index. The late 80s saw the introduction of a more powerful system known as PNC2, which now allows forces to send vital information to other constabularies. If an officer thinks a murder suspect may be trying to leave the country, he can use the computer to alert forces at airports and seaports all over the British Isles. An extraordinary act of police bravery came about in 1980 as a result of the Iranian embassy siege. 5 terrorists had taken over the embassy and held many people captive when the SAS spectacularly assaulted the building, killing 4 of the 5 gunmen and rescuing the surviving 19 hostages. The assault became inevitable when the gunmen, demanding the release of political prisoners in Iran, started to shoot the hostages. The terrorist leader would certainly have killed the first SAS man into the building had he not been tackled by PC Trevor Locke, who had been on duty in the embassy when the gunman took over. PC Locke was a member of the Diplomatic Protection Squad, one of the specialist departments of Scotland Yard. The squad was formed in 1974 to guard foreign embassies in London and consists of about 400 men trained to use firearms. The CID within each force has numerous specialist departments to deal with very specific problems, like the drug squad, the fraud squad, and the serious crime squad. Special Branch is a separate department within the CID, whose duties include keeping tabs on organizations or individuals who are considered a threat to national security and performing bodyguard duties. An ex-Prime Minister once introduced his principal protection officer as the man who shoots the man who shoots me. In reality, Special Branch officers have seldom opened fire and never lost charge. The 1980s saw some of the worst outbreaks of civil unrest this country has ever known. In 1981, rioters in Brixton, Toxteth, and other areas fought with police and indulged in an orgy of looting, arson, and vandalism. Ethnic leaders complained of years of police harassment and racism. In Brixton, for example, the disorders were triggered off partly by Operation Swamp, in which the police flooded certain areas with officers exercising their power of stop and search in an effort to reduce the very high level of street crimes. The rioting became so violent and the police were so badly prepared that in Brixton they were using dustbin lids to protect themselves from missiles thrown by the youths. And in Toxteth, the police were forced to withdraw when they admitted that the mob had gone out of control. In the aftermath, Lord Scarman conducted an inquiry. His report drastically changed attitudes both to public order control and police-community relations, especially in the multiracial areas. And forces throughout the country were advised to set up community and police panels to foster closer links between police and public. These riots totally changed the way in which the police dealt with public order. Since 1981, police were given powers that the RUC already had, namely the option to use plastic bullets and tear gas as the last resort. Support units like the Special Patrol Group were now made available to be dispatched rapidly to scenes of violence. Police acquired special riot equipment and very rigorous training based on the tactics developed by the Hong Kong police. By the mid-80s, the Met had developed a riot city where they trained to deal with a variety of riot-related situations on a daily basis. The staged confrontations take place in a purpose-built maze of streets covering an estimated 30 acres. About 60 policemen and women take it in turns to play the role of law enforcers and rioters. All officers in the Metropolitan Force train at the city on a regular basis, and the site remains a chilling reminder of the dangers faced in modern policing. A new area of policing which developed in 1962 was the underwater seek and search unit to search for stolen property, vital criminal evidence and missing persons. These policemen have been especially trained to dive in a wide range of locations, often in dangerous areas where the risk of getting entangled in underwater obstructions is very great. For this reason, safety factors within the unit are very high. With a sophisticated communication system between diver and shore and careful handling procedures for any objects discovered. In order to retain as much forensic evidence as possible, items retrieved from the water, which often include loaded weapons, are handled with extreme care. Not all of their duties are carried out underwater. Often, the underwater search unit is called to perform some of the less glamorous search duties, such as mud crawls, shallow water combing, and sewer searches. Full riot gear was worn by the police for the first time in 1984, when police from several different forces fought pitched battles with picketing miners outside the Orgreave coking plant in South Yorkshire. 41 policemen and 28 picketers were injured, and order was only restored after several charges by mounted police. Such scenes of mounted police galloping with batons drawn caused an outcry throughout the country. The police were testing out their new tactics. Firstly, lines of police carrying long shields were on the front line, taking the worst of any missiles hurled at them. These lines then parted and released either squads of police protected by shields and batons or mounted officers. The mounted section is probably the most effective police weapon, and often the last resort when attempting to control unruly and violent crowds. The miners' strike of 1984-85 saw a major manifestation of national policing. Although each force was still independently run, a chief constable could request additional police to be sent from other districts to help his own force. These police support units travelled in minibuses with a vehicle containing their riot shields, crash helmets and food stocks. The police came to be known as Maggie's Boot Boys by the miners, who accused them of taking the side of the government and employers and of using undue brutality against pickets. Many police, on the other hand, felt that they were being used as pawns in a political game between Margaret Thatcher and Arthur Scargill.
I said move. Franklin said move. Come on, let's get moving. Get moving. Move. Get moving. Come on, go. No way. Listen, move. No way. Listen. No way. You're blocking the football. Right, arrest him. Then he's under arrest.
I was standing at the top side of Orgreave coking plant, at the far end of a bridge, when the riot police began to charge. One of the police officers hit me at the back of the head and shoulders with the riot shield, and I lost consciousness. I think the scenes of violence down there from the police are almost unbelievable, but at the end of the day, our pickets have stood up magnificently.
He fell from that bank
slipped more than fell, and his back sort of hit the ground, and the back of his head hit what I think is an old railway sleeper.
Mr. Scargill says that he was hit by a riot shield from behind.
He wasn't near a riot shield.
The effectiveness of the mounted branch in policing riots proved that despite modern technology, old-fashioned aids to policing are still respected. Horses have always been used by the police. The acquisition and training techniques have changed very little this century. The most important factors have always been careful choice of animal at the right age and careful, patient training. This factor is equally as important for the riders who undergo a tough 8-week initial course, followed by continual training throughout their career.
And the care of saddlery and kit.
Once a suitable match has been made between horse and rider, the pair begin training together, experiencing a wide range of exercises designed to get them prepared for any situations that may arise.
The tallest horses that we have.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Once trained, mounted officers deal with the same range of incidents as other uniformed police during their patrol. One of the many benefits of the mounted officer is that he has the advantage of height for observation. He can also go where cars cannot, and is used to search areas like rough moorland and woods.
A horse on the beat is faster than a man.
Stop and stand where you are. All right.
Just
stay where you are. I want to speak to you regarding the property you've just taken out of that car. Okay.
A mounted officer is, after all, first a policeman.
Don't try running away. Okay. Papa Romeo from Mount...
In addition to crowd control, horses perform important operational work, like policing football matches, where it has been estimated that one horse and its rider can do the work of 12-foot constables. The mounted sections also carry out escort and ceremonial work, as well as entering competitions and participating in displays and shows throughout the UK. In recent years, the mounted section's increased involvement with policing riots has led to new training being introduced. Metropolitan Police horses take a regular part in riot control exercises and are trained to deal with the very harsh realities of policing in the 90s.
Wapping was probably the most violent riot I've ever been involved in. As a result of Wapping, we actually tooled up for the job. When I say tooled up, we became defensive. On one particular day, we had 28 men dismounted. Not severely injured, but they were dismounted. Now, you cannot allow that to happen in a public order situation. Your horses are your last line of defence. If your horses become ineffective, your next line of defence are rubber bullets and tear gas.
In 1990, a peaceful rally against the government's new community charge turned into massive riots when hundreds ran amok through central London, resulting in more than 500 demonstrators being arrested and many police and bystanders being injured. The community charge had been introduced early in 1990, and the public's disdain for the scheme had been growing steadily.
It's unfair, it penalises the poor, benefits the rich.
Britain in recent times had never seen such a mass rejection of a policy, and this anger finally came to head on this eventful day. As it happened in the miners' strike and the civil unrest of the 80s, the police were the target for any aggressive action, being seen as the symbolic representation of government. The police, however, had suffered casualties in the 80s and were more prepared in the 90s. The majority of people who came to march that day had never protested against anything before. Such was the passion the poll tax aroused. A minority of militant groups, however, saw a great opportunity to incite the police, and the result was the worst case of civil unrest seen this century. Traditional methods of solving crime have gradually been overtaken by advances in science and technology. Facial identification techniques have been vastly improved by the use of computer technology and result in systems such as eFit, which allows the pasting together of a likeness on screen without any visible join lines, drawn from a photographic memory bank of many different facial parts. A witness is interviewed to obtain a description, and the details are entered onto an eFit form and transferred into the computer. New methods of fingerprint detection have been developed that will uncover useful prints from the most unlikely sources, such as objects recovered from seawater or waterlogged earth. In recent years, computers have eliminated the need for time-consuming manual fingerprint searches. The basic technology for automated fingerprint recognition, AFR, which is the storage and search of prints on computer, has been around since the 1970s, although not really adopted till the 80s. Kent was one of the first forces to use AFR, which allows a fingerprint to be checked against all those on the database in less than 15 seconds and can hold around 70 million fingerprints. The science of ballistics has come a long way since the 30s, and now scientists are able to use powerful equipment such as the electron microscope to identify unique chemical traces given off by the fired weapon. Possibly the biggest step forward in forensics in the last few years has been the growing use of DNA in police work. The odds of two people's DNA matching are less than 3 billion to 1, which makes it the perfect forensic weapon against crime. DNA can be obtained from the tiniest samples, such as a human hair bulb or a drop of blood, and its use within police work is really only in its infancy. Policing has always been a potentially dangerous profession, but the risks involved have increased over the years. A major problem the police face today is the increase in gun crime. The question is whether arming the police is a lifesaver or a liability. Would it be an effective deterrent to criminals acquiring firearms, or would it encourage more criminals to use them?
First of all, Minister, are you not saddened to have to see police armed with machine guns on mainland Britain?
Yes, I am. But I also feel very strongly that when the terrorists adopt new tactics and threaten, for instance, the terminals of airports around the world, then we must be on our guard and respond.
Guns are routinely carried by officers in nearly every other country in the world, but there is no proven cause and effect between an armed police force and low gun crime. Yet the problem is becoming increasingly serious. London saw only 4 armed robberies involving firearms in 1954. From April 1992 to March 1993, there were a staggering 3,000 armed robberies in the area, and about 9,000 nationwide. Over the past few years, the way the police handle firearms has changed considerably. On the whole, the number of officers authorized to use guns has fallen sharply, but they are trained to a much higher standard. The Metropolitan Police cut the number of authorized users by 20% in 1992, and nationally slightly less than 7,000 officers, or 1 in 20, are authorized to use firearms. These smaller numbers are trained more intensively and tend to be deployed in specialist squads, including armed response vehicles, which are available 24 hours a day and carry a range of weapons. Today, the British drugs market is a fast, expanding business which draws on massive police resources. The mid-70s saw the increased use of cannabis and the beginning of well-organized drug distribution. By the mid-80s, it had become a world of heroin, cocaine, mainline criminals, violence, and regular use of firearms. Nowadays, cocaine seizures are running at 25 times the level of the mid-80s, and the use of crack, a highly addictive derivative, is growing fast. It is an expensive habit to fund and has resulted in a wave of crime such as burglary and car theft. The Police and Criminal Evidence Act, which came into force in 1986, gave the police wider powers in street searches, but added a safeguard by requiring a full record to be made.
Susie there, please.
Susie who?
Susie Nichols. She said she's coming up here to score. She's getting me some gear as well.
What's she look like?
Oh, she's got kind of,
It also gave police greater powers to search people's homes or to get doctors to make body searches of suspects for drugs or weapons. Stipulations were added that interviews at police stations should be tape recorded and extended the time people could be held before being charged or released.
Until he has been arrested, you will not be allowed any phone calls at all.
From the earliest times, the men and women who make up Britain's police force have had to learn to put up with criticism. Such are the problems of policing a democratic society. The police, however, do not make the laws, they only enforce them, and over the last 2 centuries have adapted extremely well to the ongoing needs of the people. Britain's changing social conditions have required the police to face difficult future decisions, such as the issue of carrying firearms and the amalgamations of small local forces.
Traditionally, if you look at the police service, it started off with local police forces, with local officers, policing people in distinct communities. With the small police force, you have leaders who are identifiable in that community. They have an empathy with the people they serve. And with this understanding, there is that feedback. They get to know what's happening, they get to understand people's feelings, and they also get to know if anything's going wrong in the police force. So I think that the small police force, really, at the moment, is our only way forward.
The main qualities of an officer are patience, because he has to be able to chat with people, and he must have a good mouth, because that is his main weapon to protect him in times of trouble. He has a truncheon, which is very little use these days, so he just has to talk, and many a rural officer has confronted an armed man and managed to persuade him to put down his weapon.
Well, I suppose most occupations have their humour and characters of their own, but the police are a little different. Many years ago, telephones, when they were first coming in about the 1890s, a telephone was put in one police station here in London, and the sergeant was heard to remark, "Next thing, we'll be getting the public ringing us up on them." A long time ago, we had 2 Indian brothers. I'll only cooperate if you have an Indian sergeant. So the sergeant on duty went into the back, got hold of a red and white striped roller towel, wrapped it round his head as a turban, covered his face with it a bit of soot out of the oven, and came back. This amused the Indian so much that he started to cooperate.
Women, they drive you spare, don't they? And always starts writing out a shopping list just as I leave the house. Then wonders why I'm nearly always late for work. The Sarge will do his nut if I'm late for the morning briefing, especially as I'm the new boy here. My first posting after finishing training school 2 months ago. Johnny, my mate, he's been in the force for nearly 4 years. I've been going out with him on patrol, learning the ropes. I've got plenty to learn, and Johnny doesn't let me forget it. He's not a bad bloke, even though he does come the big brother bit. As a matter of fact, today's our last day together.
Sorry, Sarge.
He's transferring to the CID, and I'm going to learn about area work.
Right. Stolen vehicle from Long Hill since 2200 yesterday.
It's going to be a bit strange not coming to these briefings anymore. They've sort of become part of my daily routine. They keep us in the picture on what's happening on our beats. Everything from stolen cars and missing kids to road repairs and receptions at the town hall.
And the other thing is the telephone kiosks are still getting carved up on the estates. I want each telephone kiosk checked at least once on your beat, record when and which kiosk you visited, and anybody hanging about, particularly youngsters, we want their names. Right, okay, off you go.
It's the unexpected that keeps beat work interesting, whether you do it on foot or in a car. Not knowing what's around the corner, but ready for anything. See what I mean? And it's always bang in the middle of the road. It's going to be the day of the big shove again.
No, madam. I don't mind pushing your car. After all, I'm a public servant, aren't I? And whatever the public say about us, most of them turn to a police constable in an emergency and expect him to know what to do.
Under 5 to control.
Under 5, go ahead, control over.
Broken down vehicle, X-ray Bravo Papa 231, Foxtrot. Location, Mill Street Junction, Willoughby Road. Lady driver requests AA attend. Panda 5 over.
Panda 5, message received and understood, control over.
With his personal radio, the man on the beat is no longer on his own. He's always in touch with the station to pass back information or to get help if he needs it.
I don't know why it is, but it's always Joe Soap who has to do the legwork. While Charlie Barlow there sits back in the car. He says it's good experience for me. We were doing the Sarge's routine check of phone boxes. Routine, did I say? Looks as if we may have interrupted a job here. You never quite know how many capers are nipped in the bud by the sight of a policeman. After all, it's better to prevent the crime happening than always turn up after the event. We'll turn the bits in for examination. They might give some clues.
Panda 5 over.
Panda 5, proceed to Frank's Cafe. Proprietor reports disturbance. Panda 5, over.
Message received and understood. We're on our way.
You've guessed it. I'm going in to sort it out on my own. More good experience, Johnny says. Experience, yeah. If landing right up to your neck in it is experience. He told me a couple of lorry drivers were creating a disturbance. It seemed to have all the makings of a right Barney. So, take control of the situation, the textbook says. Right, voice of authority bit.
You two, out. Yeah, how would you like this in your grub?
Yeah, cockroach duff, my favourite pudding. They'd paid for the grub and weren't going to leave until they got their money back. Could you blame them? Take control. I'd lost all control over the situation. Taken action before hearing both sides of the argument.
Disturbance, my foot. I bet Bill's on his 3rd cuppa by now. Lovely. You've really landed yourself in it this time, mate. All right, keep your cool, everyone. Not exactly cordon bleu, but they'd scoffed most of it. If they'd like to leave their names and addresses, we'll see what we could do. As usual, it turned out that they didn't want to bother. Nor did the cockroach king. But he got it anyway. A report to the public health makes sure the next bloke doesn't get barbecued beetles a la Maison. Could have been one of us too, couldn't it? Well, Billy boy, you'll know how to handle a situation like that in future, eh?
Big head. What's he want? An MBE? OK, so I learned the hard way. And now I've moved over to area work, that sort of thing is all part of my job. Getting to know the cafes, people, shops, streets, kids, cars even. The house goes with the job. Anne and I moved in here when I was posted to this town. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering what happened to all those Z cars you see on the box. Well, I prefer a bike when I'm out and around. You see more, hear more, and, well, it does keep the pot down a bit. Leaves our own car free for around shopping night. See, the great thing about being an area constable is that I can put in the hours that suit me and the job best. I decide which shift to work. It's my patch and it's left to my own initiative. I had 6 months in a place like that, at a desk job working for a computer. Every day exactly the same routine. Believe me, bulldozers couldn't push me back into that desk. Not after the sort of variety you get in this work. This is Jim Parks, the regular area man I'm working with. He works from his home, and in place of the station briefing, he gets his information on his personal radio. Or sometimes the Panda car brings a list of things that need checking, like stolen property, accidents, aliens, and firearms inquiries. What got me was seeing a WPC driving Johnny's Panda. Not that he'd have minded with that behind the wheel. Not bad. He'd never have asked for a transfer. Jim seems to know just about everyone in his area. In fact, it works both ways. Most people want to know him. Your local Bob is like the doctor or the vicar in these rural communities. Someone you come to with your problems. A whacking great fish in a small puddle. Which, I'll be honest with you, I go a bundle on. Of course, a lot of the time Jim lets me go off on my own, taking care of things in his area. This can be anything from reporting new traffic hazards, like this, and they tell us to conserve water, to controlling traffic at peak hours. The kids are already getting to know me, and their mums and dads too. That's what area work's all about. Hey, cheeky. There's always one, isn't there? Something Johnny doesn't have to put up with, down in the underworld.
I'd started my CID work. After 4 years in the force, back to square one. A new boy again, and the bloke I was working with made sure I remembered it. Detective Sergeant Mike Edwards. If I made a muck-up, he'd have my guts. His favourite expression. We were called to my first scene of crime, and he was the investigating officer. A load of whiskey had been hijacked. The driver and his mate knocked out, tied up, and left with the empty lorry. Both the drivers were hospital cases. One poor bloke was half dead from the beating they'd given him. You know, you read in the papers about the crime and the criminals when they're put away. But there's never much about the blokes that get duffed up in the process. Couldn't tell us much. Didn't know where he was or who'd done it to him. All he could tell us that there were 6 men and that the leader was dark, young, and wore a Withit green jacket. They'd both had a go and been beaten up. His mate pretty badly. By the time the photographer and the scene of crime officer had gone over the lorry, they'd got a fair idea of the type of villain behind the job. No shortage of fingerprints, anyway. Meanwhile, Mike and I collected the debris from the driver's fingernails. You never know, he might have picked up something in the general Barney. Our job was to coordinate, get together all the bits of information and try to make something out of it. We'd found about 50 clear fingerprints on the lorry, and we sent them to headquarters for matching. Most of them would belong to workers at the shipping department, but there might be 1 or 2 left by the hijackers. At the same time, the forensic lab was classifying the scrapings taken from the fingernails of the driver. They told us they'd found fragments of a green material. This material possibly came from the Withit jacket mentioned by the driver. So HQ started a countrywide investigation to try and find out where it was made. This meant contacting other police forces in places like Manchester and Liverpool, and even the Shetland Islands. As it turns out, this got us exactly nowhere, but it had to be done. It's all part of the routine. Meanwhile, we got the area men to turn the local boutiques over.
And this is where I come back into the story, folks. Jim Park sent me off to make inquiries about green material at the only boutique in our area. You can buy hip gear right on the old village green these days. Not exactly Carnaby Street, but you've got to admit it's got atmosphere. Evening all. I asked her what they got in green this season. Gave her a description of the jacket and all the details we knew. Well, seems green wasn't that groovy right now. Not that yucky green, anyway. The only green one they dug out seemed more Liberace than a big butch hijacker, if you see what I mean, ducky.
While Bill was chatting up Mary Quant, Mike and I were in the collator's office, checking on the likely tow rags. That's not the real villains, but the small-time crooks sorted out for us by the officer in charge. The driver was on the critical list, and there was likely to be a charge of serious assault. It boiled down to a list of about 10 suspects, and it was our job to look them up. Mike thought that these two, Jeff Bridges and his mate Lofty. Should be good for starters.
Look, copper, I'm doing you a big favour talking to you. I don't have to, and you ain't got no warrant. So just show a little bit of respect or I'll put in a complaint.
Is you always like this in the mornings? I just wanted you to say hello to Constable Daniels here. Let him see what a couple of my favourite villains look like.
Look, I've warned you, copper. What did you come here about?
Not to see if you've been busy lately.
Always busy. Got a steady job now, haven't I?
Yeah, we both have.
And take your hands off my booze. If you're thirsty, ask me, that's all.
Where'd you get this?
I bought it down the road, didn't I?
We've got a receipt for it and all.
I don't doubt it.
And I've certainly got a receipt for that. You don't touch it, that cost me a lot of bread.
Yeah, it cost him £5 a nigger, that lot.
Look, if you've got a bleeding warrant, okay, but if not...
We'll soon get one if we have to. Now stop wasting my time. Where were you both on Sunday night?
Oh, God, here we go again. What is it this time?
I just want to...
Of course, we didn't find what we were looking for. Those two were far too fly. Me? I looked over their records. Partly because I collect records myself. Partly because I saw something. Something wrong.
There was something very wrong happening on my patch right then. A boy, aged 7, was missing. Kevin Black, his name was. He'd been missing since the morning, 6 hours. Seems he was sent off to the playground with an apple and a packet of crisps for his lunch while Mum went out to work. I talked to his mates. Seemed he didn't stay there long. He mentioned some man he had to see and walked off. Jim Parks was away on a training course, so it was all up to me. I was on my own. First, I searched the house to make sure young Kevin hadn't slipped back unnoticed. That's what they usually do. Then I searched the playground and checked with the other mums. No joy there, so I rang through for help. When the super heard about it, he didn't like it, not at all. Particularly that bit about the man Kevin had gone to meet. He collected Johnny's boss, the head of CID, and they belted straight out to the house. He questioned Mrs. Black again. Who was this man Kevin had gone to see? Had he ever mentioned a strange man before? Mrs. Black hadn't a clue, and was in a pretty bad shape by now anyway. So it meant a full-out search and everyone on duty until he was found.
Except us. Our chief didn't call out the CID blokes until the next day. At that time, I was listening to one of my favourite groups, the Blue Jays, and chatting up the bird behind the counter. All in the line of duty, of course. You see, that was a Blue Jays LP I'd seen on Lofty's Hi-Fi called Visit to Birdland. I thought I knew every LP they'd made, but I'd never even heard of this one. Like I said, there was something wrong. I was right. She told me the Blue Jays' Visit to Birdland record wasn't due for release until next month. So she helped me phone the record company. Marvellous the amount of cooperation you get from the public. I was wondering just what else we could cooperate on when I got through. As I thought, not only had Birdland not been issued, but a couple of crates of LPs, including this one, had dropped off the back of a lorry. So we went right back to see Jeff and Lofty. This time there was no respect on either side, just straight aggro. We must have left them rattled. They'd both been hit in the bottle.
This record isn't on sale for another 2 weeks. So how do you account for it being in your possession?
You stupid Burke. Didn't I tell you?
I was asked you both to accompany me to the station.
All right, copper. You try and take me.
Guess which one I copped.
Watch out for the knife fire!
Whether they did the hijacking or not, we don't know. Yet. We're leaving them to think it over. We've all the time in the world now. Mike didn't exactly thank me, but he did say I might make a jack someday. Say in about 10 years.
Let's go.
Well, if you thought you were busy, mate, you should have been with us. Nobody got any kip that night. I couldn't have slept anyway. Kept seeing the face of that kid. Now one of my kids on my patch. We did what we could that night, and when we found nothing, a major search operation was set up for the morning. I was with the major incident vehicle. It was too far from the HQ to manage an operation of this size from the main control desk. This is where the local bobby's knowledge of the area becomes essential. We called out the diving team. Wouldn't mind having a bash at that myself. They train you. Mind you, it's hard graft. 5 hours scouring the bottom, and 10 to 1, all you come up with is, please. Takes skill to train those dogs, but handled properly, they do everything but write out parking tickets. They sniff out people, missing objects, stolen property, drugs, even explosives. And they're better than anyone at making arrests. Drew a blank here, though.
Meanwhile, we had 200 photos of Kevin run off, and the detectives were out in force. Here we go again. I'm a police officer, madam. Have you seen this boy? Has any strange man been seen approaching children in the area? Either way, the answer was no.
12:30. I came home for my first meal that day. I was flat in my uppers. But you know how it is when it's a lost kid. There's nothing you won't do. Funny thing, it was Anne who gave me the first real lead. The old girl next door told her that Kevin sometimes played with a couple of boys down at the end of our road. I didn't know he came out this far, way beyond the 3-mile search area. You know, one day I'll actually get to eat those bangers. They said he came out on the bus, then walked over the footpath to the local flying club. Hooked on planes, they said. Wants to be a pilot when he grows up. Even his mum didn't seem to know that. That's why I like living right in my area. You find out what's going on. I phoned in, got the super to agree to me following this up, and took my... Thank God. At last we'd found young Kevin. He was dirty, tired, hungry, and a bit frightened, but otherwise quite perky. He'd gone in to play Biggles and hidden when the hangar was locked up. And the man he'd been to see was the chief flying instructor, who couldn't even remember his face. Be great if every missing child incident ended this way. Only they don't. That's what we're here for. Mind, if you get the chance to combine business with a little pleasure. Like I said at the beginning, in this job, anything can happen.
In conclusion, the Metropolitan Police Service is not merely a law enforcement agency, but a vital thread in the intricate fabric of London's social tapestry. Its legacy is deeply rooted in history, marked by the visionary principles of Sir Robert Peel. It has since grown into a dynamic force adapting to evolving challenges in the modern urban life. As we reflect on the Met's extensive network of stations, its iconic headquarters at New Scotland Yard, and the specialised units tackling everything from cybercrime to armed robberies, it becomes apparent that their commitment extends far beyond conventional policing. The Met is a symbol of community engagement, diversity, and innovation of law enforcement. However, the journey hasn't been without its hurdles. The Met grapples with complex issues like gang violence, cyber threats, and the ever-looming spectre of terrorism. Yet it is precisely in facing these challenges head-on that the Met has demonstrated its resilience and determination to safeguard the well-being of London's residents. Moreover, the force's emphasis on technology and data-driven strategies highlight a forward-thinking approach to policing. By embracing innovation, the Met aims not only to keep pace with the ever-changing nature of crime, but to proactively anticipate and prevent it. In the end, the Metropolitan Police Service remains an integral part of the London experience, contributing to the city's vibrant and diverse character. Its officers are not just enforcers of the law, they are community partners, guardians of public safety, and stewards of the values that underpin a harmonious society. As the metropolis continues to evolve, the Met stands as a steadfast beacon of security, ready to face the challenges of tomorrow with the same determination that has defined its legacy throughout history.